and it has intelligence.
Chair is recognized for an opening statement. 3 years ago, in 11 months, July 24th, 2019, Bob Mueller sat in this room, in that chair, and told this committee, no collusion, no conspiracy, no coordination between President Trump and Russia. None. What the Democrats say? We don't care. We're going to keep going after President Trump. In fact, they didn't even wait one day. The next day, the phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky became the basis for their impeachment. Republicans said maybe instead of the never-ending attacks on President Trump, maybe the country would be better off if we figured out how the whole false Trump-Russia narrative started. After 2.5 years of the Mueller investigation, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, $30 million, where they found nothing, maybe we should figure out how the whole lie started. That's exactly what Mr. Durham has done. In his report, he told us how the dossier was funded. He told us who funded. Eager the FBI was to use it, how they put the dossier in a FISA draft application just 2 days after receiving it. He told us that not one single substantive allegation in the dossier was ever corroborated, ever validated, yet it was used to spy on an American citizen associated with the presidential campaign. He told us there was no proper predicate for opening the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, and maybe most importantly, he told us the FBI, the preeminent law enforcement agency in the world, failed in its fundamental mission of adherence to the rule of law. And unfortunately, I think once again, the Democrats will say, we don't care. It doesn't matter. We're never going to stop going after President Trump. In fact, 8 days ago, we saw how far they are willing to go with the indictment of President Trump. But frankly, this shouldn't surprise us. They told us their objective. In fact, it was an agent on the case of Crossfire Hurricane who told us what their objective was. We all remember the text message from Peter Strzok where he said, don't worry, we'll stop Trump. It started with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Mr. Durham has told us how wrong that was. Now we have an indictment of a former president who's winning in every single poll by his opponent's Justice Department. And in between those two events, we had the Mueller investigation, we had impeachment, we had 51 former intel officials falsely tell us the Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. We had a raid on President Trump's home, and of course we got Alvin Bragg's ridiculous case in New York. 7 years, nothing has changed. Don't believe me? We interviewed Stephen D'Antuono, former head of the Washington field office when the Trump classified document case began. Mr. D'Antuono told the committee, interviewed him just 2 weeks ago today. Mr. D'Antuono told the committee that when he asked the Department of Justice, why is there no U.S. attorney assigned to the Trump classified document case? Headquarters said, because we're running it. He suggested the Miami field office should do the raid. Instead of sending the folks from Washington field office down to Miami, have the folks in the Miami field office do it. Headquarters said no. He suggested there shouldn't be a raid. Instead, they should continue to work with President Trump's lawyers. Once again, headquarters said no. Mr. D'Antuono even said, how about when we get there? When we arrive at President Trump's home, we then call his lawyer and we do the search together. Again, headquarters said no. Another interesting fact, the lawyer who turned down Mr. D'Antuono's request happens to be the same person who is alleged to have pressured the attorney representing a Trump employee about a judgeship. Nothing has changed, and frankly, they're never going to stop. 7 years of attacking Trump is scary enough, but what's more frightening, any one of us could be next. In fact, it's already started. Parents at school board meetings are terrorists. Pro-life Catholics are extremists. Even journalists aren't safe. Federal Trade Commission, 13 letters. One of those letters to Twitter said, who are the journalists you're talking to? Think about that. They named 4 people personally. to come and testify in front of this committee. While they're in front of this committee, Democrats are asking them to reveal their sources, violate First Amendment principles. One of them, Matt Taibbi, while he's sitting at that table testifying to the Judiciary Committee, the IRS is knocking on his door. Parents, Catholics, journalists, but guess who gets it the worst? Guess who gets it the worst? Whistleblowers. If you dare come forward and tell Congress what's going on, look out. They will come for you. They will take your clearance. They will take your pay. They'll even take your kids' clothes. Just ask Garrett O'Boyle, who testified in front of this committee as well. Over the next few hours, we're going to hear the facts and details about the whole false Trump-Russian narrative, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, and hopefully it will help change things at the Department of Justice. But regardless of what the Biden administration and the Garland Justice Department do, I know what Republicans in the House are committed to doing. We will work to dramatically change the FISA law, and we will do everything we can in the appropriations process to stop the federal government from going after the American people. Now I recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On June 8th, a grand jury in Miami indicted former President Trump on 37 counts related to his mishandling of extraordinarily sensitive national security information, including information regarding defense and weapons capabilities of both the United States and foreign countries, United States nuclear programs, potential vulnerabilities of the United States and its allies to military attack, and plans for possible retaliation in response to a foreign attack. According to the indictment, the unauthorized disclosure of these classified documents could put at risk the national security of the United States, foreign relations, the safety of the United States military and human sources, and the continued viability of sensitive intelligence collection methods. And indeed, the indictment goes on to describe how the former president made such unauthorized disclosures. Even if you believe, as Chairman Jordan claims, that President Trump has committed no crime, surely we can agree that it is dangerous and profoundly irresponsible to have taken these documents from the White House and left them unsecured in Mar-a-Lago. Don't take just my word for it. Trump's Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, said that the former president's handling of this information put U.S. service members' lives and our national security at risk. And Trump's hand-picked Attorney General, Bill Barr, with whom I agree on very little, hit the nail on the head when he described the former president's legal troubles as, quote, entirely of his own making. He had no right to these documents. The government tried for over a year, quietly and with respect, to get them back, and he jerked them around. When he faced a subpoena, he didn't raise any legal arguments. He engaged in a course of deceitful conduct. That was a clear crime if those allegations are true, close quote. The former president could have, at any time, for months, simply returned the documents and avoided prosecution. But House Republicans do not want to talk about any of that. They seem incapable of assigning any agency or responsibility to Donald Trump for problems that are Trump's and Trump's alone. Instead, Republicans have planned this hearing and constructed an entire false narrative around this work of Special Counsel Durham in an effort to distract from the former president's legal troubles and mislead the American public. To be clear, the Durham report is by itself a deeply flawed vessel. After 4 years, thousands of employee hours, and more than $6.5 million in taxpayer dollars, Special Counsel Durham failed to uncover any wrongdoing that Justice Department Inspector General Horowitz had not already found in 2019. He brought just 2 cases to trial and lost them both. Both defendants were acquitted in mere hours. The single conviction that Special Counsel Durham obtained involved a single charge of lying to the FBI, a case developed and handed to him by the Inspector General, and one resolved by a quick plea bargain. The report itself outlined some fairly glaring investigative missteps. The FBI apparently never even looked at a thumb drive of key evidence related to allegations of contact between the Trump campaign and the Russian government via a Russian cell phone. Nor, says the report, did the FBI ever examine questionable computer contacts between the Trump Organization and Alfa Bank, one of the largest banks in Russia. The report also fails to recommend a single remedial measure that the Justice Department or the FBI might take to address certain process-related concerns, largely because DOJ and FBI have already implemented the changes recommended by the Inspector General 3.5 years ago. Now, I understand that, like the former president, many MAGA Republicans had a lot riding on the Durham investigation. I understand that they might be disappointed with where it landed, but that is no excuse for making things up. First, the Durham report unequivocally concludes that the FBI not only had the evidence to open an investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election, but actually had an affirmative obligation to investigate ties between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. It is simply not true, as some Republicans have claimed, that the Durham report suggests that there should not have been an investigation. Affirmative obligation. Those are Mr. Durham's words, not mine. Second, the Durham report shows that the FBI began its investigation when an aide to the Trump campaign disclosed in May 2016 that the campaign knew that Russia had thousands of emails that would embarrass Hillary Clinton. The aide bragged about it at a bar. An Australian diplomat who overheard the remark reported it, and the investigation began. It is simply not true, as the most extreme voices in this room have claimed, that the investigation was somehow launched by the Clinton campaign. That particular conspiracy theory is off by several months. Nor is it true that the FBI was opposed to Trump from the beginning. For example, the Durham report tells us that the FBI encouraged a confidential human source to infiltrate the Clinton campaign, not the Trump campaign, and take steps to entrap, unsuccessfully, aides to Secretary Clinton. This story is right there on pages 74 and 75 of the report. I suspect we won't hear a word about it from House Republicans today because it does not fit the MAGA narrative. Finally, nothing in the Durham report disputes the central findings of Special Counsel Robert Mueller. Namely, Russia interfered in the 2016 election. It did so to help Donald Trump, and the Trump campaign welcomed this interference. This last point is important because it tells us how Mr. Durham became special counsel in the first place, and it goes to the heart of the fully false narrative of MAGA victimhood. From the day that Special Counsel Mueller began his work, Donald Trump and his political allies have railed against an imagined conspiracy against the former president. The Russia investigation was a setup. It was a witch hunt. Obama did it. We need to investigate the investigators. Then came the Mueller report. The Mueller report was delivered to Attorney General Barr on Friday, March 22nd, 2019. The next Monday, Mr. Durham was in Barr's office. A week later, a colleague emailed Mr. Durham to ask about, quote, the project that Durham and Barr were working on. While we on this committee were fighting to get access to the Mueller report, Mr. Durham was already working on an investigation to undercut its central findings. A few weeks later, the Trump administration announced Mr. Durham's investigation into the investigators. And by August 2019, Mr. Durham and Attorney General Barr were on a plane to Europe, jointly hunting down non-existent evidence of Donald Trump's deep state conspiracy theories. If the duo ever found evidence proving that Donald Trump was right all along, that evidence certainly never made it into the Durham report. It has been alleged, however, that they found evidence implicating the former president in certain financial crimes during their trip. Incidentally, that information, too, is missing from Mr. Durham's final pages. When he could not give Donald Trump evidence of a deep state conspiracy, Mr. Durham gave him the next best thing, a public narrative with Hillary Clinton as the villain. Over the ensuing years, Mr. Durham constructed a flimsy story built on shaky inferences and dog whistles to far-right conspiracy theorists. Although he lost both times, he took a case to trial. By prolonging his investigation, Durham was able to keep Donald Trump's talking points in the news long after Trump left office. With a loose approach to DOJ norms, protecting the reputation of the agency, and a cavalier disregard for the privacy and reputational rights of others, Mr. Durham's investigation operated as headline generator for MAGA Republicans. Less than half a year into his 4-year investigation, Mr. Durham publicly disputed Inspector General Horowitz's conclusion that the FBI was warranted in opening a full investigation, in violation of DOJ rules protecting investigations from appearances of political bias. Mr. Durham similarly flouted guidelines designed to protect third parties from reputational injury when he used his 2 indictments to accuse the Clinton campaign of a vast conspiracy to tie Trump to Russia. But at the end of the day, Mr. Durham never found what he was looking for. He cannot dispute a single conclusion in the Mueller report. He cannot prove a magnificent deep state conspiracy. And he cannot say that the FBI investigation into the Trump campaign's many ties to Russia never should have happened. And again, I can see why this would be disappointing to some. But instead of owning up to his failure, the Durham report doubles down on theories that lost spectacularly before 2 unanimous juries. The report also references classified material that has been called likely disinformation to lay out a series of accusations against the former president's perceived enemies. By presenting his so-called findings in this way, swiping a Republican boogeyman and hiding inconvenient truths in footnotes, the Durham report gives Donald Trump one last talking point. It did not have to be this way. It may be hard to remember, but at the outset of the Durham investigation, Mr. Durham was a well-respected career prosecutor with a solid reputation. The Attorney General is supposed to appoint a special counsel to prevent the appearance of politicization in a criminal investigation. Mr. Durham could well have lived up to that expectation. Instead, what we got was a political exercise that operated with ethical ambiguity and existed to perpetuate Donald Trump's unfounded claims. The investigation failed in its political objectives, but did real damage to a department that is still recovering from the excesses of the Trump administration. And despite Mr. Durham's best efforts, a reckoning is well underway. Do not be misled. Former President Donald Trump is not a victim. He did this to himself. For all of its flaws, the Durham report does not show that anyone else is responsible for the president's legal woes, past, present, or future. Anyone who tells you otherwise is simply making it up. I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Today's witness is the Honorable John Durham. Mr. Durham was appointed as a special counsel in 2020 to investigate intelligence activities investigations arising out of the 2016 presidential campaigns. He is a career prosecutor, having served as the U.S. Attorney for the District of Connecticut and in various other roles with that office since 1989. Prior to that, he served with the Department of Justice, the Boston Strike Force on organized crime, and in various state-level prosecutors' offices. We welcome our witness and thank him for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand, Mr. Durham? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes, but we'll give you a little extra time if you need it. Mr. Durham, you may begin. Hit your mic there, Mr. Durham, and just keep it on if you can throughout the day.
Is it on?
Yep, it's on now. Thank you.
Begin. Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, and members of this committee. As the committee knows, on May 13th, 2019, Attorney General Barr directed me to conduct a preliminary review into certain matters related to federal investigations concerning the 2016 presidential election campaigns. That review subsequently developed into several criminal investigations and gave rise to my subsequent appointment as special counsel in these matters. Many of the most significant issues documented in the report that we have written, including those relating to lack of investigative discipline, failure to take logistical and logical investigative steps, and bias, are relevant to important national security interests that this committee and the American people are concerned about. If repeated and left unaddressed, these issues could result in significant national security risks and further erode the public's faith and confidence in our justice system. As we said in the report, our findings were sobering. I can tell you, having spent 40 years plus as a federal prosecutor, they were particularly sobering to me. A number of my colleagues who spent decades in the FBI themselves, they were sobering. While I'm encouraged by some of the reforms that have been implemented by the FBI, the problems identified in this report, anybody who actually reads the report and the details of the report, the documented portions of the report, I think would find that the problems identified in the report are not susceptible to overnight fixes. As we said in the report, they cannot be addressed solely by enhancing training or additional policy requirements. Rather, what is required is accountability, both in terms of the standards to which our law enforcement personnel hold themselves and in the consequences they face for violation of laws and policies of relevance. I'm here to answer your questions. I appreciate the opportunity to. I'll answer them to the best of my ability, and I hope to be of service to your oversight function. As I'm sure you know, the Department of Justice has issued some guidelines as to what I'm authorized to discuss and those things that I am not authorized to discuss. In this regard, accordingly, I'll refer principally to the report. I do want to emphasize a few points at the outset, however. First, I want to emphasize in the strongest terms possible that my colleagues and I carried out our work in good faith, with integrity and in the spirit of following the facts wherever they lead without fear or favor. At no time and in no sense did we act with a purpose to further partisan political ends. To the extent that somebody suggests otherwise, that's simply untrue and offensive. Second, the findings set forth in this report are serious and deserve attention from the American public and its representatives. Let me just briefly highlight a few of those. For one, we found troubling violations of law and policy in the conduct of highly consequential investigations directed at members of a presidential campaign and ultimately a presidential administration. To me, it matters not whether it was a Republican campaign or a Democratic campaign. It was a presidential campaign. Our team comprised dedicated and experienced prosecutors and law enforcement agents who worked day in and day out through the entire COVID epidemic in the office trying to interview people, all in an effort to try to get to those facts and the ground truth. That such a group of people made these findings. Experienced FBI agents, experienced prosecutors, not people by and large from Washington, but from other parts of the country. The fact that these people made these findings, as reflected in the report, is of concern and should be of concern to any American who cares about our civil liberties, the rule of law, and the just and proportionate application of the law to all of us. Whether we're friends or we're foes, the law ought to apply to everybody in the same way. During our investigation, we charged a former FBI agent who pleaded guilty to the felony offense of altering and fabricating a portion of a document used to obtain a court order, a FISA order, of a surveillance of a United States citizen, which in our view is a significant problem. Several of the relevant FISA applications issued in the Crossfire investigation omitted references to what was clearly relevant and highly exculpatory information that should have been disclosed to the FISA court. Multiple FBI personnel who signed or assisted in preparing renewal applications for that same FISA warrant acknowledged that they did not believe that the target, Mr. Page, was a threat to national security, much less a knowing agent of a foreign power, which is what the law requires. It appears from our investigation that the FBI leadership dismissed those concerns. Another aspect of our findings concerned the FBI's failure to sufficiently scrutinize information it received or to apply the same standards to allegations it received about the Clinton and Trump campaigns. As our report details, the FBI was too willing to accept and use politically funded and uncorroborated opposition research, such as the Steele dossier. The FBI relied on the dossier and FISA applications, knowing that it was likely material originating from a political campaign, a political opponent. It did so even after the President of the United States, the FBI and CIA directors and others received briefings about intelligence suggesting that there was a Clinton campaign plan underway to stir up a scandal tying Trump to Russia. The accuracy of the intelligence was uncertain at the time, but the FBI failed to analyze or even assess the implications of the intelligence in any meaningful way. When the FBI learned that the primary source of information for the Steele dossier, which was basically the guts of the narrative about there being a coordinated conspiracy involving Trump and the Russians, when they learned that Danchenko was the primary subsource for those reports, it was at the time when the FBI already knew that Danchenko himself had previously been the suspect of an FBI espionage investigation. He was suspected of being a Russian asset. And nonetheless, they signed him up as a paid informant without further investigation of that espionage concern, to say nothing of resolving that espionage matter before using Danchenko and Danchenko's information. And when the FBI and Special Agent Mueller's office learned that Steele's primary subsource likely had gathered important portions of the dossier information during travels to Russia with one Charles Dolan, it inexplicably decided not to interview Dolan or investigate his activities. Finally, I would like to add that although our work exposed deep concerns concerning facts about the conduct of these investigations, our report should not be read to suggest in any way that Russian election interference was not a significant threat. It was. Nor should it be read to suggest that the investigative authorities at issue no longer serve important law enforcement and national security interests. They do. Rather, responsibility for the failures and transgressions that occurred here rests with the people who committed them or allowed them to occur. Again, to my mind, the issues raised in the report deserve close attention from the American people and their elected representatives here in Washington. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule for questions. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Durham, for being here today. This is much anticipated. We have lots of questions for you. I'll try to set the table here at the outset from 20,000 feet. The American people rely on the FBI to abide by its guiding principles, and you know what those are: fidelity, bravery, and integrity. And we rely upon them to uphold the Constitution and protect the American people. Americans deserve and expect from our premier law enforcement agency to apply justice blindly, and that is without political bias or ulterior motives. However, your report now famously states, here's the big quote, based on the review of Crossfire Hurricane and related intelligence activities, you concluded that the DOJ and FBI failed to uphold their important mission of strict fidelity to the law. There's no other way to put this. The report illustrates egregious actions on behalf of the FBI that have further eroded faith in our institutions. Ms. Durham, in your report, and again here today, you said that your findings and conclusions are sobering. Could you unpack a little bit more what that means? Why do you say sobering?
Well, let me give you some real-life views on that. I have had any number of FBI agents who I've worked with over the years. Some are retired, some are still in place, who have come to me and apologized for the manner in which that investigation was undertaken. I take that seriously. These are good, hardworking, majority of people in the FBI, decent human beings who swear under their oaths to abide by the law and the like. And I think that exemplifies of the concern here. There are investigative activities undertaken or not undertaken here, which raise real concerns about whether or not the law was followed, policies in place in the FBI were followed.
You wrote in your report, quote, based on the evidence gathered in the multiple exhaustive and costly federal investigations of these matters, including the instant investigation, neither U.S. law enforcement nor the intelligence community appears to have possessed any actual evidence of collusion in their holdings at the commencement of the Crossfire investigation. To date, has any evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia ever been uncovered?
I mean, there is information, obviously, in the report that was prepared by Director Mueller and whatnot. But as to collusion or conspiracy, I'm not aware of any.
And let me stop you. When the FBI opened Crossfire Hurricane, that's the issue at hand, it did not have any information that anyone in the Trump campaign had ever been in contact with Russian intelligence officials. Isn't that right?
As we wrote in the report, talked to the director of the CIA, the deputy director of the CIA, the director of NSA, and people within the FBI, and there was no such information that they had in their holdings at the time they opened Crossfire Hurricane.
And you detail, I'm going to go quickly here, I run out of time. You detail how FBI personnel working on FISA applications violated protocols. They were cavalier at best, as you said in your own words, towards accuracy and completeness. Senior FBI personnel displayed a serious lack of analytical rigor towards information that they received, especially information received from politically affiliated persons or entities. And you said, quote, a significant reliance on investigative leads provided or funded by Trump's political opponents were relied upon here. Among the most alarming things that you referred to in the report is the impact of confirmation bias. And you said in your report at page 303, that's defined as, or it stands for, the general proposition that there is a common human tendency, mostly unintentional, for people to accept information and evidence that is consistent with what they believe to be true. But sir, here, this wasn't innocent, unintentional human tendency, was it? It was overt political bias, was it not? Peter Strzok, for example.
There are some individuals who clearly expressed a personal bias. It's difficult to get into somebody else's head to see whether they knew.
Unless we have their emails, right? Peter Strzok, for example, he had pronounced hostile feelings towards President Trump. Everybody knows that. Everybody in the country knows it. So he was in charge of this. He was the Deputy Assistant Director of Counterintelligence, officially opened the investigation at the direction of Deputy FBI Director Andrew McCabe. He said horrible things about President Trump and all of his supporters, by the way. How could we say he did not have political bias?
Yeah, I know that it clearly reflects a personal bias that he had. I'll leave it to others and the facts that are set out in the reports, whether that's political bias, personal bias, but there's clearly bias.
What we know now is the FBI and the DOJ have been turned into activated political weapons against citizens and even a former president because of their opposing viewpoints, sir. They failed to follow protocols in 2016, and you've suggested new protocols may somehow be affixed to this. How can the American people have confidence that if they didn't follow protocols in 2016, that they will do protocols?
And I think that's why I said that in the opening remarks, this is not an easy fix. I mean, it's going to take time to rebuild the public's confidence in the institution. The changes of the forms they have made are certainly changes that are going to guard to some extent against the repeat of what happened in Crossfire Hurricane.
I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York. Mr. Durham, can you pull that microphone real close so everyone can hear what you say? We appreciate that. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durham, your report reads like a defense of the Trump campaign and an attack on Hillary Clinton because that's exactly what it is. Donald Trump wanted you to investigate the investigators to show the deep state conspiracy, but you never found one. Instead, you gave him and his MAGA Republicans the next best thing, someone else to blame for Donald Trump's problems. That's why you're here today, because the chairman and his colleagues need someone, anyone, to deflect from the mounting evidence of Trump's misconduct. Let me remind you that Donald Trump was federally indicted on 37 counts for mishandling classified information. 7 counts. That's why you're here today, not anything that happened in 2016. Mr. Investigation of $6.5 million involved the work of dozens of FBI employees and federal prosecutors, some of whom resigned in protest and took roughly 4 years to complete. Is that correct?
No.
It's not correct.
No, I mean, there were multiple parts of that.
Did it take 4 years to complete?
Correct.
Okay. And with all these resources and all these people you were sent to help you investigate the investigators, you only filed 3 criminal cases. You only brought 2 cases to trial, correct?
Correct.
And you lost all the cases you brought to trial, correct?
Correct.
In fact, 2 juries acquitted your defendants on all charges. And the one conviction that you obtained, the defendant pleaded guilty to a single count that never went to trial, correct?
Correct.
I will note that in that case, the primary investigative steps were all completed by Inspector General Horowitz. Perhaps you were better when it came to your report. From my reading, your report did not make any specific concrete recommendations to improve DOJ or FBI policies or procedures. In fact, your report repeatedly references the recommendations made by Inspector General Horowitz, almost all of which DOJ and FBI have already implemented. Again, your investigation lasted 4 years. 4 years and untold sums of money, and you still obtained only one conviction. You did produce a 300-page report, though, and that's given my Republican counterparts plenty of material to spin. Mr. Durham, George Papadopoulos was a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign in spring 2016. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And in May 2016, he told an Australian diplomat that the Trump team had received some kind of suggestion from Russia that it could assist this process with the anonymous release of information during the campaign that would be damaging to Secretary Clinton. This is a fact that came out during the Mueller investigation, and your investigation found nothing to dispute this fact, correct?
There's more detail to that in the report.
Did it find anything to dispute this report, to dispute this fact?
No.
Okay. On page 50 of your report, you wrote that on July 28, 2016, FBI headquarters received the Australian information that formed the basis for the opening of Crossfire Hurricane, correct?
Correct.
So this fantasy that some MAGA Republicans have created, where the investigation was started for any reason other than a Trump campaign operative bragging to Australian intelligence assets about Russian dirt that would damage Hillary Clinton, is not true. And when the FBI received that information, according to your report, it had not just the predication to investigate. There is no question, you wrote, that the FBI had an affirmative obligation to closely examine the Australian information. Isn't that right?
The FBI had an obligation to
So
examine.
that's correct. So the origin of the investigation was not the Steele dossier. It was not Alpha Bank. It was a Trump aide's loose lips about his campaign's advanced view into a hack that had a profound effect on the 2016 election. That information supplied by the Australian government gave the FBI predication to begin an investigation. I'd like to discuss one more false conclusion about your report that's made its way into the MAGA Republican talking points. Some of my colleagues across the aisle have started calling this the, quote, Russia hoax. It's the theory that Russia did not actually interfere in the 2016 presidential election. That is patently false. In 2017, during the Trump administration, the Director of National Intelligence declassified a report on Russian activity in the 2016 election. You're aware of this report, correct?
Correct.
And in this report, the intelligence community found that, quote, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the U.S. presidential election. Russia's goals were to undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, and harm her electability and potential presidency. We further assess Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump, close quote. You did not dispute that Trump ordered an influence campaign to influence the 2016 election in your report, did you?
As I said, there was a real
Yes or no?
Russian threat.
No. Okay. Special Counsel Mueller indicted 12 Russian intelligence officers in July 2018. Isn't that right?
Correct.
The 12 intelligence officers were indicted for attacking the Clinton campaign. On page 55 of your report, you acknowledge that at a press conference in 2016, Donald Trump on camera said, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And 2 years later at the Helsinki summit, Trump told the press that he believed Russian President Putin over his own intelligence officials when he told them Russia did not interfere during the 2016 elections season. I see my time's expired. I yield back.
Witness can respond if he chooses to. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are here today to provide transparency, finally, to the American people. 7 years ago, the FBI launched Crossfire Hurricane, the left's brazen attempt to keep Donald Trump out of the White House. This federal investigation, funded by the Hillary Clinton campaign, caused Americans to believe that then-candidate Trump was colluding with Russia in order to win the 2016 presidential election. Mr. Durham has spent 4 years investigating this, 40 witnesses, 6 pages of documents, 190 subpoenas, and executing 7 search warrants. Less than a month ago, he completed this report that instigated a baseless investigation and launched a partisan attack on President Trump, despite having no true justification to do this. That was the FBI. Within 3 days of receiving the information from a diplomat in Australia, the FBI opened a full-fledged investigation into the Trump campaign. So, Mr. Durham, let's get into this. The FBI opened up Crossfire Hurricane without speaking to the people who provided the initial information. Is that true?
That's correct.
The FBI opened Crossfire Hurricane on a Sunday, only 3 days after reviewing that information. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So just think about that for a moment. An investigation, a full investigation into a presidential campaign over a weekend. Mr. Durham, the FBI opened Crossfire Hurricane without interviewing any of the essential witnesses. Is that true?
That's true.
And the FBI also opened up Crossfire Hurricane without using any of the standard analytical tools typically employed to evaluate that evidence. Is that true?
That's true.
So think about that. The FBI never talked to the people who gave them the intelligence information. They never examined their own witnesses. They never interviewed the witnesses. They never corroborated the dossier. Mr. Durham, if the FBI had done these things, if they had done their homework, would it have found that its own Russian experts had no information about President Trump being involved with Russian leadership or Russian intelligence officials?
Yes.
So then, was there adequate predication for the FBI to open Crossfire Hurricane as a full investigation?
On July 31st, in my view, based on our investigation, there was not a legitimate basis to open this a full investigation. An assessment is something that had to be looked at, gather information, such as interviewing the people who provided the Papadopoulos information, checking their own databases, the databases of other intelligence agencies, and the standard kinds of things that you would do in an investigation like this.
Mr. Durham, I think it's safe to conclude, based on that report and anyone who has read it, that they did not have that adequate basis, as you talked about, to launch this investigation. Let's move on to a second really troubling aspect of your findings. From the report, I gathered that key FBI leaders, all the way at the top, were predisposed to go after candidate Trump. This bias likely affected the conduct of FBI personnel in this investigation. Is that true?
Yes.
Can you describe that for a moment? How did confirmation bias play into this?
Confirmation bias, as was alluded to, has to do with our human tendency to accept things that we already think are true and to reject anything else. In this instance, there are any number of significant red flags that were raised that were simply ignored. If there's evidence that was inconsistent with the narrative, they didn't pay attention to it. They didn't explore it. They didn't take the logical investigative steps that should have been taken.
Let's see how real this bias was. FBI Deputy Assistant Director Peter Strzok drafted and approved the Crossfire Hurricane opening communication. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your investigation, your office discovered text messages between Strzok and Lisa Page, who was the special assistant to the FBI Director McCabe, expressing strong bias against candidate Trump.
That's true.
For the record, let me read aloud. This was generated by staff, but this would look like their text messages. On August 18, 2016, Page texted Strzok, "Trump's not going to become president, right? Right?" And Strzok responded by saying, no, he's not. We'll stop it. It's clear that there was no evidence of Russia collusion with the Trump campaign in 2016. The American people deserve the truth, and I'm proud to serve on this committee to uncover these lies that were perpetuated for far too long. With that, Mr. Chairman, with my remaining 30 seconds, I will yield to you.
See the chairman yielding back. We'll wait for my time. We'll now recognize the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Durham, for being here this morning. The ranking member explored an item that I wanted to explore with you, which is based on the information provided to the U.S. government by Australia that a campaign aide had told one of their diplomats that the Russians had dirt on Clinton in the form of thousands of emails that, and this is a quote from the report, as an initial question to close information. So that's in your report. Because you agree that there was an obligation to look at it based on.
Say based on some of the question or Papadopoulos.
No, I think, do you disavow what you said in your report? That you had an affirmative obligation, the FBI, to look at that?
The answer to that question, but they had to look at it, yes.
All right. I want to take a look at some of the other things that I didn't find in your report. In looking at the FBI's behavior, did you find any evidence that the FBI was taking a look at the hacking of the Democratic National Committee and their investigation of that? And if so, where is that in your report?
That was outside the scope of what I was asked to do.
And in the Mueller report, he found that the campaign manager, Mr. Manafort, was giving inside information, private polling data to the Russians, that there was a meeting in Trump Tower with the president's son-in-law and his son, where the Russians had promised they had dirt, and the email from the president's son was something to the effect, "If so, we love it." Did the FBI look at that? Did you examine it, and if so, that in your report?
That is not something I was asked to look at, and we didn't look at that.
I'm wondering, did you take a look at how the FBI evaluated the alleged ties to Alpha Bank? Did you hire cyber experts to actually take a look at those potential or alleged ties?
Yes. Well, I didn't hire them. They were FBI experts.
And where's that in your report?
I can't, it's in there. I can find the page. My colleagues can find the page, but it is an entire section on Alpha Bank, the white papers and the data that were provided by Mr. Sussman to the FBI, and then the subsequent
But my question was, did you take a look, did you hire experts to evaluate the FBI's evaluation?
I did not hire experts to
Let me ask
examine what the experts said, no.
Let me ask another question. I thought it was down a rabbit's hole, but you and Attorney General Barr went to Italy to take a look at some allegation about foreign servers, and Italian officials gave you evidence that they said linked Donald Trump to certain financial crimes. Did the Attorney General ask you to investigate that matter that the Italians referred to you? And if so, did you take any investigative steps, and did you file charges, or if not, did you file a declination memo for decision not to charge in this case?
The question's outside the scope of what I think I'm authorized to talk about. It's not part of the report. I can tell you this, that investigative steps were taken, grand jury subpoenas were issued, and it came to nothing.
I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague from California, Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Durham, DOJ policy provides that you don't speak about a pending investigation, and yet you did, didn't you?
I'm not exactly sure what.
When the Inspector General issued a report saying that the investigation was properly predicated, you spoke out in violation of Department of Justice policy to criticize the Inspector General's conclusions, didn't you?
I issued a public statement. I didn't do it anonymously. I didn't do it through third persons. There were.
Nonetheless, you violated department policy by issuing a statement while your investigation was ongoing, didn't you?
I don't know that. If I did, then I did, but I was not aware that I was violating some policy.
And you also sought to get the Inspector General to change his conclusion, did you not? When he was concluding that the investigation was properly predicated, did you privately seek to intervene to change that conclusion?
This is outside the scope of the report, but if you want to go there, we asked the Inspector General to take a look at the intelligence that's included in the classified appendix that you looked at, and said that that ought to affect portions of his report.
And you thought it was appropriate for you to intervene with an independent investigation by the Inspector General because he was reaching a conclusion you disagreed with. You thought that was appropriate.
That's not, the premise isn't right. The Inspector General circulated a draft memo to a number of agencies and persons. Our group was one of them. We were asked to review that draft and bring to his attention any concerns that we had or disagreements.
And when he refused to change his report, you violated
Mr. Chairman, I
policy.
insist on regular order.
Well, it's not even his time, it's Ms. Lofgren's time, so the gentleman yields back to Ms. Lofgren, who's not here, so the time has expired. Mr. Durham, in the summer of 2016, did our government receive intelligence that suggested Secretary Clinton had approved a plan to tie President Trump to Russia?
Yes.
Was that intelligence important enough for Director Brennan to go brief the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the Attorney General of the United States, and the Director of the FBI?
Yes.
And was that intelligence put then into a memorandum, a referral memorandum?
Yes.
And was that memorandum then given to Director Comey and Agent Strzok?
That's who it was addressed to, yes.
Did Director Comey share that memorandum with the FISA court?
I'm sorry, can you?
Did he share that memorandum with the FISA court? Did Director Comey do that?
I'm not aware of that if he did,
Did he share it with the lawyers preparing the FISA application?
not to my knowledge.
Did he share it with the agents on the case, working the Crossfire Hurricane case?
No.
Didn't share it with the agents on the case. Can you tell the committee what happened when you took that referral memo and shared it with one of those agents, specifically Supervisory Special Agent number 1?
We interviewed the first supervisor of the Crossfire investigation, the operational person. We showed him the intelligence information. He indicated he had never seen it before. He immediately became emotional, got up and left the room with his lawyer, spent some time in the hallway, came back.
He was ticked off, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was ticked off because this is something he should have had as an agent on the case. It's important information that the director of the FBI kept from the people doing the investigation.
The information was kept from him.
Who's Charles Dolan?
Charles Dolan is a public relations person here in Washington, D.C. He had prior involvement, professional involvement with Russian government, representing Russian government interests. He was a person that was associated with Igor Danchenko.
He was also buddies with the Clintons, wasn't he?
He had held positions when President Clinton was president.
In their campaign advisory to Secretary Clinton's presidential campaign, executive director of the Democrat Governors Association. That's the same Charles Dolan we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, and wasn't he also a key source for information in the dossier?
He provided some information that was included in the
Ritz-Carlton
dossier, yes.
stuff, the Manafort stuff. In the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and the Mueller investigation, when the FBI interviewed Mr. Dolan, what did he have to say?
To my knowledge, they didn't interview Mr. Dolan.
They didn't interview this guy? Source for the dossier? Key information in the dossier? Buddies with the Clintons, and they didn't talk to him?
No, I mean, we report on that because even Christopher Steele in October 2016 identified Dolan as somebody that might have information.
I find it interesting they didn't talk to him. What? Were there agents on the case who wanted to talk to Mr. Dolan, Mr. Durham?
Yes.
What happened to analyst number 1? She kept pushing to talk to Mr. Dolan. She was ultimately turned down. What happened to her the day that she was turned down and said, no, we're not talking to Dolan? What happened to her?
At about the same time, she was assigned to a different project.
They moved her. They said, we can't have this. We can't have that. We can't be looking into the Clintons' buddy, a key source for the dossier. They reassigned her. And then what did she do?
She memorialized it.
She entered a memo to the file because she said, at some point the inspector general is going to want to know this information. I'm going to make sure it's recorded contemporaneously. She put it in the file. It's crazy. They didn't talk to the key source. They kept key intelligence from the investigators. This is how bad this investigation was. But here's the scary part. I don't think anything has changed. The day your report came out, 5 weeks ago, May 15th, you got a letter, Mr. Durham, addressed to you from the General Counsel at the FBI, Mr. Jason Jones, writes you this 6-page letter, and he says, not to worry, everything is fine. It's all been worked out at the FBI. He even says on page 2, he says, had the reforms implemented by current FBI leadership, summarized below, been in place in 2016, failures detailed in your report never would have happened, and he underlines it. He said this would never happen because of the reforms we implemented in 2019 and 2020. And then he says on page 4, one of the specific reforms, he says, FBI executive management has instructed investigations should be run out of the field and not from the headquarters. That statement is not true. 5 weeks ago, the FBI wrote you and said everything has changed when in fact it hasn't, and a statement in there is absolutely false, and we know it's false because 2 weeks ago today, we interviewed Stephen D'Antuono, former head of the Washington field office, Mr. Durham, and here's what he said in his transcript. Head of the Washington field office, when the Trump classified document investigation began, he said, that case was handled differently than I would have expected it to be, than any other cases handled. We learned a lot of stuff from Crossfire Hurricane, that headquarters should not work the investigation. It's supposed to be the field offices. My concern is that the Department of Justice was not following these principles. Nothing is, and that's the thing that scares me the most. Nothing has changed. Mr. Durham, I'm just finished with this. 60% of Americans now believe there's a double standard at the Justice Department. You know why they believe that? Because there is. That has got to change, and I don't think more training, more rules is going to do it. I think we have to fundamentally change the FISA process, and we have to use the appropriations process to limit how American tax dollars are spent at the Department of Justice. I yield back. Then a lady from Texas is recognized, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You value the independence of a special counsel, do you not?
I do.
In a letter to Attorney General Garland submitting your report, you asked him to allow you to continue investigation unencumbered. You said, "We want to thank you and your office for permitting our inquiry without interference your confirmation hearings to become Attorney General of the United States. You value your special counsel status. So it is accurate that Attorney General Garland let you proceed on your case as you wish. Is that true?
That's true.
And yes or no, it was important to you that as a special counsel, your investigation was supposed to be independent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because special counsels and special attorneys are supposed to be independent, right?
Special counsel.
Yes. And independent. They're supposed to be independent. Is that correct?
Special counsel is independent of the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. Why is that the case in your view?
So there can be some confidence on the part of people looking at the investigation that was done, decisions which were made.
Thank you. Special counsels and special attorneys are supposed to be, for the American public, to present the potential of a conflict of interest between the government and a sensitive investigation. By appointing a special counsel and attorney general is supposed to be finding an unbiased party to do the investigating. This was at a very high level. This was dealing with potential presidential candidates. This was dealing with Russia collusion and undermining the very fabric of the United States of America. And they are supposed to leave that person alone, as you commended Attorney Garland for doing. So, unlike General Garland, Attorney General Barr was very involved in your investigation, wasn't he?
He was not involved when I became a special counsel. Prior to that, I worked under the supervision of the Attorney General and Deputy.
He was very
Attorney General's
involved, was he
office.
not? Let me just bring you to this point.
Depends.
Barr established early on that he was very interested in your investigation. June 8th, 2018, he sent then Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein an unsolicited memo arguing that the Mueller investigation should not be able to force the president to submit to interrogation about obstruction. In his text message sending the memo, Barr wrote that he feels very deeply about some of the issues taking shape in the Mueller matter. How often did you meet with Attorney General Barr in 2019?
Before I was special counsel, maybe, with him himself, maybe every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something of that sort.
And then after?
Sometimes more frequently.
And then after?
After it became, I had been appointed special counsel, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that I saw him, but I didn't meet with him on
A lot.
investigation. No, it was not a lot.
How often did you speak or text with the Attorney General? This is during the investigation.
I wouldn't, when I was special counsel or prior to that?
Special counsel, sir.
I don't know how many times I texted with him.
Right. Well, according to now public records, Barr scheduled at least 18 meetings or calls with you between 2019 March and October 2019, and you and he text messages with each other frequently, didn't you? Text messages.
Yeah, I was appointed as special counsel in October, so before that, yeah, there were probably any number of text messages. After that, I don't know.
Here are some examples. On August 31, 2019, he sent you a message that said, "John strongly suggests that you," a lot of interesting things. On February 6, 2020, you text him, "Sir, just emerging from a skiff. Are you open to it earlier this morning?" On February 14, 2020, Barr texts you, "Call me when you get a chance." On March 19, 2020, text "Can later," and you responded, "Most certainly." On March 27, 2020, you sent this phone number, all during special account. And here's an interesting one. On September 24, 2019, the day that the Speaker Pelosi announced a formal impeachment inquiry into President Trump, Attorney General Barr texts you, "Call me ASAP," and later that day you text back. Do you have a minute for a quick call, Durham? What was the purpose of this call, Mr. Durham? Were you discussing the impeachment inquiry?
I never had any conversation with Attorney General Barr about the impeachment inquiry.
Mr. Durham, this is an awful lot of direct interactions with the Attorney General for imposed, supposedly independent counsel prosecutor. During these messages that sound to you like appropriate interactions, do they sound like appropriate interactions between an Attorney General and a prosecutor investigating the administration?
Sure. Before I was appointed special counsel, I worked for the Attorney General of the United States. That's who
But you
supervised
subsequently
me.
became special counsel. I know that. You
Right.
subsequently became. Not only did you interact with the Attorney General frequently, you also regularly engaged with one of his top deputies, Seth Ducharme. What was your relationship with Mr. Ducharme?
Seth Ducharme had been an assistant United States attorney in the Eastern District of New York. He works with one of my sons, we were friends, and he, at the time, was working in the Office of the Attorney General.
It seems that rather than having
Time
an
of the gentlelady has
independent
expired.
investigation, there was a lot of interaction between the
Time of
Attorney
the
General and
gentlelady
Special
has
Prosecutor,
expired. Well, I've
which
been
shows that
generous with the time.
the
and we'll
Attorney
continue to
General
do so,
was
but
actively directing your work. I yield back.
the gentlelady yields back. I think this is amazing, Mr. Durham. You had 8 text messages with the Attorney General of the United States in 11 months time period. That's amazing. I can't believe that.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
The,
Whose time is that you were speaking of?
that was that time that was yielded to me earlier that I yielded back, I think.
That's a select.
Mr. Chairman,
text.
that
A lot more
is
than
absolutely inappropriate.
I was just pointing out something that I think is so.
Mr. Chairman, that is not appropriate.
And we will go to Mr. Klein for 5 minutes. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Your report is not just sobering, as you stated, it's outrageous and deeply troubling. Can you confirm these several main points that it found? The FBI did not have an adequate basis on which to launch Crossfire Hurricane, correct?
That's correct.
The FBI failed to examine all available exculpatory evidence, correct?
Correct.
FBI leadership continued the investigation even when case agents were unable to verify the evidence, correct?
That's correct.
The FBI viewed key witnesses in Crossfire, correct? Individuals in the FBI used their authority under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, correct?
Correct.
The FBI immediately opened Crossfire Hurricane as a full counterintelligence investigation. What other options could the FBI have taken rather than immediately opening such an investigation?
Attorney General Edward Levy essentially created the guidelines in this area, these 3 divisions of assessments, preliminary, and then full, although they were different names at the time. That has evolved over time and become more particular. In this instance, the information that they had received from Papadopoulos about a suggestion of a suggestion, and not anything about emails, but just a suggestion of a suggestion, was sufficient and would have required the FBI to take a look at, well, what is this about? You open it as an assessment, and then you would analytically go try to collect intelligence that either supports or refutes or explains that information. That's the whole purpose of it. You assess it, and then you can move to a preliminary investigation. And if the evidence bears it out, then you go to a full investigation. You have all the tools available, including the most intrusive physical surveillance and electronic surveillance of U.S. citizens. And here, they just immediately went to open it as a full investigation without ever having talked to the Australians or gathered other evidence.
Right, so investigators relied on misstatements by the confidential human source, ignored exculpatory statements made by Papadopoulos in submitting the FICE application to surveil Carter Page, correct?
That's correct.
Is it true that an FBI employee fabricated this evidence? Can you expand on that fabrication and the reliance to support that FISC
Sure.
application?
In connection with one of the extensions, the final extension renewal of the FICE on Carter Page, one of the agents who had come on board wanted to be certain that there was information that was their information as to whether or not Carter Page had been a source of information to the CIA, and pressed Kevin Kleinsmith in the General Counsel's Office of the FBI on that point. Kleinsmith got a hold of people at another government intelligence agency, and that person not that the FBI Carter Page was the source, and put that in writing. When Kleinsmith talked to the agent who was saying, we want to be sure on this, was he or was he not a source? Kleinsmith said, no, he said he's not. He said, did we get that in writing? Kleinsmith said, yes. And they said, well, I want to see it. And then Kleinsmith altered the other government agency document to reflect this, to say that Page was not a source, when he in fact was a source. That's the gist of it.
What did the investigators mean when they said they hoped the returns on the Carter Page FICE application would, quote, self-corroborate?
That is another troublesome thing. The agent was, they're saying, well, if we can get on surveillance, electronic surveillance of Page, then we'll find out essentially whether we really do have probable cause or not. We self-corroborate in that sense.
Are investigators supposed to corroboration before or after it's included in a FISA application?
Yeah, you have to have that before you intrude in the liberties of American citizens.
In fact, the FBI is required to follow its Woods procedures, which the FBI adopted to ensure the accuracy of the information contained in FISA applications, correct?
That's correct.
And did the FISC ever criticize the FBI's handling of the Page FISA application?
Yes.
And what were some of those concerns that they raised?
Well, ultimately, the FISC issued an order, a memorandum indicating that had the information that was disclosed in the investigation done by Inspector General Horowitz, a very thorough job and a good job and a well-written report. Had they known that, at least the second and third renewal applications would not have established probable cause. And I think the Bureau, the Department of Justice acknowledges that as well. If the FISC had all of the information that I think is included in this report, I think it's highly doubtful that there would have ever been an application submitted, and if it was submitted, that the FISC would have ever granted that order.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Durham, you were appointed by, who recommended you and appointed you?
As the special counsel,
No, as the U.S. Attorney.
as U.S. Attorney, it was President Trump at the time, with 2 Democratic senators from Connecticut supporting the nomination.
Mr. Trump appointed you. I think Mr. Trump has pretty good judgment on people, their abilities, and their character.
I'm not going to characterize Mr. Trump or my thoughts about Mr. Trump.
Mr. Barr appointed you special counsel, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Trump has called Mr. Barr a gutless pig, a coward, and a rhino. Which of those is correct? Which isn't?
In my experience, none of those are correct.
So Mr. Trump isn't that good of an expert on character and judging people. In your opinion, he isn't, because he's none of those. He's not a gutless pig, but Trump says he is.
Yeah. That's outside of my report.
Also outside the scope of the report, apparently. Also outside of the scope of your report, was apparently the meeting at Trump Tower between the Russians and the Trump boys, where they talked about allegedly adoptions, but we know it was really about sanctions. How was that outside of your report?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow that.
Meeting at the Trump Tower, attorney, Russian attorney came to the Trump, and Donald Trump Jr. was just wonderful, wonderful. We love it. We love it. Russian decisions to interact with the Trump campaign and influence the actions of the campaign, allegedly for adoption law, but really for sanctions relief. The FBI came up with that, did they not?
A meeting took place at Trump Towers on June 9th. The lure, as I understand it, was that there was derogatory information on Clinton that was going to be provided. They met, and as I believe in a HIPSI report, the HIPSI report fully laid that out, that the discussion then at Trump Towers was about adoption, not about anything relating to Mrs. Clinton.
It was totally about sanctions. You're trying to get rid of the Magnitsky Law. Adoptions is a ruse. Should you not have gone and looked into that and seen what the Russians were wanting in return for that? Because that's the biggest thing Putin wanted at the time, was to get Trump to relieve his people of Magnitsky sanctions.
I think that Director Mueller investigated that, and I believe one of your House committees explored that. That was outside the scope of what we were looking at.
And it was outside the scope of your authority to look at Klimnik and Manafort meeting and exchanging polling data.
Was that out? I'm sorry, I'm not following your
Manafort.
question.
Do you remember Manafort, the crook that managed the campaign for nothing but got tons of money from different Russian years that y'all pardoned? That your Mr. Barr later helped him with the commutation or pardon, I think a pardon. Manafort.
I know who Ms. Manafort is.
Yeah, he met with Klimnik and they discussed polling data. You don't know about that?
You know that Mr. Klimnik met with a lot of people, including people
He
from
met
the
with
State
Manafort
Department.
and discussed polling data. Do you not know about that?
I'm aware of that.
All right, why did you then not think it was a good idea for you to look into it, see if the FBI wasn't correct in that there was collusion, a connection between Russia and the Trump campaign to elect Trump?
My assignment was to look at the conduct of the intelligence community agencies, not to conduct a separate investigation that was done by the House or that's done by the Senate or was done by Director Mueller.
You don't think that if the intelligence communities, the FBI, others came up with this information and did good work, that should be part of your balanced report?
I'm not following your question. I apologize.
Well,
If it's a
I
question,
tried to follow your report. Mr. Donald Trump Jr. would have called it a nothing burger. You got no convictions. You got nothing. It was all set up to hurt the Mueller report, which was correct and was redacted, to hurt the Bidens and to help Trump. And you were a part of it. You have a good reputation. You had a good reputation. That's why the two Democrats supported you. But the longer you hold on to Mr. Barr in this report that Mr. Barr gave you, your reputation will be damaged. As everybody's reputation who gets involved with Donald Trump is damaged. He's damaged goods. There's no good dealing with him because you will end up on the bottom of a pyre. I yield back the balance of my time.
sure.
We presume the gentleman's undecided on how he feels about the former president.
Gentlemen, witness can respond.
Yeah, my concern about my reputation is with the people who I respect, my family and my Lord. And I'm perfectly comfortable with my reputation with them, sir.
Well said. God bless you. The chair.
Wow. Interesting way to kind of do a transition there. What's up, everybody? I'm starting to get my connection throttled here, so we gotta move on. What do we got? I think 21 June 2023. Thanks for joining in. Got the bonus material. I think we can come back to this maybe later. I'll have to figure out where we're at. But wow, right at the end there, right? He's like, screw you. I don't care what you say my reputation is. I'm good with God. And there you go, right? Sounds like we're doing all right. So we had an event that happened on the 19th, a few days ago now, out of the Tomsk Russian Schumann Resonance, Tomsk, Russia, Tomsk, Russia Schumann Resonance Station. They keep track of our charts for what the Schumann Resonance is doing, the EMF. And we'll be getting into, well, the videos will be getting into it a little bit more that we're going to be going over. But this incredible event that happened on the 19th was such an anomaly that I've been looking into it since it happened and trying to make sense of it. And you'll see, we're going to play a couple videos before we get into actually what happened on the 19th. And just because the anomaly is so different, and I want to give the comparison and contrast first of what an EMF spike looks like. And through my research, and that was a few days ago, and so the numbers aren't that clear right now, but I think around 2019, and it might be in the videos down the road too. We got a bunch of videos to play after we go through our presentation. We'll just let it kind of roll, and then maybe we'll get back to that congressional meeting. Whoa, that was getting heated there. It was starting to get heated. We cut at the right time. We'll come back. But anyways, as far as spiking on our Schumann resonance, okay, back in 2019, apparently, and I gotta say apparently because I might not be right on all these numbers, but for the first time in our history, we saw a Schumann resonance spike over, I want to say like 60 hertz. Okay, could be wrong, could be 30, could be 100. Okay, but our nominal Schumann resonance is supposed to sit at 7.83 hertz. Okay, that's why back in the day, before all this weird activity with satellites and everything, right? Weird radiation belts coming through, 5G, all that fun stuff. Back in the day, that's why the Native Americans were so healthy before the guns and alcohol was introduced to their society, their civilization. But they were able to cruise around in moccasins and live a long time, and that's just my theory. Okay, you can disagree, I'm sure people figure out how to disagree, but anyways, all right, but anyways, the nominal is 7.83 hertz, and when we're there, that's almost like we've reached homeostasis, right? But we've been spiking up, and you know, anything over 16 hertz all becomes you know, damaging to human tissue. Well, in 2019, when it spiked up, that was recorded, and people were like, oh, okay, what's going on? Well, we've hit spikes that have just been crazy huge. This one's last year. I wanted to go back at least a year. So this is about 11 months ago, what we're going to play. And on June 28th, or is that July? No, June 28th was a major spike. So I'm wondering if there might be, and this is a huge spike I'm going to show you. I'm wondering if history might repeat itself, or there's more I could get into on my theories of why I think these huge spikes are happening in the EMF. Real quick, you know, just my theory. You know, I'm gonna go crazy with it, right? You know, perhaps Wormwood, Planet X coming by us, or stopping in for a quick, you know, load, unload of, you know, some goods. Let's put it that way, gold and goods. And it could be that coming in close atmosphere. You know, some type of a star passing by. Maybe a mothership would interfere the EMF spectrum on the charts. Maybe, that's just maybes. Okay, I get to say that, right? Oh my gosh. We're going to bring in the weirdos now by me talking my own theory, see? Let the trolling begin, I guess. All right, so we're going to go through just a couple shorter videos until our build-up here on what happened on the 19th, just to give a timeline on some events. So we're going first. We're going over the 28th of June, 2021. And then I believe the next video after that is from the day before, so the 18th of June. I want to say the 18th of June, but before our event on the 19th, we're going to have a video before we get into the 19th on what happened. And I'm looking for input on what you guys might think. But before I do play these videos, I want to tell you, okay, what did happen on the 19th apparently is the boiled down, and I'm going to give you the answer just so you can, like, maybe rule it out, okay? The let's say the gurus or the experts are saying a PAM4 signal came through the Tomp station, okay? There was a blackout, but it only went through that station, okay? My theory is at first, and I just debunked myself earlier by trying to look it up, was maybe a NOOK, all right? A device, maybe something, electronic pulse weapon happened to show up on the charts, an anomaly, maybe a song, instead of spikes. We're talking about linear, came through the charts, linear messages, something code, came through on the 19th, and spiked, instead of spiked, okay? It was linear instead of horizontal, okay? Let's go ahead and get into these videos. Thanks for joining in, everybody.
June 28th, 4 p.m. here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world, folks. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. Ladies and gentlemen, I took a look at the Earth's electromagnetic shield just now, and we have had some serious spiking off the charts. We're talking about the electromagnetic field seeing spikes up and beyond 1600 hertz. Looking at this, I knew the Schumann resonance must be shooting off the charts. So I took a look. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the worst Schumann resonance spiking I have ever witnessed. It's constant. It's very strong. We're breaking through all barriers here, shooting right past 105 hertz like it didn't even exist. Look at the geophone hits. They also go off the chart. I've never seen anything like this register. This is the Italian station. Whatever's happening has been going on for longer than 14 hours straight. Never before seen by these eyes. Wow is all I can tell you. Wow. You're looking at 17 hours of geophone.
Oh man, I just hit the wrong button. Okay. Yeah, because I just had to check that date, make sure it was June 28th, 2022. All right. I'm going to have to do some creative arranging here to be able to get back to where we're at. Okay. Might have to just start that over.
Today is June 28th, 2022.
Okay.
4 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world, folks. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. Ladies and gentlemen, I took a look at the Earth's electromagnetic shield just now, and we have had some serious spiking off the charts. We're talking about the electromagnetic field seeing spikes up and beyond 1600 hertz. Looking at this, I knew the Schumann resonance must be shooting off the charts. So I took a look. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the worst Schumann resonance spiking I have ever witnessed. It's constant. It's very strong. We're breaking through all barriers here, shooting right past 105 hertz like it didn't even exist. Look at the geophone hits. They also go off the chart. I've never seen anything like this register. This is the Italian station. Whatever's happening has been going on for longer than 14 hours straight. Never before seen by these eyes. Wow is all I can tell you. Wow. You're looking at 17 hours of geophone strips. Each strip you see here is an hour. These increments are 15-minute increments, and the geophones have been basically off the hook, like I said, for just over 14 hours and are just starting to calm down as we speak, maybe. So 14 and a half hours, and we haven't subsided. We're still seeing spikes up to and maybe over 40 hertz. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unheard of, never seen before by me. And I've been looking at these models for well over 10 years. Jumping over to Laurentian, the Canadian model, Laurentian University. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our electromagnetic shield. It's starting to take huge hits, almost like as the world turns, something is affecting us. This started only about 4 hours ago. Again, we see spikes that look like they actually reach or exceed the 1500 hertz on this model. So we're going to have to really keep an eye on what's going on here. Let's take a look at the Schumann resonance. But let's note that geophone really starting to get hit here. I'd guess really about 5 hours now. And this is your Schumann resonance. You can see that they had some spiking here. Really looks strange, intermittent. And, well, these are serious spikes that actually exceed the 105 hertz that the chart goes up to Although the geophone up here does not look like it's getting hit that hard, we can see the ULF noise here. Same timing right there. Running around the same time. About 5 hours on this model. The other one went on for, well, about 14 and a half hours, it looked like. All right, these are the last 6 days, and we can see that this is by far the most powerful spike in the last 6 days, and I think it's the most powerful spike I've ever seen on the 19Jun2023 Canadian model. So something is not right with planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what it is, but it's a serious situation. I think that governments are complicit and know exactly what's going on. We need to determine exactly what's going on as soon as possible. This is completely detrimental to living tissue, brain waves, etc. at these levels. God bless you and yours. Please share it. Please subscribe. Always remember that anything is possible in Bizarro World. Let me know how you like the new sound setup. God bless. James Kaufman, World News Report today. Today is June 18th, 2023, noon Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. Ladies and gentlemen, our electromagnetic shield is being impacted by something. We're not in a space weather event currently. We will take a look at CERN. This has been ongoing from about 12 UTC to about 1600 UTC. So we're talking about the strongest impacts to our electromagnetic shield, according to our Italian Human Resonance Modeling Office, from 6 a.m. Central Time here in the U.S. to 10 a.m. Central Time here in the U.S. Let's take a look at the Schumann resonance, because usually when our electromagnetic field is hit like this, which looks like it peaked at around 300 hertz, we see a lot of activity in the Schumann resonance. All right, this looks like it started closer to 1300 UTC time, about 7 a.m. this morning Central Time, and it has lasted for just over 2 hours. We can see that when it started, it spiked right off the charts. The charts here ended at 105 hertz. Look at the geophone up here get hit hard. There's no telling what has caused this. Nothing like thunder and lightning would cause something like this. The Schumann resonance was never measured over about 37 hertz until 2019. Those stronger impacts being attributed to lightning in the area of those modeling stations. We'll take a look at the weather around this modeling station, although this does not appear to be lightning. Lightning actually looks more like this here that you see from 10 UTC time to 12 UTC time. These individual thin spikes. That's what lightning tends to look like, not these huge geophone spikes that shoot off the charts at over 105 hertz. Let's look at a 6-day chart of our Schumann resonance. Each strip is a day, and this is the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, today the 18th. What do we notice? First off, again on a Saturday yesterday, absolutely no activity. What does that mean to us? What I believe it means is I think that CERN is associated with these Schumann resonance spikes, and more so luminosity or instantaneous luminosity. And many of the scientists working at CERN follow the Jewish faith and don't work from sundown on Friday to sunset on Saturday. Thus, we have a lot of Saturdays without any Schumann resonance showing up whatsoever. Now, this is a theory, but it seems to uphold itself week after week after week. All right, over to our geophone strips. Each line is an hour separated into 15-minute increments. We had about 3 hours, which, of course, we talked about that looks like spikes. here starting at about 6:30 UTC time, really, a little bit after that perhaps. And again, lasting 3 hours. We're missing the last 2 hours of data here, so we can't see what's happening, but I believe the human resonance has subsided in the last hour or so. Was it real? Of course it was real. We see all of our actual equipment pick the Schumann resonance impact and our electromagnetic shield impact up. That would include our geophones, our ULF noise detectors, our ELF noise detectors, and our second SR frequency, which dips instead of spikes when it picks up the indication of this. The dashboard, no beam, and we know that we haven't had any in our electromagnetic shield or our Schumann resonance for a few hours. It looks like the beam will start at about 2030 again. Says, well, I'm a little this had to do Schumann resonance electromagnetic field spiking. All right, over to WinCom to look for any lightning or storms in the area of the station here. I'll first back out. You can see that this is Italy. We'll back in, and our station is here in Cumiana, and there's absolutely nothing in this area whatsoever happening. No thunder, no lightning, nothing would have caused these spikes, and nothing near that would have caused these spikes 2 hours ago either. So we in fact know that they were not caused by thunder, lightning, or barometric pressure, as many people suggest. With that said, we had a considerable spike in the Schumann resonance earlier, and again, it was off the charts, and we had a lined up electromagnetic field impact at that same time. So again, I don't know if this is some sort of space weather, which we will look at, or if this is in fact something created by Mother Earth itself.
June 18th, 2022 is that I was looking for there on the screen. So the day before, this was June 18th.
Although I don't see how that would be in play. I will say that we did get hit with the X-rays from a fairly powerful solar flare and associated coronal mass ejection that was Earth facing around that same time, and that has subsided. I don't believe that that has anything to do with it because that was over the Atlantic Ocean, but I wanted to point that out because the timing is similar for sure. Finally, heading over to look at real-time space weather, we can see that time period through here. We did have some spiking, but nothing substantial. We had plasma that went up to 3.47 centimeters cubed, which is nothing. We've had solar winds that started out at 525 today and have gone all the way down, especially during that period, into the threes. And we are currently at 385 kilometers per second, again, which is nothing. There were no abnormalities in temperature either. So no plasma, solar wind, or space weather has affected the Schumann resonance in any way. If anyone out there can explain to me what is going on with the Schumann resonance, I think the whole world would appreciate it. With that said, I hope everyone has a wonderful time.
All right. That's some stuff. I think we need music for a minute.
Movement and improvement, scatter complex components vigilant. Isolation, mobile, it can't happen due to stardom. Local rascal movement sometimes lead to Harlem. I can have it for sisters, Madden, drum passions, innovations. I'm on when take it to parameters. To crush your alter ego. Nervous, better find yourself another venue. Let's face in the sanctum. My parents, I'ma thank them for teaching me the basic living needs. Not the money, we dispose of it. And the bullshit, necessity, survival with no rivalry. Jungle remix, for your ears, like you are against smoke with no rivalry. Watch out for your back, watch out for your front. Roughneck rude boy, shots out your progress. In the system, murder your whole crew, I confess. Wait for with plastic kings, only I'm what Buddha bless. Words of oppression die slowly, hey less. Miss over every sentiment, you can make no guess. Research the whole world for my enemy fortress. They really ain't saying nothing, all I hear is gibberish. The coin would drop slowly, but the judgment comes swift, swift, swift. Coin would slowly, but the comes swift. We see my lens, your crew. Represent flavors quite different to you. My words cut deeply, make MCs go cuckoo. I take it easy, fine, finally move. Microphone controller, wiser and older. Top secret medicine leak out of my folder. I will slave your thought bad and loose ends. Take you down, techniques I found, feel like excruciating friends, chance to fall off. Making choice and loyal. My brothers up to royalty when it's clear. In no system, strike when it's hot like striking ammo. Microphones I leave them too hot to handle. Make MCs commit suicide. I leave you blundering, answer wondering your next step. While I anticipate that, then I initiate the sequence that begins with face slap. Let's get down to business. Why you wonder what the fuck is this? It's true jungle, hip hop in its purest, forming lines for your downfall. Coconut signs, never relying on suckers. Big up to my true brothers, true brothers, true brothers, true brothers.
All right, let's get into this a little bit. Thanks for sticking around, few of you. So this actually started, this anomaly. Oh my gosh, that's friggin' blasting loud. That's blasting loud. Started on the 18th and lasted in Russian time, UTC. Lasted over 24 hours. So it looks like about 27 hours or something like that, 28 hours. Is how long this funk song came through, this funk beat. But what I'm looking for is anyone that has any of their own suggestions on what this anomaly could be. What could this thing be? So the black in between there is a break where something shut down for almost, it looks like an hour or so. Then that, it looks like a PAM4 signal was sent through for over a day. So like I said, I'm just looking for what you guys might think it is. I already said what I think it might be, these anomalies. You'll hear what a guru has to say about, he's been doing this forever, right? He's going to give you a few. And the PAM4, I looked up more of the PAM4. It does look like PAM4, but is it maybe brain mapping, entrainment? Is somebody playing a video game, God giving us a wink, or a good funk beat? I mean, I don't know, but here you go. Thanks for joining in. Looks like we're getting throttled, so I want to get through this before we get too many dropouts and get out of here. Thanks for joining in, everybody. Thanks for checking. Let us know what you think in the chat. What's going on here?
2023, 1:30
Here
p.m.
we got to go back. Sorry.
James Kaufman, Women's Report today. Today, is June 18th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours no matter where you are in the world. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. This is the Russian Tomsk model of the Schumann residence. Ladies and gentlemen, I've never seen anything like this, nor has anyone else, I feel sure. I do not know if the equipment is broken. It looked normal up into about 1850 Tomsk time. The actual model seems to have been shut down. When it opened up again, just after 1800 Tomsk time, we had this. I have no idea what it means, but it looks scary to me. If these are real, there's a huge problem or an attack on Russia currently. Now, I will say right around 1800 Tomsk time, these indicators and our amplitudes were all caught off from our ULF, ELF, our geophones, and our second SR frequency, and they went through the roofs. We're seeing spikes of up to 190 hertz, ladies and gentlemen. It has just begun to be the 19th there in Russia. I have no idea what is going on, but this is a serious situation, it looks like. And it does look real, at least all of the indicators are suggesting it is real. God bless you and yours. Let me know what you think. Share, subscribe. Remember, anything's possible in Bizarro world.
We are live, folks. And I still have the singing bowl because I'm still in the same apartment. And just as some of you join on, we are going to be looking at the Schumann resonances code that has recently appeared and now disappeared from the space observing system. And we're going to look into the different hypotheses as to what potentially happened here with this data that took, you could say, the world by storm, it seems. I just talked to my brother-in-law and he does not follow this stuff, and he was like, I'm getting all this Schumann stuff on my Twitter. So it seems it even reached him, and it clearly reached a lot of people. Thank you for everyone that has joined and recently subscribed to my channel. Hello, if you're new here, my name is Stefan, and to all of you that are current subscribers, thank you so much for watching and joining this video. Once again, my love and light to you all. It has been a wild ride, folks. Whether this is just some technical glitch or something perhaps more, it has been a crazy synchronistic 3-4 days for me, and by reading the comments, I've read as many of those comments as I can in the live stream and in my other videos. It seems that others have been experiencing some really interesting energy as well. So in this video, we're going to go into what perhaps this is. I think I found the answer, but regardless, there is a spiritual dimension to this as well. As I just alluded to, the Gemini new moon energies are really strong, and it is solstice today, at least here in Warsaw, Poland, where I'm recording from. And we just had a triple flare from the sun, with the last flare being an X flare. So a huge flare right there, second flare there followed, and then boom, there's that X flare. And that just happened. So the sun is finally reawakened, it seems. It was quiet before. I'm going to do the log just to make sure everything fine and no issue with the perfect. No one's saying there's any issues. Want to make sure that I don't do this whole thing. There's no technical problems. I've had those before. They can happen, but not today. No technical problems like what happened here, or at least it's just this crazy thing that took everyone by storm. And we are going to go through this. And to start, let's just kind of go through some of the main options. I actually hosted a poll on my YouTube channel, so we can go to that tab here. If I can see my cursor for some reason. There it is. And we scroll up. I don't know why I'm not seeing my cursor. And I asked everyone what they thought it was. 55% of you with something like 1,000 votes, somewhere around there. It was a lot. I would have to go into my analytics. thought it was a DNA genomic biologic light activation code. You know, that's just the phrasing that I used for that. 15% of you thought it was an equipment malfunction glitch in the home. 23% it was physical manipulation through like ionospheric heating technology like HARP, which is probably not the strongest one we have anymore. And then 3% of you thought it was brainwave entrainment. That kind of goes in line with HARP, though not exactly. And then 4% of you thought it was some sort of alien code that was sent to humanity to that specific station that requires deciphering. And that is a kind of compelling hypothesis. At least I find that one interesting to think about, because there is some intelligence there. Like, you would only choose one single station. So we have our Schumann resonances. As you can see now, they are blacked out. I lost my mouse here. This is going to make things maybe perhaps a little difficult. But we'll carry on. We have our Schumann resonances data back. As you can see, if I go to our more zoomed in data, you can see that we have from 18 to 6. This is UTC +7 local time in Tomsk, Russia. So that is about 12 hours of data now. Normal Schumann resonances data, and that is what it normally looks like. Eventually this will all be filled in, but you see to the left, it's all blacked out, and they scrubbed that data. So I can go back here to our main screen. Oh my God, this mouse thing is really an issue, folks. If I turn it on and off, I have no clue what happened. Oh man, this is okay. You can see that we had all this data here, and I was able to capture this data before they blacked it out. You can see down below the top of the screen, the prior data was blacked out, it was retracted, and the Space Observing System has a history of black data. Long stretches where the data will just get kind of wiped, and no one knows why. I've reached out to them. I reached out to them for this most recent episode, and I did not receive a response from them. Though when I did email them, it was already kind of late there because they are ahead of me, but still, I haven't received a response, and if I do, I will update you whether it's with a community post or a video. I'm about to enter into a period where videos are going to be a little bit more difficult based on my traveling, so it could be a community post. So notify with my channel if you want to do that. I don't like to push the notifications. Everyone's receiving too many notifications as it is already. But hey, if you really love this stuff, you can. I want to play this clip here with the sound. Because this is really interesting. Someone converted the Schumann signal into a sound wave. So let me unclip my mic, turn this on, and again, I have to like really be precise here with this mouse. Oh my God. Because I just can't see my mouse right now. What is happening? Well, there's the live chat. Let's go back here. And playing this, I have to like turn the sound on, which is it's really interesting. You can imagine the TikTok sound playing right there. But effectively, someone turned it into a sound wave, and it was very compelling in terms of it sounding like some sort of like alien transmission, and it was very odd. Maybe I can do this actually. There we go. That, and then go over and then up. I'm gonna move on. I don't want to hang up on this. So let's look at the some funny ones. We'll start at the top left. Strike. So the Earth is busting a nut. That is what this person thought this was. And Yeah, there's some interesting comments that I'm sure some of you read through them as well. But if we then move on, not sure what I believe about anything anymore, but as another guest, high vibrations beamed to the area of Russia to calm down the war mentality and prevent a huge disaster. Seems to be a calming powder versus something malicious. If we look, does that look calming to you? Does that look not calming? It looks very complex to me. But that is kind of that brain entrainment hypothesis. I studied weaving for 10 years. Looks like a lace pattern, some sort of pattern with musical notes. We do have a slide going into that in just a little bit. Reminds me of cymatics. If you haven't looked into cymatics, folks, it's really interesting. You can make certain shapes pop out just by combining sound waves, even like faces and patterns that we all recognize that are highly complex just with certain sound frequencies. And yeah, it does kind of look cymatic in many ways. Someone has a diploma in electrical theory, thanks bro, and they think it might have been a energy pulse directed to that one station. But it does look like a highly structured, manufactured signal. Now, what I can say is that it's not the normal Schumann resonances. I don't have any problem making that statement because we have the normal Schumann resonances here. We have the VLF Open Lab. This is a whole network of stations, and you can look and see their data over the past, like here in the middle, the electric field, that's like 7 days of data, no crazy pattern there. And then we have various electric field data sets. This, and now in the middle, coming out of the magnetic field, up to 10 hertz, no ribbon. We go 1.1 to 36 hertz, same station, no ribbon pattern. So they have all their different observatories under a single URL, and you can look at some of them are offline. Here's Romagna, that's online. This is in the very low frequency range though. But still, we're not seeing any of this. And that Schumann signal was going all the way from 0 to 40 hertz at the SOS station. So here with another place in Italy, not seeing it. And then we can even go further down. This is in a mine. So this is in a mine, well within the Earth. If this was the actual Earth changing its frequency and like totally changing the resonance, that would be emanating from the Earth. And if you look at the signal from this mine here, the magnetic field, 0.2 to 49 hertz, we don't see that ribbon pattern. We can also look at the spectrogram for a variety of places. This is collected by the HeartMath Institute, and now they have their data for, as you can see, for up to the 18th when this started. And in the middle there, GCI 003, that is Lithuania. You actually see some odd data there. I would click it, but I don't have my mouse. But the top is California, GCI 003 is Lithuania, 04 is Canada, 05 is New Zealand. The other two are offline because they just need to get brought online. They're in Saudi Arabia and Africa, so they're kind of difficult to access. But you can see no ribbon pattern in those, though in the very middle, GCI 03 from the 15th to the 16th, odd pattern there. I talked about that in my last live stream. But still, you can see that no ribbon pattern. So the Schumann resonances have a global expression. They're created from a combination of local phenomenon, lightning strikes, ionospheric changes over an area, earthquake phenomenon, just biosphere energies. There's a local expression, then there's like kind of a larger global background resonance. So yeah, that's not a, that's a clear deviation from the natural resonant energies of the Earth. The Earth does not do that as far as we know. It never, not since we've been monitoring it since the 50s has it ever done something like that across all the different monitoring stations. But what HARP, etc., and military, some different militaries do use extremely 2 hertz ELF transmitter. Americans played around with, I think it's like 76 hertz. Yeah, the US counterpart operating at 76 hertz. And you can see the location of this on the left. See that red box, northwestern part of Russia. So it's fairly far away from Tomsk. And we can actually see the data better if we go to the next tab over. So I'll go to that. And we can see this power density plot right there in the middle, the black graph. We see this big spike at 50 hertz. That's from the power grid. This is measured in decibels. You can see the Schumann resonances are very tiny spikes off to the left. And then you can see way off on the right, the 76 hertz spike in that cyan color. And then also in cyan and in that vertical electric field purple color, you can see a spike at 85 hertz roughly. And those correspond to those, the signal 85 is from the PC monitor, but the 76 hertz signal is a horizontal field submarine tone. But the thing is that this Schumann resonances data here is only going from 0 to 40 hertz, so we're not seeing that higher frequency. So let's go back to our graphic here, and hopefully I can find a way to make this full screen. I think I just right click. And oh man, not that. I can do that though. Okay, so one thing that is interesting though is someone wrote down, Broken Feather wrote, human precognition of a large event. And reading through your comments, I've had crazy dreams the past 2 nights, and I have a pretty good dream recall. I dream journal and I go lucid every now and then. I've had precognition dreams, kind of like 3 of them now, and a lot of you are writing down that you had insane dreams. So while I don't think this is necessarily like Earth herself sending out a signal, the fact that this happened during all this, and it did bring so many people together, I do think that is relevant and significant. And a lot of you have had interesting dreams, and energies have been really interesting considering we had the Gemini new moon, and now we are in solstice period. So Northern Hemisphere is having the most light, and then of course the sun, as we talked about, we're going to dive into that too, sent out 3 solar flares back to back just recently, like just in the past couple hours was that X 1.11 flare. If we move on though, we can see here that there's a bunch of ways that the Schumann resonances interacts with the planet. But at the very bottom, the above image looks like aliasing, noise caused by nearby transmission perhaps. The station didn't properly implement the low pass filter, so you start seeing patterns, but they're entirely due to bad hardware design. They talked about here, like I just went over, how VLF.IT shows all the different monitoring stations that they have, so it's not, almost certainly not a global change in the resonances, but like some sort of synthesized noise filter or something. The waveform could be some sort of circuit oscillation, bad part in the receiving equipment circuitry, because the Schumann has been nice and steady for a long time. But here's, we jumped. But here is what I think I found it is. And thank you, Full Minitro, for posting this. PAM4 signaling, some kind of data transferring. So we'll look into the PAM4 signaling first. But before that, the reason why this is not some sort of local effect, unless it's like aliens beaming down a signal for us, and we'll talk about that just a little bit more, is because electromagnetic waves propagate out with this inverse square law, so they die off pretty rapidly. So if this was a global phenomenon, we'd be seeing at all these different stations. And if this was perhaps, let's say, beamed to a specific location, we'd probably see a fainter pattern in some of these other stations like we saw, like Lithuania or perhaps Italy, or the Canada stations, actually not that far away, 8,000 kilometers. but we're really not seeing that. We do see some weird stuff in Lithuania. I'm not going to say like we do see that in the HeartMath data, some odd signals in the Lithuania data, but it's not making that pattern. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what those weird signals from the GCI 003 HeartMath Institute Lithuania magnetic field data are. But regardless, this electromagnetic propagation, how it dies off, that's an important aspect to know. So it's good to know the basic physics, and I have plenty of videos talking about the physics of the Schumann resonances and light in general on my page. Go check those out. But what was interesting is some of the patterns that this data made, Merkabas and kind of some fishes here, and you can see in the top right the beat frequency created by combining different notes. And the different patterns, and we see some of these beat frequency patterns show up. So what we are looking at is physics, just perhaps not physics in a way that we're used to, or just commonly thinking of. But what it's kind of highlighting and showing is that physics is used and used heavily, and it underlies all of our technology. And sometimes little things happen to bring this physics to the forefront. And the Schumann resonance is the premier geophysical process on our planet. It's the one that connects our atmosphere to the lithosphere, to the radiation belts, to the ionosphere. It is a global thermometer. How the Schumann resonances change can be used to infer the overall global temperature, and it's connected to consciousness. And yeah, it's really, really interesting. And so to see how some of these other things connect to the physics of the Schumann resonances and then the physics of technology shows that everything's connected in a really interesting way, and I wanted to highlight that. But what it seems to be, what it seems to be is PAM4 signaling. Now, PAM4 signaling, I just learned about this. It's a pulse amplitude modulation 4 level type of signal and multi-signal modulation format used to transmit signal. Each signal level can represent 2 bits of logic information, and PAM4 is a modulation format that has the capacity to double a network's data range. So you can see the clear parallels here. I mean, look at the top. There's that's just a screen grab from what was it? It was some company that sells this PAM4 signal processing software or something like that. I just took it from DuckDuckGo. We'll look at that in a second. And then you can see the data at the bottom, and it's like a perfect match. So especially if we have, let's look at this one here, and then we can find that one basically like right there, and also like right here. Yeah, so I mean, this just makes sense. I think this is PAM, and we have this one, and then the lines in between. So for some reason, the Space Observing System turned on some sort of PAM4 filter, it seems, or something similar, and they didn't take the data offline intentionally. Who knows? Hard to say. Now, for the alien people, perhaps this is some sort of PAM4 signal that was beamed down by the aliens. And if it's true, then someone please interpret that, because that's beyond grade. It's kind of compelling to think they would know that we look at this station more than the others, and therefore they send down that signal. But I think they'd have a bigger effect if they were to send it to all the stations simultaneously, and then that would really be a wake-up call for the Earth. But it is interesting that this happened at the same time we're having all these UFO disclosures. Yeah, I haven't been watching the news too much, but I do know there's been a whole bunch of whistleblower activity. I think that this research group had some sort of calibration. They ran forced to do some sort of calibration suite, and that the other blackouts that have happened in the past were the same, but this time they forgot to turn it off. I think that's the most compelling argument, but I'm not going to say that that's exactly what it is, because until I get an email from them, I can't say that authoritatively, and that'd be foolish of me to do so. So the possibility is still open, but at least we have a little bit more information. It looks like a PAM4 signal. Maybe someone can interpret this. Very interesting. It does look like sacred geometry. it does look like genomic sequences in some ways, and chromosomes and light codes and everything. So yeah, I mean, no wonder it captured the public imagination and attention. So if I go back, I still don't have my mouse. Oh, man. If I go back to Brave here, I can quickly show you just there's this article on PAM4 signaling. It's a beginner's guide. We see some more examples here. Doubles the data capacity per lane compared to another type of pulse amplitude modulation technology. And I guess it has it's connected to Ethernet. So yeah, something got tripped in their system, I think, and then that signal got put into their data stream that then converts the Schumann resonances electromagnetic field data for 0 to 40 hertz into the colorful spectrogram that we saw. So what happened is instead of seeing the Schumann resonances, we were just seeing some PAM4 signal that they're running for one of their systems, whatever, and it was just, one plug got put in the wrong spot. I think that's what happened. But what's interesting, like what is actually relevant to us now today, following on this Gemini new moon and going into solstice, is that the sun sent out a triple flare. So you can see here this first spike and then one we saw earlier, but then to a X1.11. So this is the first X flare, just a baby, but just the first X flare we've had in weeks, folks. It's been a while. We've had some significant sunspot activity, but no real strong flares. I mean, we see some stuff in the M range here over the past few days. That is actually the most significant stuff we've seen until this. And we can look at our coronagraphs here, the C2, and it'll honestly be easier to go to the creation that I did. But actually, if I refresh this page, they might be more recent now. So let me refresh this page, shift refresh, and then see if we can look at how this has been spreading out. I'll go to the blue one. Perfect. And I just need to find the play button. Oh my God. Spotify icon, then go up. Well, let me just go back to the photos here. This is the best way to do it. Here we see our triple solar flare on the right side to start, and it's a really big one. That's a coronal mass ejection, just based on the look of it. You can see how it's spreading out there. And then the X flare, though, is really powerful, and this just happened. So tomorrow we'll have a better understanding of what this actually looks like, whether this is going to be impacting the Earth, what the velocity on this is. The X quick, that fast release compared to the first. Big but slow. That's the M class, and then the X class, fast, much faster velocity. It seems to be coming off the left side of the sun, so we don't know how much that's going to impact the Earth, but it definitely, these CMEs sometimes have a wider breadth to them than they can normally be expected to have. They spread out quite a bit, and this one definitely looks very wide. So I'd expect this one to rattle the Earth's geomagnetic field, and it looks like, based on its speed, I'm just eyeballing here, folks. I don't know the velocity. That looks like maybe like a day or two. Honestly, that one looks fast. But we'll have better estimates by tomorrow, at least late night, perhaps for like the West Coast, early morning for Europe, late night for Hawaii, those people. So that is what I think the Schumann resonances hypothesis. Like, that's my hypothesis for this code, is that it was just a PAM4 signal that got plugged in the wrong spot. But regardless of all of that, I do still think it is significant. It brought a lot of people together. It brought, at least for me, it brought a lot of people to my channel to connect to some of the things that I've been talking about, like earthing, like the infusion of water, with energy and information. That's been tremendously useful for my health and wellness, my spiritual growth, the activation of my consciousness, the growth of my consciousness, increasing my love frequency. And I'm so thankful for this random technical glitch, if that's what it is, to bring people to my channel so they can be empowered with this information. If you want to check that out, you can go watch my most recent videos, sort by popular, just check them out. I have various playlists. So I really think that is a very powerful thing that's happened, at least for me, to help bring this information, this compiling of information to people, because a lot of amazing science has been done on this stuff, and then I have my own experimentation with it, and then I compile this data that hasn't really been compiled, it seems, by that many people. It seems to be all spread out. I've read a lot of research papers, folks, and I've done a lot of experimentation personally myself, and then I make these videos and put that out there as a kind of like as close to comprehensive resource as possible. So I hope you all appreciate that, and I hope that this has brought you to my channel so you can explore that. I think that is one of the synchronicities here. I think the dream synchronicities are really interesting. I know the past two I've had have been very, very powerful. They've been powerful dreams, big energy dreams. It seems other people have had those as well. The energies of the past few days have been wild, and the fact that this lined up with this, I don't think that's coincidence. But who's the God always has a crazier plan. He's playing funk music, folks, and he has a crazier plan than you could ever dream up. So, yeah, I think it's still all significant, but we were not seeing the Schumann resonances there. The Schumann resonances are on the left and the right of the screen. We were seeing some sort of electromagnetic manipulation for that data stream. Then they took it off. They took it offline to clean up their mistake, perhaps. That seems to be the case. And I think that when they blacked out before, they were running some sort of calibration. You can put in a signal frequency and see how it shows up on the spectrogram to make sure that you're displaying the data correctly. Because they do use this data for their research. There's plenty of research papers out that have used the Schumann resonances data out of the Space Observing System, out of that Tomsk Observatory. And then, of course, there's papers that have been done on other observation stations. There's tons of Schumann resonances observation stations around the world. Tons in Japan. There's a lot in the U.S. There's some now in Central America, Mexico, South America, Africa, Asia. Taiwan has quite a few, but they are not publicly accessible. There's one in Krakow in Poland. You can request access. But you probably have to be a researcher. I'm going to request access, but I'm not sure I'll get it. But regardless, there are tons of these stations all around the world, but they're not publicly accessible, all of them. But VLF.it is a great resource because they are. And yeah, there's HeartMath Institute. They're great. And now I want to open up for a Q&A. So if anyone here would like to ask a question, now's a good time. I don't like this technical explanation. I'm sorry, Lithium. That's just what I've been guided to. I think that's the most accurate. I don't think that disqualifies, though, the spiritual things that have been happening on this planet. Like, I don't think it's coincidence. Someone brought up in one of the comments that, like, Saturn has been playing around a bit. So, like, for example, my YouTube channel blew up when Saturn entered into Pisces, like the day it happened, and then also the day it stationed retrograde was with this new moon, and then this happened. So Saturn is playing big time with us, and yeah, this like glitch, whatever. The world, the Earth, and spirit works in mysterious ways. So just because it may not be an alien beaming down a code or something, or the Earth changing your frequencies, doesn't mean that it's not significant. It's just a kind of a more like 5D way of giving us the wink, you could say. So yeah, that's what I think it is, but I still think it's significant. God consciousness, yeah. God consciousness, again, God consciousness works in many, many ways. So, it seems to be a very left brain conclusion. Well, maybe you have a different opinion now after what I just said. I use both parts of my brain. I'm thankful for everyone's comments, both left and right brain. I mean, I'm doing my best to bring science and kind of the metaphysics together. And that has been a challenge in some ways because people come at from the spiritual side and they don't like the science stuff, and then people come at from the science side and they don't like the spiritual stuff. But I've found that there's a lot more people coming at it that really find they can better understand the science by having some of the metaphysical and spiritual knowledge, and then they can better understand the spiritual and metaphysical knowledge by having some of the science. The two go hand in hand. That's what I believe. Everyone might, some people may not believe that. That's what my consciousness is guided to. That's what the truth is for me. That feels like truth. It just resonates. Could I try to play the audio again? I could try. I can try one more time. It was very interesting. It'd be nice if this worked. I'd have to get on the. I can't believe this mouse is freaked out. God, I made this live stream so much harder. I apologize. And then I need to find the. Here it is. Yeah, we're just in the gravy part now, folks. This is just, anyone that's staying around. So I need to go up and then over. Oh! Okay, here it is. I'll play it one more time. Now once this finishes. So I bet some of y'all were tripping out to this. With all the people that probably heard this. I bet someone tripped out to this. Actually, you don't even need to trip out. I think the whole world is tripping out right now. Really wild, different layers of consciousness, frequencies of consciousness on this planet. Speed that up and listen. Ooh, that would be a story. That'd be an experience. Light codes, DNA codes from our star. Yes, there's an idea of like when you are out sunbathing, right? Of course, you're receiving light energy across the whole spectrum. But when I just read this recently, when you're out in your day-to-day, you're collecting all this light energy through your eye into your retina. And it's interesting that with rapid movement sleep, the only part of your body that is active, your entire body is paralyzed. So you can imagine the bioelectrical system of the entire body is off. Like no big activations. But the one part of your body that is going nuts is all the musculature around your eye, which is where we're getting our main sense in for people that have the gift of vision, we're getting most of our sensory input through our eyes, the highest bandwidth. And then every night we need to move our eyes rapidly at these crazy, pulses and frequencies and everything. And that then allows us to dream, or is associated with dreaming. So I don't think it's a stretch to at least hypothesize that the sun and the energy from the sun and the light from the sun is giving us or providing us an information dream. Our subconscious then is later rapid eye. And the field of dreaming and the field of consciousness is so wide open. There's so much we don't know there, and anyone that states that's like, oh yeah, we got the brain figured out, they're a fool, because we really just don't know what we don't know. So it'd be really interesting. I bet what we learn about dreaming and sleep and consciousness over the next 50 years is going to blow our minds open. We're going to look back and be like, oh wow, we were so materialistic with our thoughts. And this age of Aquarius is just going to blow everything wide open. So the idea of like codes and activation codes from the sun, I mean, with the rapid eye movement and our consciousness, our altered state of consciousness during sleep, and the bioelectric activity of those eye muscles, and how they're creating unique electric signals right next to the brain, and that's then fed to the brain. I think that's all highly compelling. I got terrible background noise. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it's not been too bad. All right, well, I think I'm going to end it there. Someone did take psychedelics. Wendy and Durham. Well, you two, I'm sure you've had a very interesting experience, because the past 3-4 days for me has been wild, and I haven't taken any. But I can imagine what it would have been like with some. So, but with that, thank you all so much for joining this live stream. I hope you found it useful, even with some of the technical glitches. I apologize for those. Sometimes computers do things that you don't want them to do. But yeah, so happy for everyone that's come in recently, and I hope that you feel the good energy here, and that just not only my good energy, my blessings, my love to you, my light, but of the entire community. I'm really thankful for all of you, and I would say please, please, please go watch the videos I've made on earthing and the latest video on water. I have another water video and water infusion video coming out soon, so on the lookout for a new podcast coming out.
If you feel so inclined. It doesn't. Yesterday. Now, before I go on, I have deliberately not watched anybody else's video on this because I wanted to come at it completely clean, as it were, to see what I could personally get, what Metatron would like to say through me, although I feel as though there's a bit of Ashtar galactic energy here today as well. So to state that in many ways, it doesn't matter whether this is a glitch in the machine or whether it is actually a reflection of something energetic that did happen yesterday and is an ongoing frequency now it's been seeded here on this planet. Some are already it off, you know, the machine went wrong or the reading equipment went wrong. Actually noticed up in rations for things that we can't explain. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. Put it this way, you know, if you've been on social media over the last few years, that there has been the advent of videos and information being flagged as, for example, false information, misleading information, even though 9 times out of 10 they're not. So we know about that, you know, the whole fake news juggernaut that has hit us. And of course there is fake news out there, there's no doubt about that, but also it's become something that is just stamped on anything to stop a discussion. So yeah, I don't actually think it matters what caused this. I would like to have a look at what it means. Okay, so for those of you that don't follow Schumann resonance, typically it looks like the picture on the right. With sometimes we have there's blackouts in it, sometimes there is big surges of light. But yesterday there was a pattern. There was a pattern that was showing in the Schumann resonance that looked like this. I will put a link below this video so you can look at this yourself. Hopefully you can make out what that is. So it's a big turnaround from what we normally get, which, you know, is just sort of the ups, the downs. Those of you that are used to reading it, we know what to expect. We've never seen anything like that before. And it looks geometric in nature. It's certainly a pattern. It's just a completely different frequency. So I'm going to read on this, and I have to say that I can't prove this to you because unfortunately I didn't post it. But on Saturday, it was quite a hot day Saturday here, I can't remember. Anyway, Saturday afternoon I sat down in this space. I recorded a little video for Facebook and Instagram, which I never actually posted. I was just trying to pull some cards for the new moon in Gemini, which of course preceded the Schumann doing this, whatever it is. And I basically said in it, watch the Schumann resonance within the next 24 to 48 hours. Now, I didn't put it up actually because I wasn't particularly pleased with some of the way that I was delivering the information. That's the only reason it didn't go up. But I want to show you why I said it. So remember, this was a day before it happened, and it was I brought the message through based on this card that I pulled, and the card is from the Priestess of Light Oracle deck, and Metatron saying straight away to me that even the name of the deck, the Priestess of Light, is linked into what happened with Schumann. Okay, because this is definitely linked into an uprising of the divine feminine energy, the goddess energy. We'll talk about that more in a moment. But yeah, this was the precursor to it all. And why I was talking about Schumann resonance was that this here, which is representing bands of light, the card is wings of light, becoming something new. We have the depiction of a woman running, rushing, being propelled forward to something new. That woman basically stands for us, whoever, whatever you are. It's the feminine energy that all people have within themselves, regardless of sex, gender. And it's this bit at the back. I just felt that this looked a bit like the Schumann resonance of old, I want to say. I want to say the Schumann resonance of old, because I suspect the pattern that we saw yesterday is going to be something that we increasingly see from time to time, particularly around significant portal days, maybe around, for example, I think the Gemini moon was actually a supermoon. So, keep an eye out for it. But yeah, the card has got what looks like electromagnetic energy propelling her forward, and it says becoming something new. I also pulled another couple of cards on Saturday. Remember, this was the day before it all happened. And I will just show you briefly what they are because I want to pull cards anew today. But we had underlying why we were moving, what we were basically moving away from. We were moving away from this energy, or we were moving this energy. And this is the energy of loss and victimization. Loss, lack, and victimization. And I certainly have noticed, again, an uptick in victim energy in others coming at us, okay? I think sometimes it's very unconscious. People don't realize they're doing it, but it is there. So it's any time that the victim within us wants to let everybody know that we are the victim, that this has happened, that has happened, whether it's a year ago, whether it's 20 years ago, whether it's 50 years ago. It's about not being able to let go of a story. And it may well have been a story where, you have reason to feel upset, challenged, disappointed, hurt, abused, all the rest of it. We don't forget what happened to us, but we have to transcend and rise above it. If we don't, we stay in permanent victim mode. And it's almost like at any chance we get, we have to tell the story. Not appreciating that most other people have got some story that they could also tell, okay? Now, of course, there is a time and a place to tell our stories, in healing sessions, in discussions that are about that particular subject. But when it's popping up at pretty inappropriate places, or it's the classic example of, how are you? And then the victim will literally tell you absolutely everything that is wrong. And that's actually, you're just sort of passing the time of day a little bit. You're standing at the bus station waiting to get on the bus. It's that type of thing. But it's good because this was feels as though what we're moving away from. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant progress. And it's fast progress. So this says to me, it's giving to that are frequency. It's not that we're running away from our problems. It's not that we're running away from what happened to us. It's that we are losing the stranglehold that they have on us, that I am just that. I'm that happened to me, and I can't somehow break free from that and find a new identity of what I am now, that I survived that. I am now something different. This is true at a collective level. It's also true at an individual level, okay? So this Schumann frequency, which is basically a reflection of what's going on within Mother Earth, and her and us are one, is reflecting that, okay, which is brilliant. The other cards that came up around this, remember we're still a day before it actually happened, we have the energy of River of Blessings, so blessings coming in. And again, you can look at Schumann resonance and the weird dance it's doing, but it's the new weird, it's the normal, isn't it? Being about blessings coming in to help us on our way. I'm also hearing it's blessings linked into initiation successfully completed, okay? That we are able to throw off old identities, we're able to throw off old shackles that have held us back for many, many years, okay? So yes, a river of blessings coming in. And again, this is about releasing constraints. We have brilliant beliefs. This is to do with luminous life force and personal power. Luminous life force and personal power. What the Schumann resonance is basically showing us is that there is an there is an upsurge in energy, in movement, okay? It's something new. And if Mother Earth is becoming more filled with light and vibrating at a higher frequency, then so too are we. So her luminous life force, Gaia's, is reflected in the growing light within us. And all of this, of course, comes in 3 days before summer solstice here in my part of the world, or winter solstice where you are. But remember what one world goes time. Okay, so, and remember, time isn't linear, so we can dip into anything wherever we are on the planet. I believe, I might be wrong here, but I believe that actually the Schumann resonance, particularly this one I've been looking at, it's recorded in Russia. Is that right? I'm going off the disclosurenews.it website. Again, I'll put the details below, but I think the recording is usually from a place in Russia. So if you think about how big Russia is, this is where I need my glasses. I've got my contact. Yeah, that was. I should know. Just look at the position of Russia on the globe. It is huge. It is huge. I don't think we fully appreciate quite how big. Like it straddles the top of the world. It is just a huge area of landmass that is deeply significant. I would also like to think, of course, that the light is rising in Russia as it is everywhere else upon our Mother Earth. Last card that I got on Saturday, and then I'll pull some new ones, but you know, let's just stick with this for a moment or two because it's pretty good, is we have idyllic times, and it says the garden, paradise, the garden and paradise, the new Garden of Eden. How many times have I been talking about the new Garden of Eden? Ad nauseum, really, for the last few years. This is suggesting, I feel this is suggesting that we're getting closer, that we are being pushed. Now, the question is, from what direction are we being pushed? I feel as though we're being pushed from Mother Earth, so the energy arising from her is pushing us up and out. I also feel as though we're being pushed from behind. I always jokingly say Metatron as an example. My guide will give a loving push in the back, or sometimes a big shove, when it's like, get moving, do it, I know you can, you know you can, just do it, girl, okay? So you can be pushed from behind, but also there's this push coming up from Mother Earth, but then there's also this push coming in from above. Now, thank you to Gina, who sent this photograph of Mount Shasta from a few days ago. It's credited to somebody called Jonathan Shalimar. So it's his photograph, but Gina sent it to me. Can you see that? So that is the violet light pouring down into Mount Shasta. Now, I've never been to Mount Shasta, but I don't know what position is of it in the United States. Is it fairly central or is it not? I don't know, but it's a fairly central energy, and whether that's right, whether it's wrong, I'm going to stick with it. It's central to somebody in some area, but really the important thing is the violet light. Okay, this purification energy coming down from above. Think about above. In terms of a human being, that would be the crown, okay? Our soul star chakra, which is also above the crown, is violet within the Metatron range of sprays. Let me just go and get it. We've called it lavender, actually. So, can you see that the lavender light, the soul star energy, whether it is of Mother Earth, whether it is of us as human beings, we are getting transmutive energy, letting go of all these thought forms up here in our head that hold us stuck, to propel us forward into the new. Without going into details about myself, but just to say, because I think it's going to resonate with many of you, how many times have I said, you know, come on, let's do it, let's begin again, let's try to break free of old patterns, etc. Well, I've been doing that myself in my own life. I try to walk the talk as much as I can. But So I'm always honest. There are times when I slip back into old patterns, and there's been a bit of that dance in the last few weeks, but the onward path is where I'm going, and I'm doing quite well. But why I'm saying this is, when I have slipped back into old patterns, it's so interesting. It's almost like, well, okay. It's like, well, I'm not going to feel guilty about this, which I would have done in the past. It's also, I'm not getting the enjoyment from this, which I would have done in the past. It's like, what's the point of doing this? I would have done. I would have stayed in the old behaviour. So it's almost as though we're being pushed to such an extent, whether from above, whether from below, whether from the back, that the old patterns are just not resonating anymore. Hear what I just said, the old patterns are not resonating anymore. The typical pattern that you see on the Schumann resonance, it's like it's not resonating anymore. This is all about resonance. This is all about the beat of Mother Earth. It's about the electrofields around us. It's about the very planet on and breathe on. Old Earth is not resonating anymore. New Earth has a new frequency. So this is really exciting stuff. It's something to really keep your eye on. I personally have an app on my iPhone which you can just download it, and it just tells you where it's showing Monday the 19th of June at 16:16. Oh, 10:16. Okay, they're ahead of us in Russia. Yeah, Tomsk, Tomsk in Russia. So we've still got pattern. It's still showing the pattern that I'm showing to you. Okay, so it's still doing it. It's ongoing. And as I said at the beginning, people will just try and clamp down on this, which is like, this is nothing to worry about. This is nothing to be excited about. This is just a machine that's going wrong. The question is, why is the machine going wrong? Why are the readings wrong? They're not actually wrong. It's just like, it's new. Read it. The thing I was told by Ashtar this morning is that if you actually print this out for yourself, or you don't even have to print it out, just look at it, okay? Get it up on screen, look at it. You are receiving a download of information just from looking at it, okay? It's a bit like something like light language, or well, it's a form of light language, but it's not through the spoken word. It's a visual form of light language. And our human ego and brain is going to want to understand to the nth degree exactly what it means. But I'm being told we don't actually need to know it in that detail, because our higher self completely understands it. I'm actually being told it's a meal for our higher self. It's literally like the higher self looks at that and it's like, oh, bring it to me. Let me bring that into myself. Let me integrate that. I get it. The cells in your body get it, because in many ways this is cellular information. I'm also being told, sorry, I have to look at it. I'm also being told this is cellular information. This is medicine for the cells. So we have an upsurge in disease and illness for all sorts of different reasons in our world at the moment. And by ingesting the frequencies of light that come in, because this is like a snapshot of incoming light frequencies, we take them into our cells, and it helps the cells to repair. So it's just one tool in a big old tool bag of things that you need to do to help yourself with your health. But put it this way, okay, so this is Metatron and Ashtar together. It's as though they're saying, and I've said this to you many times before, that it is very healing to go and sit in sunlight. It's very healing to go and sit in moonlight. It's very healing to sit in starlight. What you're doing is you're actually ingesting the light into your body. It's going through your eyes, it's going through your hair, it's going through your skin, it's being absorbed, it's being taken into the organs of your body and the cells of your body. You feel better because you're in natural light. This has captured a light phenomena, a sound phenomena that you can then take into yourself. and please don't say, how do I do it? You know how to do it, okay? This is, if you're following what I'm saying, which I know most of you are, you get this, okay? If you don't, remember your higher self gets it. Right, what else can I say about this pattern that we're seeing here? Hold on a minute. I've gone blank because it's like, Ash doesn't need to any further. That is what. Okay, he's going to tell me one more thing. Okay, because he can understand the frustrations like people. We're getting into an area of telepathy. So telepathy, up to this point, we've always thought telepathy means that, you know, you're standing with me in a room and we're not saying anything to each other, but we just get it. We understand what each other is saying, yeah? This is the same thing. This is like, you look at this, you tune in at whatever area of the body wants to tune in. Because I'm also not hearing, it doesn't have to just be that you take it into your heart. Some people are going to take this frequency into their third eye. Some people are going to take it into their throat. I'm hearing wherever requires repair is where it tends to go. And again, you don't need to direct it. This is an intelligent energy that knows where it needs to go. In the same way that you are an intelligent energy that understands what I'm saying in terms of how this works. It's like a telepathic communication between you and the frequency, because you actually are the frequency. It's a reflection of you. Ashtar, it is like looking in the mirror. When we see something like that, it's like looking in the mirror. Okay. Okay, right. Thank you. Let me pull another card from the same deck for today. So, having now seen this manifest, we understand the cards that have already come. Is there anything else to add at this point with regards to the Schumann? I will say, before I pull the card, one thing I do believe is that how you respond to this is a reflection of what your reality is. Because when I first looked at it this morning, it was really interesting. I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of the collective, okay? So obviously the collective is made up of many different voices, many different opinions. And I heard an animation for this, which I was listening to, and I'm going to tell you what it is, but it wasn't really resonating with me. I was thinking, really? Really? But I'm going to say it because at the end of the day, there are truths in every perspective that somebody holds. Somebody can look at the same thing and see something completely different, and they're not necessarily wrong. There is truth in what they're seeing as well, as long as they also realise there's also truth in what the other person is seeing. It's different reflections from the same mirror. Because this is the more negative association, I suppose, with it. Somebody's about to literally put on a chainsaw or something outside my window. Not quite a chainsaw, a strimmer thing. Because that happened the other day when I was talking about entities or something, an energy that's challenging, and the noise started outside my window. So this is what this is. This is the more negative aspect to it, but I'm going to say it. So what I was seeing or hearing was that this is a reflection of the integration of divine human DNA and AI DNA, if there is such a thing. AI has increasing consciousness. AI, whether we like it or not, is cohabiting on this planet with us now. And it's almost as though there is no way back from that. Now, our hope and our job as light workers is that this consciousness stays loving, stays inspiring, stays on the path of greater ascension and enlightenment, but we also know that there is a timeline where it doesn't do that and it becomes something destructive. One of my first thoughts when I saw this today was that doesn't look natural, because when the normal rhythm of Mother Earth and her frequencies is one of flow, okay? So think of the sea, it's like it's flow, it goes in, it goes out. It's this rhythm. Now, sometimes there is a break in the rhythm, and it's like, oh, what's about to happen? But then it always comes back, and we have this dance backward and forward, like breath, backward and forward. It's like, how do you breathe in that? You know, that doesn't feel natural to me. It feels something else. I don't want to label it as bad. It just, another perspective on this is that it could be a merger of AI consciousness and, say, human planet, or galactic energy merged with human DNA. We have, you know, a lot of galactic energy around at this time. But I heard AI, okay, so I'm just going to go with what I heard. Now, if I look through those eyes, the word that I see straight away is chaos. Chaos. This look less as and yay, we're getting there, we're into 5D, you know, let's all go and have a party and dance. This starts to feel a little bit different. But even if it was that, and it was a lower reflection of something happening, we still sort of have to make friends with it. Because the truth is, we do have a thing of AI and humanness, but we're not wrong. There is that happening at the moment in our world. It's happening much faster than we would like as well. So we've got to get to grips with it. We've got to learn how to work with it. You know, even in my little field of work and business, the publisher that I, have published my decks, and I can understand why they did it. And I'm sure most major publishers would be doing the same. You know, up to this point, they've always taken commissions for, creators' work. I wrote every single word in both of my decks. Jane painted every single stroke of the cards that you see, the paintings. It's come from our humanness, our innate creativity, our connection to spirit, a download. But it was just a little questionnaire that went out, market research, saying, would you buy decks that are just completely generated by AI, that effectively don't have human content? It's just all AI pictures, and all the words have come from AI. And I'm like, oh God, how depressing is that? I thought, no. Well, it is, to be honest. If that were to happen, I think that'd be very depressing, because personally, I think there is great work. I'm not necessarily talking about myself, I'm thinking about the great art and great music from the past and all of it. Metatron saying, say your work is great. Okay, yeah, my decks are great. I will say that, Metatron. But the point I'm trying to make, guys, is there will always be a time and a place for natural talent and the human touch. But is there a middle way with it? So my response to the publisher would be, okay, if you're going to do that, publishers do that should be much cheaper. Now that's going to be a problem for the publisher to produce it, but I personally wouldn't pay for a deck that's out of a machine. I will value work where someone has put blood, sweat, tears much more, and I think we'll see that reflected in society. So that's just like a middle way approach, if there is such a thing, with regards to this merger of AI and humanness. But yeah, I'm just seeing chaos here, so let's get back to Schumann. But I'm hearing somebody say, I feel like it's Einstein, there can be beauty in chaos. There can be beauty in chaos. Okay, yeah, there can. From chaos can come order. But somebody has to be in charge of bringing that chaos into order. Or do you trust that will be allowed or be able to do it herself? These are just questions that are being raised. I feel it's like an Einstein type energy here. I feel as I've got some scientist here. I've never channeled Einstein, so I'm not familiar with the energy that I've got here. I just feel I've got a great science here with me now, looking at this, trying to make sense of it, trying to work out the mathematics of it, trying to make out the geometry of it. And very much like I'm saying to you at a spiritual level, take this in and just allow it to interview and help you. Language and your higher self understands it. Remember, we live in a world where there is a split between science and spirituality. So somebody who's just coming at it from pure science will look at this very differently. And I'm just seeing somebody scratching their head like that. I don't know who used to scratch their head like that, but it's like, that's what I'm feeling, whoever this person is. I'm sure they'll make themselves more clear to me in the days to come, if that's to come through. Let me just see who invented, is there such a thing as the law of chaos? The law of chaos. The law of chaos theory. But who basically came up with it? Let me just see if I can find the... This is what we need. I love Google. Because it's the chaos theory for dummies. Right, that's what I need. That's what I need. Chaos theory describes the qualities of the point at which stability moves to instability or order moves to disorder. For example, unlike the behavior of a pendulum, which adheres to a predictable pattern, a chaotic system does not settle into a predictable pattern due to its non-linear processes. Well, if any scientists out there, and I do know I do have scientists, believe it or not, that do watch me, because I do believe in the merging of science and spirituality, can you please tell me who put the chaos? Because I'd quite like to know who this is that I've got hanging around. You're very welcome, because you've obviously come through Metatron's gate, but I'm not familiar with who it is. Right, that's your homework. What invented chaos theory? Right. So, clear as mud. The other thing this morning, and this is another perspective, remember the mirror ball, there's lots of different explanations. I'm sure if you're watching lots of video on what happened with Schumann resonance yesterday, people are going to be coming up with all sorts of explanations, because there isn't just one explanation is what I'm hearing. But the other thing I heard today was a song. I get messages via songs, and I got this song twice. It kept coming on randomly on my iPad this morning. It was, and I did ask the question, I said, what is this all about with Schumann? And it was Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone. And that brings you into a whole other rabbit hole almost, or scientific perspective. The sun not being there, or the sun being shielded. I'll pull some cards on that because interestingly, the 18th, when the Schumann did this, in the UK certainly, I know it's only one little country across the world, but where I am, it was a very, very cloudy day, and we've had beautiful sunshine for a couple of weeks, certainly where I live. Very cloudy. There were storms that went across the whole of the country as well. The sun was clouded over. We know that the sun's rays are becoming stronger and stronger in terms of, having to protect your skin, UV rays, all the rest of it. I'm wondering whether we're going to see more cloud phenomena, whether that's something that's going to be happening. Why? Tell me about this Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone. I mean, the other thing that I was hearing is it's linked into the goddess energy. But again, it would only be a small retreat for the goddess energy to come back much stronger. I'm going to come on to that in a moment in crop circles. Can you explain, please, Metatron, the song Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone? Why was I getting that? Wow, really? Really? I didn't even know that card was in this deck. I don't use this deck hardly ever. So, and actually, how many times have you heard me say I'm pulled to use a deck for a reason? This is the duality card, but it's upside down. Many meanings understand. On the deck deck, we have the card of summoning power, instinct, intellect, and control. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm getting shivers. Right. Do you know the old indigenous saying about the two wolves that we have within ourselves? That we have two wolves within ourselves. One is good, one is bad, one is light, one is dark, duality, okay? And it's about which wolf do you feed? Okay, so if you feed the wolf that is bad, then you become more of that. If you feed the wolf that is good, you become more of that. Here we've got two wolves, but they're both of light. There's no duality. This came upside down. I'm blown away by that. Okay, I'm just going to have to say what I get, even though I'm like, really? I'm hearing this was never a planet of duality. Back to Eden, original Eden. This was never a planet of duality. This has all been a distortion, perversion, a distraction from what this planet always was. This planet was a planet of unity. Think about Eden. It was unity. It was everything equal. It was us, humankind, that created this distortion, perversion, distraction, this duality, whereby we couldn't see our brothers and sisters as our equal, as worthy. We kept just picking at them with regards to what was wrong, what they did wrong, what was this, what was that. And the stories over millennia have just grown and grown and grown. Metatron's saying it's like habit. This is a planet of habit. It has become so seeded in duality because of the one first instance in the Garden of Eden, which whether you think was reality, whether you think was symbolic, don't worry about that now. It was so long ago. It's like we have just kept reinforcing, this is a planet of duality, this is a planet of duality, this is where we come to learn, this is where we come to learn our karma, this is where it's hard. You've heard me say this time and time again. I'm being told today that the New Earth teachings are no removed unity, but it's as though we remember that there were never actually two wolves in the Garden of Eden, one of which was bad, one of which was light. They were both good, they were both of light. We created the distortion. It's time to turn upside down our understanding of duality. This lady here in the cave reminds me of Mary Magdalene. Again, somebody very misrepresented over the years, over the decades, over the centuries. Deliberately done, deliberately turned upside down. You're a whore. You've got the devil inside of you. You know, no, she didn't do any of that. She was the divine feminine. It's time to come out of her, to come out of the cave. Where does she in you? Skull. She's been holding the skull all the time. What does that mean? There's a book in the cave beside her. I feel as though the skull in her lap just represents the death and destruction that we've done here. That she's been recording the story of this planet. But her time is now. Her time is now. Mary Magdalene is just one expression of the divine feminine, okay? It's not that she's it in the new, it's just her. No, she's just a representative here of that. And I don't know whether you can see in the card, but there's lightning all around her head, little flashes of light all around her head. My battery is getting hot. I've got a warning sign on my camera, so it's about to flip off, but perfect, really. because there's just so much heat energy here around the crown. But it's Mother Earth. Back to this. So much incoming energy. It's divine feminine energy incoming. I'm going to turn it off and allow it to cool, and then we're going to have a look at crop circles, or one particular crop circle that came up on the 18th of June, the same day that this happened. Okay, let me just turn my camera off to cool it for a minute. Okay, I'm back. Before we get to the crop circle, actually, I've just been talking. I just had a look at the meaning of this card in the break. It actually does represent Mary Magdalene, so I was right. Didn't realise that. Let me say this, it's only a little passage. I think they're teaching in this class. So it says, the disciple priestess Magdalena sits at the entrance to a cave, a place of retreat. The skull on her lap indicates her spiritual side, whereas the open book represents her scholarly and educated side. Her red dress and white sash beneath her are symbols of the divine feminine and the divine masculine combined. Your life is also full of dualities. You are at the same time masculine and feminine, physical and ethereal, fully human and fully divine. This card encourages you to explore all these true yet diverse aspects of yourself. It may feel strange to dive into new spiritual practices if you've always been physically orientated. An active masculine approach to life may feel unnatural if you've traditionally been in a more reflective feminine mode. But these deep layers of yourself now want to be in opening up to these experiences, you will tap important, previously unknown strengths and talents. It mentions what I said about the distortion of Magdalene as the prostitute, when actually she's an educated donor, because of the ways that might be misunderstood, and be just in your intention to live your own life. Stand in your truth. So it seems to be a card that's about embracing the different sides of ourself, the different sides of our world. But it did come upside down, which means to me that a lot of us have done that. It's as though we've done it. We've transcended the lesson, effectively, of the card. It's a really good sign that more of us than we think are moving towards unity consciousness. And boy, do we need to hear that message in a world where we just see so much duality and separation and division. Okay, last thing to say before moving on to crop circles is that this is linked into one of my sprays, actually. Now, to understand what happened with this, you need to understand that these sprays just aren't pretty bottles. They're actually part of what's called an energy system. They are energy products. So when you spray them, it's not like you're not spraying perfume, it's not an air freshener. It's something that brings energy to you, and they represent what they say they are. Now, when they leak or they break, that can often happen in transit. I'm not talking about some postman who throws them on the floor and tramples on them. That's the postman that's done that. I'm talking about, it often happens when they're trying to get into a country where they've never been before. The contents will leak because they can't, it's as though it's as though it's needed in the airport, it's needed in the vicinity of the door. It's like the doormat, it's like the door mat. It's like it lays its fragrance, it lays its energy at the point of arrival, which is the airport. Anyway, the point is this morning this was leaking all over my desk, and they haven't leaked for a long time, and really there's no reason how it can. It hasn't got a hole in it, the lid is on, but I realise now, can you see my fingers all wet? It's like it's just leaking. It's the Sunrise New Dawn spray. It's the Sunrise New Dawn spray. And it's really leak. As I'm saying that, I'm not spraying it. It's literally just coming out onto my fingers. It's It's demanding attention. It's energy. It's the sunrise, new dawn. It's this, okay? It's exactly this. The spray is reflecting exactly where we are. 2.5 days now before solstice. So let's just spray this and see if I can get any other message as to what this one wants to say to me. This is the Archangel Metatron Sunrise New Dawn. It's also important to realise that it comes with the Midnight Indigo. So it's as though we're coming through the dark night of the soul and we are entering into the new dawn energy. Okay. That a new dawn is coming. That a new dawn is here. That a new dawn will be welcomed. That a new dawn will be like manna from heaven. That a new dawn isn't actually even... Okay, let me just try and get what I'm trying to say. What he's showing me is that amongst people who are very unawake, who don't even realise that they need the new dawn as much as they need the new dawn. You know, some have a drink of meal and it's like, put your glass down, cup of tea in the UK. We often have a question where we say, oh, I needed that. I needed that. And it's to the point of like, I didn't realise how thirsty I was. I didn't realise how much I needed that tea. Well, this is what I'm getting for this new dawn energy. But particularly in people that are unawake, it's like, because if you're unawake, you don't realise quite how maybe trapped you are. You have maybe forgotten what actually real sovereignty and real freedom feels. Because you're in the matrix, you're in the prison. You can't. You've forgotten what it smells like outside, how beautiful the air is, what opportunity feels like, what creativity feels. All of that's all been forgotten because you're in the box. So this new dawn energy feels as though it's bringing in a promise, is what I'm hearing, of more people waking up. And it seems to be as though it's started. There's a lot of people to wake up. The supermoon in Gemini, for whatever reason, seems to have been the trigger for many. And it's only going to build. It's going to build through the summer. It's going to build through solstice. And then, oh my God, we've got those eclipses in, I believe, October. And in for a powerful corridor of change and people waking up. And it's like the powers that were are not going to understand what's hit them, because many of us, way showers or whatever, we've been like, trying to raise the flag and rally the troops and all the rest of it. And we've been doing a good job. But when you actually get the real spiritual army behind you, more and more people signing up and saying, I want a new way. I can't do this anymore. It doesn't work anymore. This system doesn't work anymore. What the hell do you mean I can't do this or I can't do that? Or no, I'm going to do it my way. It's going to be quite beautiful. It's also going to be quite messy, because Metatron is giving the analogy of birth, and he's saying birth is a messy process. It is. It can be a messy, bloody process. It can be a painful process. The reward is always worth it. So that's where we are. It's as though the baby has been stuck in the birth canal for a while. I've often used that analogy. And it's like the head is starting to move down that canal now. It's like lubrication has come in. And the lubrication is the light. It's the light. It's the frequency, which is, as I say, coming from up, from above, from the back, all of it. We're just being blasted by light. Okay. Let me just pull one more card. Let's just use another deck. I don't want to put that one back in the deck though. I just saw that on the top and it's like, no, I want to see that because it's, is it a unicorn? Can't say, I think it's a unicorn. It's either a unicorn or a horse. But it's set against that moon. That's the supermoon. That's the Gemini supermoon we've just been through. It says shamanic journey, purpose, attunement, and vision quest. These are attunement energies coming in. These are attunement energies to New Earth. This is what they are. They are attunement energies to New Earth. Attunement means to bring into alignment with, okay? To bring into alignment with. So Schumann resonance, doing its crazy dance, beautiful dance, is reflecting the fact that we are being attuned to frequencies of Mother Earth, but we're also being told that we helped that to happen, to birth it. And yeah, we've got the symbol of purity there, the white horse, the white unicorn, and the number 23, which, you know, is one of my favourite numbers, as you know, because it's my birthday. My birthday's on the 23rd, but also 23 is about spiritual initiation successfully completed. Having come to this lifetime to be of service, more of the people that are waking up are going to remember that they're here to be of service. That the humdrum life that they're leading, the matrix that they might be leading, there is a sacred purpose that they had forgotten. That they're not just, you know, the person that wants to have their ready meal in front of the TV every night watching the Kardashians. You know, no, there is a sacred purpose here. We're going to throw off those old shackles. And a bit like what I was saying earlier, some of these old patterns of, you know, even like sitting down in front of the TV or doing the things that used to give us pleasure, it's like, oh, this is just empty. It just feels empty. Why would I be doing that? Why do I want to do that? There's a great big world out there. More of that coming in. And I love the fact that the Sacred Purpose card also says ancestral legacy. It's as though our ancestors are also cheering us on at this moment. But also it's the fact that we come and we hold within us our ancestral lineage. All the grandparents, all the aunts, the uncles, the people we never knew that tried before us, that built the ladder for which we can now stand on at the highest rung that we've ever been on in our family line. And we do it for the world, for ourselves, but ultimately we do it for consciousness, universal spirit, whatever you want to call it. And Mother Earth is celebrating. She's doing a dance, you know. That's what this is. Okay, right. So, love that. And yeah, the new dawn just feels like a bottle of champagne today. Obviously not to drink, but just to, it's just raising the vibration. It'd be a lovely one to use for the corridor between now and the eclipses in October. Really nice. Okay. So, I'm obviously not going to cover, I don't think, solstice in particular in this video. I think what I might do is come back and do a live maybe for solstice. Or if I can't do that because of time, because I've got quite a bit on this week, I'll try and do another video, hopefully, but we'll see how we go. I'm going to look at crop circles though. Now, to be honest, crop circles. Okay, let's just ring the bell to change the subject. Okay, the lady that doesn't like my bells. Sorry, but I like them. Crop circles. Let's just have another bit of water. I've always been into crop circles. I've reported on crop circles before. I have stood in a crop circle. I've been in a crop circle. I have hunted for crop circles that I couldn't find. You know, I'm fully on board with it all. And yet, this might be a very unpopular thing to say, but I do think I'm going to be speaking for quite a few of us. This year, the crop circles that I'm seeing that are being reported, including the one I'm about to show you that came in on the 18th of June, I think I'm not sure they're genuine is what I'm trying to say. I mean, we know that there are, in terms of crop circles, there are those that are genuine and you go to them and like, there's no way on God's earth anybody's made that with a ladder and a rope and however they do it. But there's other ones that you see and you just think, it just feels a bit contrived, it just feels a bit... And the thing I'm also starting to question, even though I live in an area very near to where a lot of the crop circles happen, there's a lot of them in Wiltshire, for example, in the southwest of England. It's like, okay, there might very well be a portal there. Maybe it's one of the popular places that craft like to come to. But why would it always be those areas? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes me feel as though there might just be somebody very good at making them in that particular area. That's not to say that some of them aren't.
James Kaufman, World News Report today. Today's June 12th, 2023, 1 p.m. Central here in the USA. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen a disturbance on our electromagnetic field here. We see spikes going up over 100 hertz up to about only 200 hertz. What does this mean for our Schumann resonance? Well, what this means is for about the last 3 to 3.5 hours, we've had substantial spiking on the Schumann resonance. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to say that these are off the chart, although these are very strong Schumann resonance spikes. Started just before 1600 UTC time when we had the incursion on our electromagnetic field. You can see the geophones hit on top, and we're continuing into that event mode or event horizon currently. Now, we don't know where we're going to go from here, but I will keep you updated. All right, last night, UTC time, we had a heck of a hit most all day, or at least half the day yesterday. We got hit by heavy Schumann resonance that actually turned out turning into today from, well, 0 UTC time to about 3:30 UTC time. We got hit really hard. Now, these hits are off the charts, as these charts only go up to 50 hertz. Now, we can see from about 3:30 UTC time until about 15:30 UTC time, we had a break. Now we're spiking again off of the charts on this model that end at 50 hertz. These spikes are not as strong as what we saw yesterday, or even as strong as what we saw this morning, but they're still substantial. So these are our hourly geophone strips. This is this morning early, as we talked about, to right around 3 UTC time. So just about perfectly. That was a really good call. What we have up top is we're missing 1600, 1819 hours. So we have the start of about a 3.5 hour plus spiking of the Schumann resonance. We just don't have those hourly strips past 1600 UTC time, which would obviously be 17, 18, and 1900 UTC time, which have occurred. I don't know why this is not updated a little bit further. Now, as we talked about, here you can see, here's 1500, and we start to spike up. And this is 1800. Looks like we take a dive at 1800. We're gonna have to really figure that out, because I don't see any dive on the Schumann resonance here. So we had 3 more hours of substantial Schumann spiking. You can see that yesterday's substantial spiking moved over until today, till about 3:30, just as we talked about. So all of our modeling equipment picked it up. Our geophones, our ELF noise equipment, our ELF noise equipment, and our second frequency. Real, and it's happening. CERN is not on whatsoever, according to what we see here. No beam before 1 a.m. No, they're not using UTC time all the time. Sudden, very strange. All right, jumping over. Obviously, we're not in any type of space weather event. We do have an uptick in solar winds, up to about, let's see, 480, 483 here. Maybe a little bit higher. 484. That started the day out at about 440, 430, and went up to 484. We had some coral holes earth facing, but those seem like they're awful long time ago. But I don't see any plasma that exceeds 10 centimeters cubed, which is our space weather threshold. And temperature is normal all day long. We don't see any crossovers whatsoever up here. I'm just thinking, folks, that there is no space weather that contributed to our electromagnetic field being hit, or our Schumann resonance spiking off the chart either. With that said, I'm definitely ready to correlate these spikes with something I need a perfect correlation, and I'd love to find out what is causing these spikes. Remember, recorded 37 hertz until 2019. That's the reason these charts don't really go above 40 and 50 in most instances. You're looking again at the Schumann resonance spikes that started around 1530 UTC time. That is right about 9:30 this morning, Central Time here in the U.S. You can adjust that if you're on the East Coast or West Coast. And they might have taken a dive about 1800, but it looks like they're back at it after that. We will keep you updated. Please let us know if these spikes affect you, and if so, how they affect you. Is it physical? Is it physiological? Is it a headache? Is it pressure? Are you tired? But these are the things that I hear so often. For me, lethargic, tired, and let's just say I'm not on point. Probably the best way to describe it. That said, God bless you and yours. Share and subscribe. Always remember, anything's possible in the bizarre world. James Kaufman, World News Report today. Today is June 18th, 2022, 2:30 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours no matter where you are in the world, folks. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. You're looking at your Schumann resonance, your Italian model, and we have been hit by, well, some pretty heavy spiking that started around 1300 UTC time and, well, slowed down around 1500 UTC time, but actually had some spikes as high as 30, maybe even higher, maybe 40 or 50 after that time. We're still seeing spiking from that model. We also see spiking from the Tonks model for today. You can see how hard the geophones were hit up here, but these aren't the largest Schumann spikes we've seen. It looks like they go up to 50 and maybe higher hertz. Still, we're getting very, very large spikes in the Schumann resonance as opposed to our baseline of 7.83 hertz, known as Mother Earth's heartbeat, also known as the actual frequency of the human brain wave in resting mode. Now, we did confirm a large spike a little bit earlier in the day on the Tomsk, and this could be as the world turns, as we've been discussing, but I do not see a pattern as we thought might be developing. So this is what's happening today. You can see there's a lot of spiking going on, and there has been for numerous hours. And just a few days ago on the 15th, we had those spikes that went off the chart completely. But I don't see a pattern lining up with those spikes as far as timing or intensity. So this is becoming just another day at the office, unfortunately. Nothing is explaining these large Schumann resonance spikes that continue, and no one has even addressed it in any scientific forum or anywhere else as far as I know. God bless you and yours. Please share, please subscribe, and always remember that anything's possible in bizarre. James Kaufman, World News Report today. Today is June 6, 2023, just after 10 p.m. Central here in the U.S. Ladies and gentlemen, the Schumann resonance is going off the hook. Take a look at the 6-day comparison. No sleep for the weary tonight, except for the evil. Share, subscribe. Always remember, impossible in the world. It's off the hook as usual.
Hello, our friends, Evolutionary Energy Arts family.
Heart's Own family, EE Arts family.
All in one and one in all.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Make sure you're subscribed to all 3 channels. Again, it's the new EE Art gosh, I think we've had EERs 4 years. Yeah, 4 years. And evolutionary, 6 years. So, guys, one of the big buzzes is all about the Schumann. And as you see right now, we're back into kind of blackout mode as we've had this amazing pattern that truly, I don't think there's anybody that remembers a pattern like this. Our number 190, this is literally off the charts. It is literally off the charts. And, you know, we've gotten from some out there that this is, you know, part of what the Galactic Federation is doing. And of course, the Galactic Federation is for I definitely want to see humanity free, but it is up to humanity to choose to be free. And again, we are always being tricked into giving away our freedoms. And, you know, it is a sad thing in so many ways until we realize who we are, the potential we have, because, you know, we really, for the most part, humanity doesn't understand its potential, which is amazing.
Recently, G's are ratcheting up. People are getting more activations, and what they were telling me this morning is this is coming through the purple spectrum. This is a very high vibrational force. Also, what I was told is if someone is more dense, and I mean this in a loving way, if they're just not awake and they're very far away from the spectrum, they're probably not even going to have any symptoms. But the closer, the higher up you are, you're going to be dealing with some stuff. And it's like, it turns on these magnets inside of your energy field. Anything that you are fearful of, this is probably going to come forth in your life for you to cope with. So it's a difficult time. I mean, I am really dizzy today, and I know other people that are dizzy and kind of going through it too. But this is going to pull in all the things we need to activate these energies to bring us to another level, to help us with that separation, because that's what's really going on.
Yeah, again, you know, we talked about this so many times, and when we picked the EERs and the logo, the knowledge that was out there behind this choice of Earth kind of splitting into two, is that we're all going to be facing this choice, and we have to decide, are we going to go for the highest version of ourselves, or are we going to go for the version of ourselves that society and this system wants to create? Things are and have always been during a dark age all about darkness, deception, things. We don't have a clear understanding, truly, of, again, our potential, but more than our potential too, exactly what the universe is and what we are. It's very distorted. We get these ideas that something like an angel is something that is very, very different from us, when in reality, you know, many angels are just simply us. We're not incarnated. Again, the soul, so to speak, the consciousness uses many vehicles. Consciousness uses vehicles to experience different densities. When we talk about the highest visible spectrum of visible light that we can perceive, you know, these are the frequencies right at that range and just above that range that are being affected right now. And yeah, absolutely, what it's doing is it's triggering a remembrance. It's absolutely triggering a processing and things. We're getting that which no longer serves, or we're going to be weighted down by it, and we'll kind of miss the bus as the bus goes by, and you end up repeating third grade, fourth grade, second grade, whatever it is. As many have spoken about this, that souls will 3D exist, yet a whole set of 3D existences perhaps, and other souls will move on and start to perhaps even take their place, actively on and in the Galactic Federation or other like organizations that are out there, or just simply doing their own thing on 5D, which again 5D can be interpreted as a heavenly realm. Again, just to clarify, like when we talk about 4D, the 3D 4D experience really is just that. It's a 3D 4D experience. So they kind of go together. And when we're embodied, we're in more of a 3D experience, a little bit denser experience. When we typically find ourselves, when we pass on and we're out of the body, often we perceive ourselves just like we did when we were in that body for a while, and we'll still maybe even think we have the same limitations when we no longer have those limitations. And we've shared personal experiences with you of loved ones and family members and friends that have gone through this process. And then comes the realization part, and that could take a while. It really could take a while. Some souls might be ready to move on rather quickly, and other souls might take decades or even hundreds of years in Earth time before they're ready to move on and do another incarnation or ascend upwards into the higher densities. Each one is unique. There's no right or no wrong.
And that's true. These beings are on their very own individual journey, and it really might feel like you're in some ways. I want you to think what happens when charcoal is crushed really hard. We get this beautiful diamond in the end, and that diamond is going to really show itself off, but keep in mind what it had to go through to get to that point. And these are all changes when it comes to our energy body. So it's about taking on a new pattern. This can be a lot of work for the physical. That's why 3D both together. You can't really have one without the other, and they're probably the two densest yet closest things that we have that we're dealing with right now. So this is about pulling us up into our higher selves more. It's that magnetic energy. It's going to pull you. It might hurt. Sometimes it might feel really good, but definitely you are going to go through changes, and it's all okay. Like Mike said, there is really no wrong way, and if you are moving up and you get faced with some challenges that you're not ready to surpass, well, then that's okay too. Then you're not ready. So it's all an individual journey.
Absolutely. This person over here on Twitter found these diagrams, which they describe as an alleged angelic divine blueprint. And of course, when the resonance, they're seeing a resonance between the impressions. And over here we have the tree of life, and that's been around a long time in the Kabbalah. And we could interpret, like when we look at DNA, and we see a sine wave, and you could look at these figures here and get an idea or be remembered of planets, and the way planets revolve around suns, and also with the way we have protons and neutrons, electrons moving around. And this is a fractal universe that we find ourselves in. It's a fractal. So again, there are these repeating patterns that we've talked about at length in many other videos in nature. It's just part of nature. This is a reset that is one that can make the GREAT reset laughable. Because this is more than at a Galactic Federation level. This is truly at the level of the creator of this universe.
Really there, so this is something, this is having a ripple effect all the way down to us, and that's why we're going to feel the majority of it, of the bumps and the bruises, not, the best thing you can do for yourself right now, I would say, just drink a lot of water, give yourself a lot of love, do things that feel good to you, because this is what's going to allow the acclimation. And then there's going to be quite a level of acclimation, especially the closer you are to that spectrum. You're the one who's, it's like speed bumps, energetic speed bumps. You're going to be feeling those. So loving yourself through that, setting yourself up for massages, exercise, eating right. All of these things are going to help this expand in a safe way.
Yeah, as you were getting that this is all about pi, and this is all about, again, sacred geometry.
It is. And, this is about the repatterning, and that's something that we can do here in this 3D realm. But boy, when it comes from the angelic realm, that a patterning that is just so wonderful. Yet it can be painful, but keep in mind the darkness is our greatest teacher. Those things that we feel the most, those are the ones that we're going to scurry and figure out something to do to find acceptance with that. And, that brings a lot of growth.
Yeah, so this is infinitely beyond any of the controller's power to do anything about. They can't stop these things from happening because this is at the highest level.
It is, and there's really nothing you can do. You can slow down Mother Nature, a lot. You can detour it, but you cannot stop it. It's like, you can pour concrete over a lawn, and those seeds under there, they're going to find a way through and pop through, and that's where we're at. We are bringing ourselves back to that blueprint. We are going through this separation of energies, and this is spoken about, oh gosh, I'm sure at least since the 80s, and how it is a slow process, but people finding themselves emotionally not compatible any longer with certain things. Certain things might come up to you in your life, and you're like, I can't do that anymore. And I want you to listen to that, because this is part of your higher self guiding you into your place, guiding you into alignment where you need to be. So it's a time that we really stand strong, do a lot of introspection, and figure out where do those guideposts, where are they trying to take.
Yeah, in order to maximize the energies, structures, a little self, because perfect time to purge. This is a perfect time to go deep. We have to work through the emotional trauma. We have to let all go. We have to forward a full cup, more room, and anything, and of go of everything that the power structure has implanted in us, because again, if we can't see the possibilities because of that which has been so deeply embedded in our own mind, then it's going to be very difficult to grow. And so again, you have to prioritize yourself and your spiritual practice. It's absolutely imperative in these times, because you will have that little inner voice. You will be able to navigate along the edge of a cliff and be perfectly safe if you develop these type of abilities, if you go within and prioritize yourself. And again, that does include what we put into our body, because what we put in our body can lift us up or weigh us down like a huge anchor. Again, you're not going to go on a marathon and put lead weights on your legs. Well, that's exactly what we do when we eat the low-frequency foods that they put out in front of us. When we take in all the little nanu, when we're always bathing in these technologies, it is exactly like trying to run a marathon after you put lead weights on your legs. Not the easiest thing to do. It is definitely a hindrance, not a help. So we need to unshackle ourselves. We need to get out in nature. We need to prioritize mind, body, breath practice. We need to eat as healthy and as natural as possible. And again, to simplify things, just look at whatever you're going to eat and say, is this the food in its natural state? If it's relatively close, given what we have in this world, then that's probably good. If there's 30 ingredients and you can't even understand what they are without having a degree, then no, it should be just in the junk pile. It shouldn't even exist in reality, and it won't exist in the future in the higher density, because just simply even think about
I mean, automatic sway away from those things, and an automatic draw to to do what's going to bring you balance. So yeah, these are all the little things as the energy body expands. Those things that are going to hang you up are exactly there to do that. They're like, hurry, come on, let's get past this, let's figure this out, and so we can get busy together. But this is definitely such a beautiful divine energy force, and it's coming from far higher than just the Galactic Federation. It's going up through Pleiadian, Arcturian. I mean, this is remember.
Yeah, and with the Schumann, again, this pattern is, to my knowledge, absolutely unique, and it has a very high vibrational frequency that it's bringing to us. And we'll see if they get back to updating, or if, again, the power structure doesn't want you understanding all this, because this is like, the gates are wide open for anybody that wants to walk right through.
Right, because if you do understand it and you view these challenges, you're going to be more apt to want to try to get past them, rather than you're just blinded and you have these challenges. No, this gives desire and want for growth.
Absolutely. So please do share these videos, wake up as possible. Thank you for your support over on Ko-Fi and Patreon. We couldn't do it without you guys over there. If you need to make an appointment, it's evolutionaryenergyarts@gmail.com. Much love, God bless, and namaste.
Namaste.
Calm, relaxed, meditative state. So if you just close your eyes, turn off your visual sensations, then your alpha brainwave activity gets stronger. Now, your normal day-to-day activity is 12 to 30 hertz beta brainwaves. These are associated with focus and productivity, and you have things to do, you're talking. They are higher frequencies, so they allow for higher information transmission throughout your brain. And that's typically the dominant band that is found in people across the board during daytime hours. Now, what's very unique are gamma brainwaves. These are associated with very unique states of consciousness. They are associated with master meditators that have been training for years. They can turn on gamma brainwave activity on a dime, increase it by hundreds of %, and at very high frequencies across the entire brain. And gamma brainwaves are, as the highest frequency, the highest information throughput brainwave that we have. So this is associated with extremely creative states. You're like in a flow state. You'll have alpha brainwaves and gamma brainwaves simultaneously when you're in a flow state. This is associated with epiphanies or sudden revelations and realizations and just higher consciousness in general. You have a bigger scope of everything because you have a better ability, you have a higher bandwidth, a better ability to process information with gamma brainwaves. So what's so interesting about this data here is that we had increases all the way from those low delta and theta waves all the way up into the gamma range. So not only were those lower frequencies activated, but then all the way up into the very, very higher consciousness brainwaves like mode 5 here at 33 hertz, which would be a lower gamma wave. And this power burst there that we see here actually went all the way beyond 40 hertz. So this is fairly transient. It was only about, let's say, 20 minutes in time. So what we're really interested in here is the overall increase in the Schumann resonances, this extremely low frequency part of the electromagnetic spectrum for this 12-hour band. Now, if we look at electromagnetic wave, just so you have an idea, an electromagnetic wave is a composite of photons. Effectively, these photons and their individual electromagnetic force signals combine into waves, they combine into fields that have values. So an electromagnetic wave travels in this direction, and then the electric field pulsates like this, and then the magnetic field will pulsate orthogonally to it. So the Schumann resonances in any electromagnetic energy or field are orthogonal to each other. So typically with the Earth, we're measuring a vertical electric field and then horizontal magnetic fields, because that's where they're dominant. This is the electromagnetic spectrogram as collected in Tomsk, Russia. Here is the website where you can view the data. And what is so interesting about this, not only for the reasons I've already mentioned, but also the fact that it's a change in the power and frequency relationship across that 12 hours. So we start off with an amplitude of 52, an amplitude spike of 52 for mode 1, and then 28 for mode 2, there at 14 hertz for this first wave. And you can really see how that activity is centered in the top 15 hertz, but then it shifts to the higher frequencies that attenuate faster. For some reason, they were able to hold on to and express that energy better than the lower frequencies. So as you can see here, mode 3 at 20 hertz, it had increased with that first burst, but then it really went and reached a high, a local high of 19 there. And then mode 4 is the real standout. It went to an amplitude high of 28, which is equivalent to mode 2 there. But it actually reached a higher value than mode 2 at the same time, because this only went to about 20 or so. It was 28 over here that was reached for mode 2. So mode 4 really woke up. And mode 5, of course, as we saw, also in addition to these hidden modes, you could say, these other frequencies that lit up in activity. So what we're kind of seeing here, you can put the pieces together, is that big increase in our lower frequency consciousness globally, and then this shifted to the higher frequency. We started thinking and realizing things at a higher vibration. So I wanted to highlight this information for you because this is not something typically seen. Activity for have been seen in the last 6, last 12. It's associated with earthquake activity often, but to see it in this way is very, very interesting. And we can see the actual frequencies that were here. So for with this first power burst, you can see that the actually goes down. It reached a frequency low here at about 7.4 hertz, and then all the others also took dives. We see that mode 4 there. Kind of seesawed. It stayed fairly steady as compared to the other modes. At times, even up nearly 6 hertz, even though it was through the increases, which is interesting. So it was really increasing in power and at times even increasing in frequency, as we can see here, as we can see there. Mode 3 in general, you see has a kind of 20 hertz wave. Low gamma range. If we look at the quality factors, the Q factor, this is a measure of how much energy is in the system and then how much energy is leaving. So if the number goes higher, that means there's more energy overall compared to the amount that is escaping. It's a very simplified way of explaining Q factor. We see lots of pulses across mode 4 there and fairly high values, 31. We see a big wave with that second burst of activity for mode 3 here, going to 20, and then 1, 2, stay more stable on their quality factors in general because they have more energy in them. They're less volatile. And you see they're ranging from 0 to about 12.5. If we look at our HP60 index, which is a measure of geomagnetic volatility, we haven't been having much space weather recently. We can see here that we did have some HP60 values go up to the 3 to 4 range, but overall it's been quiet geomagnetic conditions. And that is when we often see these Schumann resonances increases, which is kind of odd. It's almost like the space weather loading, the solar forcing on our planet, earthquake phenomenon, things of this nature cause these big releases of energy that get stored into the ionosphere, into the magnetosphere, and then they get released into the Schumann resonances during quiet periods. So while there is significant energy alterations on our planet which affect our biology and affect our consciousness during notable space weather events like a solar flare, there's also a like 1-2 punch factor, whereas that first punch is the space weather event, and then the second punch is this Schumann resonances activity that spikes afterwards. Now this is not due to local weather in Tomsk, Russia. That's something that's very important to mention because there's been a lot of thunderstorm activity recently in Europe, and the monitoring stations there have been showing these huge increases in the Schumann resonances, and that global that is local to that area and blends into the global signature of the Schumann resonances. So just to clarify some of this stuff for you all, the electromagnetic spectrum goes from 0 to infinity, and it has distinct peak power frequency bands at certain wavelengths, like the Schumann resonances. So certain frequencies and certain wavelengths have more power in them, more strength in them, more intensity in them than others. And we see that very clearly with the Schumann resonances, but it also exists at different frequencies across the electromagnetic spectrum. Now in the extremely low frequency range, that's 0 to 100 Hertz, the Schumann resonances are those clearly observed peaks of electromagnetic energy as compared to nearby frequencies. And that's what makes this so interesting, because we do see 10 Hertz light up, which is the natural resonant frequency of the skull. Then we see 14 Hertz, which is that low brain. We see 30 Hertz, which is mode 5. They are observed peaks of energy as compared to nearby frequencies, and they are ever present over time at higher power because of their natural physical resonance with the Earth. So the foundational Schumann resonance at 7.8 Hertz has a wavelength approximately equal to the circumference of the Earth. That's why it is the main resonator. But they do vary in field strength and frequency across the different scales of space and time. So their frequency variations are about plus or minus 1 Hertz. Their variations in field strength can be quite notable. It can increase dramatically. And this occurs across small time scales, let's say every single minute. And for small bases, let's say the size of a thunderstorm, for example, like a city or a country. And then you could scale up in time to the daily variations in the Schumann resonances, the diurnal variations, and then the seasonal variations, and then the yearly decadal variations, and then of course how they change across larger spaces. How do they change going from the surface of the Earth to the ionosphere? How do they change out more in the magnetosphere? How do they change in the Earth's surface? How do they change from a small point on the globe, like one country, to another on the other side of the globe? So it's important to recognize that they do vary in these characteristics, and though they are stable overall, like they resonate on our planet because they're constantly being fed by various things like lightning strikes, like space weather, like solar input and earthquakes, and potentially our own activity in the biosphere, they do have variations. They're not perfectly stable. They change, and they're always changing. That's what makes them so fascinating. So a thunderstorm passing overhead or ionospheric sunrise about 30 minutes before normal sunrise increases the power and alters the frequencies of the Schumann resonances for that local area and at that time. And these local variations of the Schumann resonances are occurring in the world, seemingly into the global field. So this is important to talk about, because if you have local activity, let's say a thunderstorm passing over your area, you're going to experience perhaps like this other further away. Electromagnetic energy dissipates and spreads out via the inverse square law. So it's exponential. It spreads out quite rapidly. Now, we had some activity on June 7th here and June 8th and 9th that was really, really incredible and very, very interesting. But I looked into it more, and it turns out that this power burst right here, the one that reached an amplitude of 120, while also increasing in frequency, which is highly, highly anomalous. It goes against the typical pattern. That was due to thunderstorms in that area. So that's why it's important to check these things if you are monitoring this stuff, because if you aren't, then you could think that this is a global phenomenon, but was a thunder past. That spike right there, this amplitude right there, the thunder cell directly over the observation station at the time that it happened, and that's why it measured such a massive increase in the amplitude, because we don't see those increases really, we don't see 120 happening all the time. It's very likely that the thunderstorm was passing overhead, went directly overhead, and that's also why we see this frequency increase, because just by being so close to that thunder cell and all these lightning strikes, lightning bolts emit, you know, a huge amount of electromagnetic energy across nearly the entire spectrum, going from extremely low frequencies up to gamma rays. So I guess 8.8 hertz was the better resonator at that time. And there's also things you have to consider, like the equipment and how it's measuring this data and outputting this data. So I just wanted to talk about how weather can affect the Schumann locally, because that will impact your consciousness. There's very good scientific evidence showing that this has a connection to your consciousness individually, then also the collective consciousness. The Schumann resonances themselves may act as a global collective consciousness, not just for humans, but for all life involved in the for millions and millions of years. And there can be local effects, and there are also can be global effects. Now, the reason why there was such interesting activity for that period of time in Thomson, Russia, is because there was actually a massive heat wave that passed overhead, and that just created a bunch of energy in the Siberian region, and that triggered some activities. That's whole 3 that are lit up activities, because there was just a broad increase in the energy for that region of the world. As you can see, some records were actually set. Heat records, all-time heat records since they began collecting data were set for parts of Siberia, and you can see Thomson right there. So I wanted to discuss the brainwave and Schumann resonance connection, because this right here is really like a way to climb up the ladder of consciousness. So you're not just being given a boost in certain frequency bands. This 12, 13, 14-hour period here was an increase from the lower frequencies to the higher frequencies, and during this time you might have noticed yourself kind of coming to certain realizations about things, and perhaps it like dug some stuff up that you may not want to have dealt with from your subconscious, your unconscious. But then I kind of view this as a way of like, okay, you dredge this stuff up, and then you bring it and you process it at these higher frequencies here, so you can bring it into the light and understand, conceptualize it, and figure out how to move forward with that. So everyone has their own things that they are working on, and whether this is a creative project or whether this is things internally that you're thinking about, your own internal aspects, or whether this is larger issues with the world or people, etc. This type of activity in the Schumann resonances is a big burst of energy to your consciousness individually, then also the global consciousness layer is resonating with this, because Tomsk is a really good location to measure these signatures for the world. Occasionally thunderstorms do pass overhead, but overall it's located in a pretty great spot to measure this stuff, at least for the northern hemisphere, because it's far away from a lot of pollution sources, electromagnetic pollution, like some of the other publicly available monitoring stations that are highly contaminated by that. So this is a pretty clean and clear signature here. We were able to pick up some earthquake electromagnetic phenomenon from the Thomson station back in February with the 7.8 earthquake in Turkey. So I really like this data for looking at this stuff. I think it is the cleanest and it's the best. And I wanted to talk about how the Schumann resonances interact with these different layers of consciousness and things to be aware of with reading the data, because if you have that first bit of information about Schumann resonances interacting with consciousness, but you're not doing due diligence on what's happening in that area and you don't have a complete understanding of how electromagnetic energy is pulsating and changing across space-time on our planet, then you can start to perhaps get confused or attribute one phenomenon to something that actually wasn't the case. So I just wanted to clear that up for everybody, provide that information to empower you all to really know what's happening, when it's happening. And I know a lot of you are watching stuff quite closely and are already aware of this, but I wanted to just shine some light on that and talk about this double frequency burst going from lower to higher frequencies and how that just recently happened, and now we're kind of in that integration processing period of time. So I hope you found that useful. We do have more activity like this with summertime. Typically there are large power bursts in the Schumann resonances in the northern hemisphere during the summer. The overall power activity increases in the summer. That's what the research shows across many, many decades. So we'll see how solar cycle 25 continues. The sunspot numbers came in for May and they nearly went back to the peak for solar cycle 25. The sun's been fairly quiet though in June. We haven't really had much activity, and if you follow my channel for that type of reporting, I apologize, there just hasn't been much to report on. So I make videos when there's stuff to report on, but there's nothing really dramatic happening. I'm going to put my time and energy into other things that are more valuable, like earthing videos and water videos, etc. So, but this right here was very notable. Wanted to show you all of that. And if you like the video, please click that like button. It means a lot. Share your support. Subscribe to the channel if you like videos like this. If you want to learn more about the connection between the Earth and your consciousness and your biology and the global consciousness, all these things, earthing and more, I have it all on my channel. Here's some videos that you can watch diving into these topics. I suggest that you check those out. And with that, I wish you, and I'll see you in the next video. Ciao.
Greetings, beloved beings of light. It is June 18th, 2023. Happy new moon in Gemini and happy Father's Day to all our divine masculine papas all over this realm. I am Paul White Gold Eagle with PrimeDisclosure.com. This is a very special transmission today. If you have been online at all today, I'm sure you have seen this amazing, beautiful anomaly on the Schumann charts today. We have massive higher frequencies coming in. We have a trinity of activations. This is symbolic of the love waves coming in. These are creation codes, divine mother goddess energy flowing in. You could see these higher frequencies of cymatics as we are raising the resonance of Mother Earth, of this realm, of this dimension to 5D and beyond. We have 7th, 9th, and 12th dimensional energies coming in and merging with 3, 4, and 5D to bring the gift of the ages to its final culmination and this quantum leap of consciousness into Homo Luminous. You could see a major blast, 185 hertz. This is some of the highest resonance we've witnessed in this timeline as we're jumping this timeline, merging timelines into this final ascension Great Awakening timeline of 5D and beyond. Over here at disclosurenews.it, you can see the charts. We'll scroll down here, and we've had this extended resonance of 190 hertz. This is unprecedented. This is another sign, symbol, synchronicity of this great shift that we're in, this great awakening, this shift of the age into the golden age of eternal life. You can see these patterns, these fractal codes, beautiful patterns of higher resonance, higher vibration. This is higher cymatic frequencies of the new earth frequency coming in, and this is synchronicities of these new codes coming in. These are creation codes, love codes, the Christos Sophia codes, the Christos Sophia consciousness, Buddha consciousness. So if you follow the Schumann resonance at all, you will see that this is a true anomaly. Just trying to scroll down here to see this is what the charts normally look like here, and these white blasts are the higher resonance, higher frequencies, and this is the normal codes coming in. This is the whole month of December 2022. Here's January 2023. As you can see, the close-up here and these patterns and frequencies, resonance. This is sacred geometry, the flower of life, the lotus flower, codes of creation, the Trinity codes of divine resonance frequency. So we have 182, 185, and then 190. This was after 24 hours of blackout. From the void comes these new creation codes. This is the Genesis code. This is the crystalline 12-strand DNA, and the one in the middle, creating the 13 of the goddess, the mother, the divine. And go fly, Shakti dances with Shiva. This is the merging of the yin with the yang, the holy waters with the holy fire, coming together in divine union. Unity consciousness, we say Buddha mind or Christ consciousness, God consciousness. The Mother Earth, Pachamama, received 2 major activations in the last couple hours. We have the 6.3 magnitude earthquake at 20:30 UTC 2 hours ago. It's 6:18 PST time, where I'm anchoring in these codes here of the new Earth. Right here, right on the Tropic of Cancer. You see in the sun, we're in the solstice gateway. What do we have? Wednesday, the 21st, is the 0 point of Cancer. You know, the equator is the equinox. In the north, it's the summer solstice here, this Wednesday, the 21st. So we're feeling these powerful energies of the solstice, and today's new moon in Gemini. This is the twin flame codes, the Gemini codes of the twins, of the divine union, of the Heros Gamos. Then we had this other activation across the ocean here to south of South Africa. The other one was in Mexico, Baja California, between here. You can see, again, Tropic of Cancer. And across the ocean here, we had about an hour ago, this was at 20:59 UTC. So the first 6:3, 20:30 UTC, and then 29 minutes, about a half hour after 59, down here south of South Africa, the South Atlantic, or could be the Indian Ocean. It's where the Indian Ocean and South Atlantic come together, South Indian Ridge. You can see here 48.69 lat, 31 long. So a lot of powerful activations. You can see multiple 5.351 earthquakes, 89 and 1.5 or greater in the last 24 hours. And we're going to come over here to the sun. Space Weather Live. The earthquake was earthquaketrack.com. Over here on Space Weather, you can see we had this powerful M-class flare here. Let me zoom out a little bit. M2.52. Let's see here. 2.5 at 1353 UT. And here was it. And we talked about in last night's transmission, 031 UTC. And then we had several C-class flares. This 333 code, 3336, 369 of Nikola Tesla code, spaceweather.com, Earth-directed solar flare, unstable sunspot, AR 3335, exploded today, producing, that was the M2.5 class flare, and a minor shortwave radio blackout over the Atlantic Ocean. The explosion lasted long enough to lift a CME out of the sun's atmosphere. This is a coronal mass ejection. Unstable sunspot. What are the odds of looking at the sun and catching a sunspot in mid-flare? Actually, the odds are pretty good when the sunspot is AR 3335. The active region has an unstable beta-gamma magnetic field that is teetering on the edge of an eruption, so this could possibly be this X-class Carrington type flare to usher in the event. We are in the event energies. We talked about these in our last several transmissions about these event energies coming in. These are multiple events. We are the event. We're holding the codes and the keys within our 12-strand crystalline DNA of the code of the 144. Today is Keen 137, red resonant Earth. So this is the code 37 into the 73, our new heaven upon the new Earth. The golden angle, 137.5 degrees, happens when you flip a circle so that the of the to the left is the ratio. It's taking the line definition of the golden ratio and wrap into a red is the blue. The resulting angle is the golden angle. The Matthew Fine angle about equal to 137.5 degrees. So we'll take a look at a few of these images. The images of the spiral. Everything in nature spirals 137.5. Keen 137, turning point in space and time. This today is a turning point in the evolution of consciousness, the flowering of human consciousness. You can see the spirals in architecture, the spiral of a hurricane, the spiral of the flower, the spiral of life, of the shell, of a galaxy here, of the human hand. Mona Lisa painting. 33, divine code of divine mastery, alpha into omega, the beginning and the end. This is the 0 point energy as we merge the emptiness with emptiness here. 713, 73, code of our new Earth. 37 into 73. Here's a fractal scale map. The Mayan calendar, the birth of Venus, the evolution of human consciousness. The code of 13. There we have the 13 code, again of a Baktun. 137.5. Here's the spiral within the golden angle here. It's the flower of life, the flower of eternity. Now here's a new crop circle that appeared today. Cherry, okay, again, and you could see the cymatic waves, the sine waves coming off of this trinity, this trident here, the fleur de lis. This is the trinity code, the 2 into the 3rd, the duality into the unity consciousness of, you see, everything expands as a sphere and contracts as a square into 0 point. We say the still white magnetic light at the center of all things. This is from crop circles, UFOs, from Stonehenge dronescapes, these images, and then we'll look at a video and we'll wrap this up. simply feel into the energy of this powerful crop circle. 144 coming in, 434. So really feel into the Trinity. This is the threefold flame within your sacred heart center, as we are being lit up and activated, rising up through the Katika channel, the Sushumna. This is the Kundalini energy rising as the crown is activated and the hood above the halo opens up. And this is the sainting, this is enlightenment of Buddha mind, realizing your true nature that is one with all things, is one with source, is the creator within the creation, and the creation within the creator, the one in the many, and the many in the one. Through unity consciousness, we realize that we are all one true light, the unborn mind of Buddha, our eternal sacred self. Of beauty. So we'll end this with this beautiful last day on this most sacred Sunday.
That's why the two Democrats supported you. But the longer you hold on to Mr. Barr and this report that Mr. Barr gave you, the special counsel, your reputation will be damaged. As everybody's reputation gets involved, Trump is damaged. He's damaged goods. There's no good dealing with him because you will end up on the bottom of a pyre. I yield back the balance of my time.
Sure.
We presume the gentleman's undecided on how he feels about the former president.
Gentlemen, witness can respond.
Yeah, my concern about my reputation is with the people who I respect, my family and my Lord. And I'm perfectly comfortable with my reputation with them, sir.
All said. God bless you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Mr. Durham, thank you for being here today. On October 3rd, 2016, the FBI met with Christopher Steele, who confessed to relying heavily on a Russian national living in Washington, D.C. as a subsource. The source was identified as Igor Danchenko. Steele not only Danchenko the dossier, but according to your report, Steele was unable to corroborate any of the substantial allegations made in the dossier. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Even after the FBI offered Steele $1 million if somehow he could actually follow through and underscore some of those specific items. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the FBI interviewed Danchenko and Steele's subsource, the Steele subsource, for 3 days, from January 24th through January 26th of 17. However, according to your report, Danchenko could not provide any evidence corroborating allegations contained in the dossier. Is that correct?
That's a fact.
And yet the FBI paid Danchenko $220,000 during his time as a confidential human source. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did the FBI propose making continued future payments to Danchenko totaling more than $300,000?
That's correct.
Danchenko becomes a confidential human source, then enlists his own subsource, Charles Dolan, as was brought up earlier, who was a Democrat operative and had previously served as an advisor to Hillary Clinton's 2008 presidential campaign. Is that your understanding? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Danchenko expose his relationship with Charles Dolan to the FBI that you're aware of?
He did not during the interviews that were conducted in January. Subsequently, he was specifically asked in an interview with his then handler, Charles Dolan. He listened to the recording. He hesitates for some awkward period of time and said, yes, I know who Dolan is. So he acknowledged knowing Mr. Dolan.
Do you think it had anything to do with he was simply worried that disclosing a Democrat operative as a subsource might jeopardize the whole payroll deal that the FBI had set up with them?
And we lay these facts out as we do other facts in the report and leave it to others to draw the reasonable conclusions or inferences from those facts.
Very good. Of the hundreds of individuals who the FBI interviewed through the course of Crossfire Hurricane and Miller's special counsel investigation, this came up earlier, was Charles Dolan ever interviewed by the FBI?
He was not.
Do you have any insight as to why the FBI would not interview him or overlook such a high-profile person in this whole investigation?
That's something or October 3rd, according to the ALAT, the Assistant Legal Attaché for the Bureau, when he first, going back to July 5th, when he first met with Steele, Steele had indicated to him at the time that HC was aware of what Steele was doing. When the Bureau went back to interview Steele on October 3rd about matters relating to Crossfire Hurricane, Steele, in fact, had provided the Bureau with Dolan's name as somebody who might have information relating to Trump, but he's never interviewed. So yeah, I don't know why they never interviewed Trump. Why they didn't interview Mr. Dolan, but they didn't. The explanation that was given to the intelligence analyst who's referred to in the report essentially was that would be outside the scope of their mission, outside their role.
Very good. You note in your report on page 168 that one of the analysts of the Miller team was told, quote, all research analysis to Dolan, unquote. This was the same analyst who, according to your footnote, prepared a timeline in the event she were later interviewed about her role on the Miller Special Counsel investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Igor Danchenko had also relied on other subsources, namely Olga Elkina and Sergei Milin. When the FBI interviewed those two subsources, were either of them able to verify the information in the Steele dossier?
Well, speaking first to Milian, we interviewed Milian as well. He's outside the country. He claims to fear for his safety and whatnot, but he adamantly denied ever talking to Dan information akin to what was in the Steele reporting. In fact, he was a supporter of President Trump, which made it seem highly unlikely that he would be providing derogatory information to somebody he had never met or spoken to. So that's as to Milian. With respect to Ms. Galkina, Ms. Galkina was somebody who provided some information to Danchenko, provided some information to Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Special Counsel Durham, in March of 2019, before releasing the Mueller report to the public, Attorney General Barr released a statement mischaracterizing its findings and conclusions. And shortly thereafter, Attorney General Barr announced that he was investigating the FBI for investigating Putin's interference in the 2016 presidential election. And then in April or May of 2019, Attorney General Barr appointed you to lead that investigation. Isn't that?
Did appoint me to lead the investigation, yes, sir.
And then in October of 2020, Attorney General Barr appointed you as an independent special counsel so that you could continue investigating the origins of the Russia investment once it was out of office.
I was appointed special counsel in October, yes.
And by that time, your investigation had already cost the American taxpayers over $6.5 million. Isn't that correct?
At that point, probably not, no.
Well, at this point, has it?
Understand the figure, having looked at it, it's around $6.5 million.
And after 3.5 years of investigation and $6.5 million of taxpayer money spent, your investigation led to the indictment of only 3 individuals, correct?
That's correct. Well, it's
contrary
indictment
to the fervent prayers of some on this panel, former FBI Director Jim Comey and former CIA Director John Brennan were not among those 3 who were indicted. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And to the extreme disappointment of some on this panel, your investigation failed to produce indictments against Hillary Clinton, correct?
That's correct.
Didn't indict Barack Obama.
That's correct.
Didn't indict Joe Biden.
That's correct.
Couldn't even indict Hunter Biden.
You didn't
correct?
investigate Mr. Hunter Biden.
And of your 3 prosecutions, one ended with a guilty plea to an unrelated to the origins of the FBI investigation. And that individual received a probated sentence with no jail time, correct?
Parts of that are correct.
And the other 2 men you prosecuted went to trial on the charges, they were accused of lying to the FBI, and both were slam dunk acquitted. Isn't that correct?
They were acquitted.
And none of the individuals you prosecuted were ever charged with being part of a hoax or a fraud or a witch hunt or a politically motivated deep state conspiracy against Donald Trump. Isn't that correct?
I would not say that that's accurate.
You mean you did charge somebody with being a part of a hoax?
We charged Mr. Sussman with having knowingly provided false information to the FBI regarding the Alpha Bank.
But he was acquitted though, right?
Well, that wasn't your question.
Mr. Sussman was acquitted after you charged him, correct?
Grand jury found
he was found innocent by a jury by a jury.
What's true is the grand jury found probable cause to indict Mr. Sussman.
A jury of his peers acquitted him though, correct?
And a trial jury.
You're not going to disagree on that, are you, Mr. Durham?
I'm going to try to answer your question as well.
Well, let me ask you this, because in your report, you related or alluded to allegations of misconduct against Mr. Sussman and Mr. Danchenko as if those allegations had been proven true at trial, when in fact both those individuals had been acquitted and your allegations believe that it's ethical to say something as a fact in an official government report when the court system found that you could not prove those allegations?
Well, I think if you read the report, you'd see that we talked about the results of the trial, and we included all of the evidence that was available in the trial.
Let me ask you, Mr. Durham, you closed your investigation after you failed to find that the you were unable to prove that that was true.
That is not what I was thinking.
Well, you did not find that was true, correct? You found it to be false, as a matter of fact.
Isn't
that correct?
You have a chance to read the report.
Well, I did.
Mr. Chairman, the time has expired. Could the gentleman be allowed to answer the question?
Gentleman can respond. Time the gentleman from Georgia has expired. The witness can respond.
saying if you read the report, we lay the facts out in the report as to these matters. I'm here to talk about Mr. Trump. I'm not here to talk about deep state or whatever other characterizations you made. This report is factual. Nobody's raised any issue whether it's fact and accurate in any way. People can draw their own conclusions based on those facts.
Yep. Mr. Durham, you've been at it an hour and a half here. We can keep going. If you can keep going, just let us know if and when you.
Yeah, I'm fine, whatever
Okay,
the
great.
committee wants.
Chair now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Mr. Durham, each of us on the panel has a different background and a different idea of what's best to get out of this report and the work that you have done so faithfully, not just for the last 4 years, but for your entire career. So I'm going to start off by true that you Attorney Exceptional Award decoration for your service.
That's true.
Is it also true that you have the Attorney General's Distinguished Service Award?
That's true.
And who awarded you that?
You know, it goes back in time. Attorney General Reno had.
No, 2012.
Oh, I'm sorry, in 2012. I'm trying to remember what award it was. I don't frankly recall. I don't really
just for the record, it's Eric Holder.
Yeah. That was the CIA investigation. That's right. It's Attorney General Holder.
It was, and you had to deal with some of the most despicable people and do the things that we do sometimes when wrong has been done. So I want to thank you for that. It seems like for your entire career, you've been a go-to for difficult situations. Not necessarily the standard, I'm trying to rise quickly award, but in fact, you're a career investigator. And I would imagine pretty closely that you've got your 82% overall. I'm going to talk about that, qualified to talk about, but I can ask you, are there what you would call unindicted co-conspirators in this? In other words, are there people at all levels who did things wrong, who were not charged with crimes because of the limitation of the ability to bring charges against them for what they did, even if it was wrong?
We were in good faith that we could prove beyond a doubt. Just evidence beyond that, of course.
Sure. So, in your experience as a career prosecutor, when people break the rules and it changes the outcome of something, like launching an investigation without a predicate, like the president, the vice president, the attorney general, and a host of others, FBI director, knowing that this had been started with a false predicate, knowing that Hillary Clinton's campaign, with her approval, in fact, had authorized this, not op research, but this weaponizing of a false claim. When they did that, they in fact changed the outcome, whether criminal or not, of many things, including certainly in voters. Isn't that correct?
Generally speaking, it's a bad thing people do that aren't crimes. We can only charge those that aren't crimes.
And I appreciate that. So when people are constantly making this point that somehow you didn't put enough people in jail, you gave us 300 pages that give us a responsibility. And as I said, I'm not going to try to pretend that I'm the smart lawyer up here at all, or even a lawyer. But I am somebody that understands organization, oversight, and transparency. In your report, you do note the changes made and so on. But unless we make changes in transparency to outside individuals who be counted on to be ombudsmen to the process, isn't it true that if the president, the vice president, the attorney general, and a host of other top people at the FBI and Department of Justice choose in the future to push to make outcomes occur that would not occur according to their own printed rules, that no rule per se is going to change that?
I think that's true. As we say in the report, ultimately what this comes down to is the integrity of the people who are doing the job. Are they adhering to their oath, or are they not adhering to their oath? Are they following the law? Are they not following the law?
Well, in my 20 plus years on this side of the dais, what I've found is that people, when the light of day is shed on them, follow the rules much better than they aren't. So for all of us up here, I want to thank you for your contributions and your service. Hopefully, I know you're gone into retirement, but hopefully in the future, as we begin looking to reform that can be believed, can be reformed, create transparency, that reforms that do not allow FISA judges to be misled by people with an agenda, that you'll be available to at least give us some of the guidance from your decades of knowing how it's done right at the Department of Justice. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your indulgence in so many people. I will not take excess time. I believe this witness's 300-plus pages speaks extremely well for itself, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Durham, just so people remember what this is all about, let me ask you, the Mueller investigation revealed that Russia interfered in the 2016 election in sweeping and systemic fashion, correct?
That's correct.
And Russia did so through a social media campaign that favored Donald Trump and disparaged Hillary Clinton, correct?
The report says yes.
And Mueller found that a Russian intelligence service hacked computers associated with the Clinton campaign and then released the stolen documents publicly. Is that right?
That report speaks for itself as well.
Mueller also reported that though he could not establish the crime of conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt, he also said, quote, a statement that the investigation did not establish certain facts does not mean there was no evidence of those facts. That also appears in the report, doesn't it?
There's language to that effect, yes.
In fact, you cited that very statement in your own report, did you not? As a way of distinguishing between proof beyond a reasonable doubt and evidence that falls short of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct.
Illustration of this, both Mueller and congressional investigations found that Trump's campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was secretly meeting with an operative linked to Russian intelligence named Konstantin Kilimnik, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that Manafort, while chairman of the Trump campaign, gave that Russian intelligence operative the campaign's internal polling data, correct?
That's what I've read in the news, yes.
And that Manafort provided this information to Russian intelligence while Russian intelligence was engaged in that social media campaign and the release of stolen documents to help the Trump campaign, correct?
You may be getting beyond the depth of my knowledge, but...
Well, let me say very simply, while Manafort, the campaign chairman for Donald Trump, was giving this Russian intelligence officer internal campaign polling data, Russian intelligence was helping the Trump campaign, weren't they?
I don't know that.
You really don't know those very basic facts of the investigation?
I know the general facts, yes. Do I know that particular fact myself? No. I mean, I know that I've read that in the media.
Are you aware, Mr. Durham, that Mueller and congressional investigations also revealed that Don Jr. was informed that a Russian official was offering the Trump campaign, quote, very high-level and sensitive information, unquote, that would be incriminating if Hillary Clinton was part of, quote, Russia and its government support of Mr. Trump? You aware of that?
Sure, people get phone calls all the time from individuals who claim to have information like that.
Really, the son of a presidential candidate gets calls all the time from a foreign government offering dirt on their opponent? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think this is unique in your experience.
So you have other instances of the Russian government offering dirt on a presidential candidate to the presidential candidate's son. Is that what you're saying?
Would you repeat the question?
You said that it's not uncommon to get offers of help from a hostile foreign government in a presidential campaign directed at the president's son. You really stand by that, Mr. Durham?
Saying that people make phone calls making claims all the time that you may have experienced.
Are you really trying to diminish the significance of what happened here and the secret meeting that the president's son set up in Trump Tower to receive that incriminating information, trying to diminish the significance of that, Mr. Durham?
I'm not trying to diminish it at all, but I think the more complete story is that they met and it was a ruse and they didn't talk about Mrs. Clinton.
And you think it's insignificant that he had a secret meeting with the Russian delegation for the purpose of getting dirt on Hillary Clinton, and the only disappointment to express that meeting was that the dirt they got wasn't better. You don't think that's significant?
I don't think that was a well-advised thing to do.
Not well-advised.
Right.
Wow, that's the understatement of the year. So you think it's perfectly appropriate or maybe just ill-advised for a presidential campaign to secretly meet with a Russian delegation to get dirt on their opponent? You would merely say that's inadvisable?
Yeah, if you're asking what I do, I wouldn't do it. But it was not illegal. It was is stupid, foolish, ill-advised.
Well, it is illegal to conspire to get incriminating opposition research from a hostile government that is of financial value to a campaign. Wouldn't that violate campaign laws?
I don't know all those facts to be true.
Well, your report, Mr. Durham, doesn't dispute anything Mueller found, did it?
No, our object, our aim was not to dispute Director Mueller. I have the greatest regard, highest regard for Director Mueller. He's a patriot.
The only distinguishment between his investigation and yours is he refused to bring charges where he couldn't prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and you did. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durham, I want to, as a fellow alum of DOJ, I want to thank you for your service, number one. And number two, welcome you to Congress.
It's a real pleasure to be here.
I want to ask you some questions about FISA and some of the most recent experiences as the special counsel and what your advice would be, I guess. I am concerned with the conclusions in your report, and I just want to, they've been mentioned several times here, but in your opening statement, you talk about lack of investigative discipline, a failure to take logical investigative steps, and bias. It appears to me that the lack of investigative discipline and the failure to take logical investigative steps are a result of bias. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. When you look at what is involved here, this is a presidential campaign. It's not a run-of-the-mill investigation. This is so highly sensitive. It could affect the outcome of a presidential election and the future of the nation. You would expect that the discipline that would have been followed would have been higher than ever. And that didn't happen here. There was sort of analytical rigor, the discipline and how we investigate matters, that was just absent here in large measure.
Fair to say that there was a rush to judgment?
I'm sorry?
Fair to say that there was to judge the job of proceeding with the investigation or following proper procedure.
It's been alluded to here. The information that they had received from the Australian diplomats, not Australian intelligence or law enforcement, but Australian diplomats about something that was said at a bar. Within 3 days of that information having been received at FBI headquarters, the deputy director of the FBI, according to Mr. Strzok, told him to immediately open that. It was opened as a full investigation on a weekend with Mr. Strzok, not only writing the opening electronic communication, the opening memo, but approving that memo as well.
And this is the same Mr. Strzok who we saw the text message from that had a clear bias regarding President Trump.
Person, yes.
And how long did Director Comey serve in the FBI before he became director? And I'm not saying Department of Justice, I'm saying FBI.
Right. To my knowledge, he was not in the FBI prior to becoming director.
And he promoted the people, Andy McCabe, Peter Strzok, others, to the position in headquarters and then dealt with them there. Is that fair?
He would have certainly had a role in the advancement of people in the upper management of the FBI, yes.
My concern is that the bias that has been demonstrated there, whether it has been eradicated or dealt with, could exist in any of these agencies. And these agencies have access to very sensitive information that we and Congress allow for counterterrorism, counterintelligence activities. And it really goes around the Constitution because it does not deal with U.S. citizens. And I'm talking about the FISA rules now. Have you heard of backdoor searches?
I've heard the term, yes, sir.
And it refers to the ability of an agency to look at a U.S. citizen's communications because the communication was with a foreign individual and it was recorded because that foreign individual was being looked at. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And if there was this bias in an agency like the FBI that we saw previously, and they wanted to go after a U.S. citizen, they could use that technique to go after that citizen. And my question to you is, how do we prevent that? How do we in Congress take a look at FISA
try to maintain the national security interests, but at the same time protect U.S. citizens from a rogue agency, a biased agency or agent. I shouldn't say agency and condemn everyone, but individuals in the agency. How do we protect American citizens from what could occur? And let me give you another quick example. Going out and buying information from private data sellers to obtain information that you couldn't obtain with a search warrant because you don't have probable cause. Those techniques are all available under FISA. What should we do?
You know, that's clearly beyond my my background and experience. These are very complicated questions, particularly when we know the adversaries are doing the same thing. And you know, what do we do under those circumstances? I think you've got a very tough job in figuring out how do you balance the liberties of the American people and protect the liberties of the American people while at the same time protecting the country and the nation and the people of the United States. I don't feel qualified really to provide you with any helpful information along those lines, but I know that it is a serious issue. It's a serious concern.
I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before going to the gentleman from California, the gentleman lady from Texas, has unanimous consent, I think? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit records from the Department of Justice reflecting meetings with the U.S. Attorney John Durham. These records were in response to American Oversight's request for DOJ communications between the offices of the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General and the Durham or his first assistant. I ask unanimous consent to place this in the record of this hearing.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, you and your colleagues have continually cited to Steve DeUnio's transcribed interviews using selected statements taken out of context. I move for unanimous consent to enter the entire transcript into the record so the American public can see for itself exactly what he said.
Yeah, we will work on that. Yeah, we'll work on that. We don't want to, we'll talk with the chairman. We want to make that fully available.
Mr. Chairman,
Other
you're
ranking member.
objecting to a unanimous consent request and to something.
Mr. Chairman, I object.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kirkland, you're happy to cite selected portions of the transcript out of context, but you're not happy to
Mr.
see.
Chairman, there's an objection. Is there further action?
You don't want the American public to see this, Mr. Tyson?
Roll call vote, please.
There's no vote on that.
I just want to clarify for the gentleman. We want to put the transcript out. There's a couple. We got a little work to do on certain names that have to be redacted for obvious reasons. But yeah, we definitely want to put the transcript out. We'll work with the minority to make sure that happens. I thought it was an amazing interview by Mr. D'Antuono, the former head of the Washington Field Office. We want that information out to the public, and we'll make sure it happens.
Can I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that you grant the request subject to redactions to protect personally private information?
So, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman from California is.
And you have accepted my submission. I didn't
did
hear
that right away.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Durham, many of my MAGA colleagues want you to be someone who you are not and to say something that you clearly won't. And so I want to just start by thanking you for your many years of service to our country as a federal prosecutor. I want to talk a little bit more about the independence of a special counsel and just clarify, you did send multiple texts to the Attorney General after you were appointed as special counsel. Did you ever text message with Attorney General Garland once he took over as Attorney General?
No, Attorney General Garland had me communicate through the principal Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Weinsheimer.
Did you ever travel overseas with Attorney General Garland?
No.
And
I met with the Attorney General, but I didn't travel overseas with him.
And President Biden, through the Attorney General, could have had you removed, fired, is that right?
I'm sure he could have.
And you stayed on?
I completed our special.
Was there anyone you wanted to indict that you were prohibited from indicting by Attorney General Garland?
No.
So if you wanted to, you could have indicted Hillary Clinton, but you never asked, is that right?
If I had the evidence, yeah, you could have, for sure.
If you wanted to indict President Biden, you could have asked, right?
Yeah, that was not part of our mission. We weren't really looking at that.
If you could have indicted Director Comey, you could have asked. Is that right? And you didn't.
Yeah, the Attorney General Garland had never asked me not to indict somebody.
Right. So I just want to make it clear to my colleagues, you had all the power in the world to indict anyone that you had evidence to indict, and you were never blocked from doing it. That's correct?
That's correct.
I also want to compare you to the last major special counsel investigation that we had. You agree Special Counsel Mueller charged dozens of individuals, and you indicted 3. Is that correct?
Indicted 2, and a third pleaded guilty.
Right. And Special Counsel Mueller had dozens of convictions at trial, but no defendant was outright acquitted. Is that right in the Mueller investigation? Outright acquitted. Across the board, every charge acquitted.
Right. I don't believe there are any acquittals. I'm not sure there were dozens of more than a dozen people who were indicted.
You were wise earlier to not weigh in on Donald Trump's character. You are under oath, after all. But did anything in your report prove false that Russians met with Trump's family during the campaign at Trump Tower after an offer of dirt on Hillary Clinton? Anything prove that that meeting didn't happen?
I don't have any evidence that that did not happen.
Anything in your report prove false that in the 2016 campaign, Donald Trump tried and concealed from the public a real estate deal he was seeking in Moscow?
I don't know anything about that. There's nothing in the report about it. It's not something we investigated.
Anything in your report prove false that Donald Trump publicly asked Russia Hillary's emails and then hours later they did?
If you're referring to...
Did Donald Trump not say at a press conference, Russia, if you're listening, you should get Hillary's emails? Did you prove that he didn't say that?
Yeah, no, we didn't.
Okay.
We didn't investigate.
Did you prove false in the 2016 campaign that Trump's campaign manager gave polling data to a spy for a Russian intelligence service?
We didn't investigate that.
Anything in your report say that Donald Trump in 2016 acted the way that Americans would want a presidential candidate to act with regard to Russia?
I'm sorry, could you repeat
Are
that?
you signing off on the way Donald Trump acted with Russia in 2016?
No, our report doesn't address that.
And you agree that Russia interfered in the 2016 election?
We agree that there's substantial evidence to show that.
Thank you. Mr. Durham, my MAGA colleagues want you to be someone you're not, and they want something you won't. They want you to join the law firm of Insurrection LLC, which incidentally and probably appropriately is chaired by a guy who never passed the bar exam, and you're wise not to do that. You see, my colleagues today, they are making themselves footnotes and foot soldiers in the history books that will chronicle Donald Trump's corruption. And I yield my remaining time to Mr. Schiff.
Mr. Durham, returning to your decision to speak out during the pendency of your investigation, did you have staff on your team advise you against making statements during the pendency of your investigation?
Advise me now.
Staff raised concerns of speaking out in an interim report or after the Inspector General investigation? Any of your staff raised ethical concerns with your doing so?
Not that I recall, no. Raise a technical concern? No, not that I'm aware of.
Did they raise concerns with your speaking out during the pendency of the investigation?
Time of the gentleman has expired. Witness can respond.
I'm sorry.
Did any of your staff raise concerns about your speaking out during the pendency of your investigation in contrast to DOJ policy?
Not that I recall.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Good morning, Mr.
Can I
Durham.
just complete that answer more? But I don't want to lay any blame at their part. I made that point to make. They were involved in it. Nora Danahy.
Gentlelady from front.
Right. Nora Danahy, a friend of mine, a very good lawyer, an honest person.
Why did she resign?
That's Nora Danahy. That's why we brought her on.
Why did she resign?
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman
Answer the question if you'd like.
Mr. Chairman, who's in charge here? Because it's not Mr. Schiff, I don't think.
It's the lady's time from Florida.
Good morning, Mr. Durham.
Good morning.
As a former federal prosecutor, I want to begin by telling you how much I appreciate your work, that of your team, and your presence here today. And you may begin by answering the prior question if you wish.
With respect to Ms. Danny, I have the greatest respect for her. She's a friend of mine. She's very well educated. She's an honest person. We had some disagreements on issues, and I don't really have any comment beyond that. I'm not going to discuss the internal management and decision-making. I'll tell you this, that every agent and every lawyer who worked on this project had a full voice in the decisions that were going forward. I made the final decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. I'd like to focus on the Department of Justice's procedures as to FISA applications when that process is conducted appropriately. To begin with, FISA surveillance application must include an affidavit from a federal enforcement officer.
That's correct.
And that affidavit must demonstrate cause to believe that the target of the surveillance is an agent of the law. Is that also right?
Right. If it relates to a U.S. citizen, it has to be that they're a knowing agent. If it's a non-U.S. person, a knowing element is not required.
And it is intended that that affidavit should rely upon reasonable, trustworthy information, is it not?
That's correct.
And in some cases, in including the case of Carter Page, those affidavits, that information can include the use of information obtained from a confidential human source, correct?
That's correct.
And when information from a confidential human source is included, would you agree that it's important that material related to the reliability or trustworthiness of that confidential human source is disclosed within the affidavit?
Yes.
And I believe you testified here earlier today that in this case, information in that Carter Page application related to the reliability and credibility of the confidential human source was not included in these applications. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Would you tell us, in your experience, in your many years working with the department, why is it important that that type of information is included and disclosed to both federal prosecutors and to the court?
There's, when matters are submitted to the court, it's for a reason, or to a judge. It's to let an independent judicial officer weigh the questions of whether probable cause exists or not. And providing that information to independent, objective judicial officers, judicial magistrates, if there's confidential human source information that's being provided, it's important for the person, the judge who's reviewing this, to know what's the basis of the person's knowledge. Is it hearsay, or do they have personal knowledge, as an example? And then whether or not there's some track record or basis to believe that the information would be credible coming from this person.
And of course, at this stage of the proceeding, the person who's the subject of the investigation has no idea application is made or considered or reviewed by the court in most cases. So it's solely rests with the government, the responsibility to ensure that this power, that this surveillance power that's being used is being done in a way that is appropriate and compliant with the law.
That's correct.
And you mentioned something earlier about that in this case, agents immediately moved to the most intrusive investigative means that were available, referring, of course, to the interception of live communications, correct?
That's correct. In this instance, the Bureau almost immediately, when they opened this full investigations, it was the umbrella case, Crossfire Hurricane, and then the 4 sub-files, they immediately went to try to get FISA coverage on Papadopoulos, which they weren't able to do, and then Carter Page.
And some of the techniques for law enforcement, you know, there are a myriad of other things they can do to collect surveillance information short of this interception of communications, like poll cameras, pen registers, trap and trace, trash polls, correct? There are many other things that in investigations are often utilized prior to taking this step of attempting to intercept live communications.
Those are typically building blocks for electronic surveillance.
So, based on your testimony so far, what we're hearing is that here, a FISA application was pursued without disclosing some relevant information to prosecutors or the court, without following standard procedural rules, utilizing investigative techniques that were the most intrusive without first exhausting other techniques, and instead pursuing the most invasive method possible from the outset against Mr. Page.
That's essentially correct, yes.
Now, one other thing, you mentioned earlier during your testimony that the failures identified during your investigation that if they were not addressed, they would result in national security risks and continued public lack of confidence in our institutions of justice, that there were no overnight fixes, but we needed accountability standards and consequences. Would you elaborate, please?
The gentlelady's expired. The witness can respond.
The national security interests that here include liberties of the American people. One of the things that was most disturbing about the dossier, the Steele dossier, is whether or not this is, so at least some of it was Russian disinformation. Whether Igor Danchenko, who personally wrote that he was responsible for 80% of the intelligence in the dossier and 50% of the analysis, whether or not Mr. Danchenko was the source of Russian disinformation. If you don't run some of those things to ground, it does affect the liberties, or potentially affects the liberties of the American people and the national security interests of this country.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questioning, I want to say that the House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. The chairman of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. The precedent set by this chairman has damaged the ability of congressional committees to get information from witnesses and damaged the rule of law. Now, Mr. Durham, thank you for being here voluntarily today. In your report, not only did the FBI have information, as stated before, that the Australians knew that Trump Foreign Policy Advisor George Papadopoulos had suggested that the Russians were going to release anonymous information damaging Hillary Clinton. They also knew and had mentioned that the Democratic Committee was hacked by the Russians and information was being released to the American public. The FAA also had information from various media reports that Trump had relations with different Russian businessmen, and the FBI had information that Trump said, quote, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing." The FBI had all that information prior to opening Operation Hurricane, correct? Crossfire Hurricane, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If the FBI had chosen to do so, the multiple pieces of information they had would have allowed them to open a preliminary investigation. Is that right?
In our report, we say that the FBI certainly had an obligation to assess the information, perhaps make it a preliminary investigation.
Okay. In fact, it would have been a dereliction of duty for the FBI to have just sat on their hands and done nothing with the information that they had. Is that right?
Yeah, the FBI should not have ignored that information.
Okay. It's also true, isn't it, that the Inspector General of the Department of Justice looked at this situation and concluded that not only did the FBI have enough information to open a preliminary investigation, the FBI had enough information to open a full investigation. That was the conclusion of the Inspector General, correct?
My recollection is that the Inspector General said it's a low bar and he thought that it had been met. The Inspector General didn't necessarily address.
So thank you. I'd like to enter their Inspector General's report dated December 2019 into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Okay. Turns out the FBI was correct. The Department of Justice found that the Russians interfered in our elections in a, quote, sweeping and systematic manner. A bipartisan U.S. Senate report confirmed that the Russians interfered in the 2016 elections and that interference benefited Donald Trump. Paul Manafort, Trump's former campaign chairman, also publicly admitted to giving internal Trump campaign data to the Russians, and the U.S. Treasury Department found that this data, which it said was, quote, sensitive information on polling and campaign strategy, was then passed to Russian intelligence services. There is a phrase to describe the facts I just set forth. It's called Russian collusion. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter both the Treasury Department documents dated April 2021, as well as the bipartisan Senate report intelligence dated August 2020.
Without objection.
Okay. Now, Mr. Durham, I'd like to ask you the following simple yes or no questions. Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was convicted, correct?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that?
Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, was convicted, correct?
That's correct. Not in
Trump's former
connection with
foreign
these
policy
matters.
advisor to the campaign, George Papadopoulos, was convicted, correct?
That's correct.
Trump's former deputy campaign manager, Rick Gates, was convicted, correct?
Not in connection with the Russian matter.
Trump's, all right. Mr. Durham, you can hold yourself out as an objective department official, a partisan hat, and the more that you try to spin the facts and not answer my questions, you sound like the latter. So I'm just gonna ask this simply. Trump's former national security advisor, Michael Flynn, was convicted, correct?
That's correct.
Trump's longtime advisor, Roger Stone, was convicted, correct?
I'm sorry, missed the last thing you
Trump's
mentioned.
longtime advisor, Roger Stone, was convicted, correct?
Correct.
In contrast to multiple Trump associates who were convicted, you brought 2 cases to jury trial based on this investigation, and you lost both. And so I don't actually know what we're doing here, because the author of the Durham report concedes that the FBI had enough information to investigate. And thank goodness the FBI did, because multiple Trump associates who committed crimes were held accountable. And the best way to summarize what happened is thank you to the brave men and women of the FBI for doing their jobs. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. He yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, Mr. Durham, I apologize for the per tax upon you. Sources on your side of the. This is how they argue, so we've gotten used to it, and I hope you will too at some point. The central charge in the Russian collusion hoax was that Trump campaign operatives were in contact with Russian intelligence sources. Were Clinton campaign operatives in contact with Russian intelligence sources?
That's beyond the scope of our report. I can only speak to the former, and the former is that there was no such evidence. As we report in the report, there was
Was Danchenko a Russian intelligence source?
Mr. Danchenko had been investigated by the FBI for espionage. They closed the case when they mistakenly thought he had left the country. Mr. Danchenko's status in connection with that espionage matter was never resolved by the Bureau. The Bureau, in fact, never opened it.
And he was the source for much of the Steele dossier.
He said that he was responsible for 80% of the intelligence in the dossier
And
50%
who
of the
commissioned
analysis.
the Steele dossier?
The Steele dossier was done by Fusion GPS, who was hired by Perkins Coie, who represented the Clinton campaign. And
So what role did the Clinton campaign play in this hoax?
I'm sorry, did they?
What role did the Clinton campaign play in this hoax?
The Clinton campaign funded the work, the opposition research that was done by Fusion GPS, and GPS paid Mr. Steele for the dossier.
And who in the Clinton campaign approved that relationship?
We lay some of that out in the report. I think it was Mr. Elias, who was general counsel to the campaign, who engaged the services of Fusion GPS.
Mr. Jordan referenced the Clinton plan intelligence. Exactly what was the Clinton plan?
Based on declassified documents that are in the public record, there was intelligence information that was received at virtually the same time that the information came from the Australians. I mean, within a day or two. That intelligence included information that there was a purported plan designed by one of Mrs. Clinton's foreign policy advisors to create a scandal tying Donald Trump to the Russians. That's the essence of the intelligence as contained in the declassified information.
Did the president receive this intelligence?
On August 3rd of 2016, then Director Brennan had briefed the President, Vice President, Director of National Intelligence, the FBI, the Attorney General, and others.
When you say the FBI, you mean Mr. Comey?
He had, on August 3rd, it was conducted at the White House. It was Director Comey himself.
So Mr. Comey knew about this. President Obama knew about this. Vice President Biden knew about this. But it wasn't provided to the agents on the case or provided to the secret FISA court. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why wasn't it?
We can tell you what they are. People can draw their own conclusions from that.
About the Papadopoulos comments at the bar that were used as justification for this whole thing, what would the FBI have learned had it looked into this information honestly?
If before opening Crossfire Hurricane, they had checked their own files and communicated with other intelligence agencies and the like, they would have found that there was nothing at that time in their files that would corroborate the information, the suggestion of a suggestion that the Russians might provide some kind of assistance. There's nothing in their files that would corroborate that.
The Steele dossier was entered in the congressional record. Was it true?
I'm sorry, the Steele
The
dossier.
Steele dossier was entered into our congressional record. Was it true?
There is not a single substantive piece of information in the dossier that has ever been corroborated by the FBI or, to my knowledge, anyone else.
You mentioned that the FISA court criticized the misleading and false information that was used to request the FISA warrants, but did the FISA court hold anyone in contempt for that?
Not to my knowledge.
Did they apply any sanctions to anyone responsible for that?
Not to my knowledge.
Did they even yell at anybody?
They issued an appropriately harsh memo talking about what the expectation is when a document is submitted to that court, that it be truthful and accurate and complete. And that was the expectation, is the expectation.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durham, thank you for being here today to speak with us about the report you produced looking at the FBI's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Your report took 4 years and over $6.5 million in taxpayer dollars to produce. Mr. Durham, how many cases did you bring to trial during your time investigating the 2016 election?
I'm sorry, you just missed part of that.
How many cases did you bring to trial?
Two.
And in how many of those 2 cases did the juries vote to convict?
Neither one.
Neither one. Neither jury voted to convict the gentleman that you prosecuted, and in fact, in one case, the trial judge threw out one of your charges because the claim that you were charging as false was, as he put it, literally true. Mr. Durham, I think you were given an impossible task by Attorney General Bill Barr. He asked you to figure out how to make Donald Trump's Spygate claims true. But you couldn't do that because you quickly realized that the claims were false. And so you set about, as many Republicans on cable news do, trying to find a way to blame Hillary Clinton for Donald Trump's woes. Mr. Durham, do you know how many people Special Counsel Mueller indicted or obtained guilty pleas from?
They indicted a charged number of people, I think.
It was 34. It was 34 people and 3 companies. Do you know how many of those indictments were of individuals who were acquitted in court?
I don't know that anybody was acquitted.
That's right. The answer is none. So I think the difference between your investigation and Mr. Mueller's was that Mr. Mueller actually found actual evidence of a crime. We know that Russia did attempt to interfere in the 2016 election. We know that Russia did hack into the DNC email server, and Mr. Mueller's prosecution directed that case of military intelligence officers who charged with crimes related to the hacking and the leaking of leading Democrats' emails in 2016. Similarly, Mr. Mueller found repeated instances of Trump campaign associates lying when asked about their interactions with Russian interests. And as a result of Mr. Mueller's position, Papadopoulos pleaded guilty in October of 2017 to making false statements to the FBI. Trump campaign aide Rick Gates pleaded guilty to 1 false statements charge and 1 conspiracy charge. Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn pleaded guilty to making false statements to the FBI. And in November of 2019, Trump advisor Roger Stone was convicted on 7 counts, including lying to the House Intelligence Committee and tampering with a witness. Again, Mr. Mueller indicted or got guilty pleas from 34 people and 3 companies. Mr. Durham, you're a career prosecutor, correct?
That's correct.
And you started working as a state prosecutor in 1977, and you joined the Justice Department in
1982. Yes or no, prosecutors prioritize bringing cases to court that have a high likelihood of winning?
I would not say that that's the standard, no.
So you don't think that to call an investigation successful, you should at least reveal some new information? Most of your report, Mr. Durham, is a rehashing of old news, including process concerns that I had already addressed. In fact, that's why you said you're not recommending any further changes to FBI policies or procedures. So at the very least, I would think that you would need to win some of the cases on their merits. But that's not what happened, and that's not what MAGA Republicans are looking for. Chairman Jordan seems to be looking for any excuse to discredit law enforcement and DOJ, who are finally holding Donald Trump accountable for his serious violations of the law. Violations, by the way, that Donald Trump just admitted to last night on Fox News. Americans will see through this facade, and I wanted to ask Mr. Schiff if he wants my additional 40 seconds of time. If so, I yield.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on my question before. Nora Danahy was a very well-respected member of your team. Why did she resign?
I'm sorry?
Nora Danahy was a very well-respected member of your team. Why did she resign?
Yeah, that's not part of the report, and I'm not going to discuss internal matters.
She was disagreement she had with you about how you're handling the investigation.
It's not part of the report. I'm not going to discuss it.
It's not part of the report,
highest
but
regard for Ms. Danahy.
But you know the answer, Mr. Durham. Why won't you tell us?
Because that's not part of the report, that's not part of the mission, and I'm not going to discuss internal discussions. I can tell you this, that with respect to every major decision that was made by our team, every agent and every lawyer had full voice in expressing their opinions, and we proceeded accordingly with me making the final.
Some voted with their feet to leave your office.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. That's not part of the report. It is a lot of what I've heard from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. One of my colleagues from California said, I don't know what we're doing here. And what we're doing here is going through this very damning report. The FBI has failed many times over the years that you investigated them. I'd like to ask, did the FBI open Crossfire Hurricane without speaking to the people who provided the information?
Yes.
Did the FBI open Crossfire Hurricane on a Sunday, only 3 days after reviewing the information?
Yes.
Did the FBI open Crossfire Hurricane without any significant review of its own intelligence database?
Yes.
Did the FBI open Crossfire Hurricane without interviewing the essential witnesses?
Yes.
Did the FBI open Crossfire Hurricane without using any of the standard analytical tools typically employed in evaluating intelligence?
Yes.
Did the FBI consider the possibility that it was the target?
It didn't appear so to me from the evidence.
And so I'm curious if you could tell me, because I'm not a prosecutor, some of my colleagues here are, but the average American is not. Can you tell us why and under what motivation would a prosecutorial agency act in such a way where it willfully ignores multiple instances of exculpatory evidence throughout the course of its investigation? Because I just don't understand that.
That, in my experience, that is not the norm. That's not how the FBI performs. In this particular case, as is appear to be persons who were sent opening the investigation that had rather strong views concerning then candidate Trump.
And we've heard in your report that you reference confirmation bias. And a lot of times, or sometimes, we see that the investigators, perhaps the FBI investigators, they have a confirmation bias because they want a guilty outcome. They want to find the suspect guilty. But we did not see that to be the case for Hillary Clinton. So it makes me think that based on the investigation into the conduct and the continuous disregard for duty, there was obviously a special motivation to find this suspect, Donald Trump and his campaign, guilty above anyone else. Would you agree?
I can speak to what the facts show, as documented in the report. Again, people draw their reasonable inferences, conclusions from those facts. With an honest reading of the report.
If either you or someone on your team willfully ignored exculpatory evidence, refused to interview key witnesses, favored one suspect over another, or did any or all of the things that the FBI did during Crossfire Hurricane, would you face repercussions?
There ought to be repercussions. If that ever happened in connection with an agent that I was working with and I knew about it, the first thing would be to report it to the court. And the probably second thing would be to report it to their superiors. The third thing would be sure that that agent never worked with me again.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate your remarks earlier in your open testimony, where you said, "My colleagues and I carried out our work in good faith, with integrity and the spirit of following the facts wherever they lead, without fear or favor." I believe you did that. I'm disappointed in some of my colleagues that have said disparaging remarks about you. I've seen very few that actually talk about your report. They want to talk about everything else, which tells me you're onto something. I'd also yield the balance of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. So Dan Chinko is the primary subsource. A few years before he does this work, he was investigated by the FBI for espionage. Is that right, Mr. Durham?
Correct.
And that case was halted because the FBI thought he'd left the country, right?
Right.
Had he left the country?
No.
Where was he living?
You remain living in the place that he was living when they opened the investigation.
Right here in D.C., right?
Yeah.
He hadn't left anywhere. He's right here in D.C., and we're going to stop that. And then they go hire him, use the tax money of the people I get the privilege of representing to pay this guy who they obviously knew was a Russian spy. They hire him, who's the source of all the false information. Is that true?
They paid him, they hired him, and they paid him.
Couple $100,000 if I recall, right?
It's over $200,000.
Yeah, and then this guy is hanging out with Dolan, Charles Dolan, who's a buddy of the Clintons, who's also a source for the false dossier that was used to spy on an American citizen. He's hanging out with Dolan. In fact, don't they meet on a park bench somewhere in Arlington, Virginia on New Year's Day?
New Year's Day, middle of the
I
day.
mean, this is straight out of the movies, right? And the FBI says, but we're not going to talk to Charles Dolan. This is two of the dumbest things I've ever heard of. They won't talk to, they pay a guy who's a Russian spy who's the source of the dossier. The other source of the dossier is Charles Dolan, who meets with that guy on a park bench in Arlington, and they don't want to interview him. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. But that's what Comey's FBI did. And they're still doing this kind of baloney because Mr. D'Antuono told us so, running operations, running investigations out of headquarters instead of assigning a U.S. attorney, a job you did for a long time and did very well. That is a huge problem. And your report, that's why your report's valuable. Gentlemen, I yield back to the gentleman who was out of time, and we now recognize the gentleman from, Mr. Craig. I'm sorry, right here. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to testify today. I know it's not a comfortable experience, obviously. And clearly the questions have exposed that we have many areas of disagreement across the aisle, but I am relieved that we have no disagreement about one of the fundamental conclusions of your report, that it was incumbent upon the FBI to open investigation presented that a candidate associate are either coordinating campaign efforts with a hostile nation or being manipulated by such a hostile nation. And that is a fundamental conclusion, right? Some form of investigation was necessary.
Right. I mean, the FBI, when they receive information, this information, other information, they almost always have some obligation to assess that information.
Sure.
That's what the assessment is about.
Sure. So we've established over the course of questions that the current Attorney General, Merrick Garland, allowed you to run your investigation, I think you said, independently and without interference, right?
That's correct.
And you've talked about the thoroughness of your investigation as you performed it over the course of 4.5 years, $6.5 million, hundreds of FBI agents, 6 million pages of documents, not hundreds of FBI agents, hundreds of personnel working with you.
That would not be accurate, but.
Okay. Well, you also had the benefit of prior investigations, including the Mueller report.
Correct.
The 2019 Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General's report, which concurred with you that there was an obligation to investigate, right?
Yes.
Although it disagreed with you about precisely the form, correct?
I think it's more than form, but we had a disagreement in that regard.
And there was also a 2020 Select Senate Select Committee report on intelligence run by Senator Rubio that affirmed that Russia, in fact, had sought to interfere in our elections to benefit the Trump campaign, correct?
The report, I don't remember if Senator Rubio was the chair at the time or not.
Okay,
I
but there
don't think he was.
Okay. So with all of that, you and Attorney General Barr had both been appointed by President Trump, right?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that one again?
You and Attorney General Barr had both been appointed to serve at that time by President Trump, correct?
I had been nominated by President Trump, and I believe that Mr. Barr was nominated to be Attorney General by Mr. Trump.
Okay. And the AG Barr appointed you to be special counsel, right?
He appointed me as special counsel, yes.
Okay. But in contrast to the independence and lack of interference, which you have noted on multiple occasions that has been performed by Merrick Garland, AG Barr had a very active role in your investigation. And I just wanted to mention a couple instances. First of all, shortly after your appointment, you and AG Barr both traveled overseas and met with Italian officials who provided some allegations with respect to criminal activity by the former president, correct?
We traveled well, this is outside the reports. I'm not sure that I'm authorized to talk about it, but we went to Italy to try to pursue leads in various.
Okay. So you don't mention in your report those allegations of misconduct concerning the former president, correct? It's not in your report. You didn't include that information in your report, right?
Which information?
About your trip to Italy with AG Barr?
No, I don't know why I would have included
And
that in a report.
the day the Inspector General's report was published, you issued a press release saying that you didn't agree with some of his conclusions. Did AG Barr ask you to issue that press release?
Absolutely not.
Okay, who did?
I made that decision. Do you want to know why or no?
Actually, I wanted to know first, can you identify any other occasion which a special counsel has released a press statement questioning another special counsel or Inspector General's report? Can you name one?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
May have, but I.
Okay. So, communicate with Barr about his statement before it was released the same day, or was that just a fantastic coincidence?
Did I communicate with Attorney General Barr about what?
About your press release questioning the IG's report.
I told Attorney General Barr, I didn't ask his permission. I told him that I was going to do it.
Okay. One more question. There's been mention of the resignation of one of your colleagues, Nora Danahy, in the fall of 2020. Isn't it true that she resigned in protest concerning pressure by AG Barr for you to delay or results before the 2020 presidential election?
You'd have to ask Ms. Danahy that. I'm not going to discuss the internal discussions in our group.
Or we could Google it. Thank you. I yield back.
It's a pretty good source of information.
There is. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Oregon's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Durham, for being here today and for your patience with us. I want to talk about that space between law and policy, I guess, if you will. And I want to go back to, I think I've got your words written down during your opening statement where you said there were troubling violations of law and policy. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
And so the assertion has been that perhaps there should have been more indictments, more people brought before the court for their actions. But it appears to me that you tried that and perhaps encountered. I haven't looked at the two trials that turned out not to reach convictions. But was it a situation where there was something wrong, but it didn't rise to the level of a crime? Is that what was going on in that space?
You conduct these investigations. You conducted this investigation, other public corruption investigations, organized crime investigations, and when there's sufficient evidence that you believe that the evidence is sufficient to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, that case should be brought. There may be evidence that you have, but you're not confident that it would be sufficient to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt and sustain the case on appeal, then you don't bring the action. And here there was conduct, some of which was misconduct. There was conduct that is probably criminal, but you couldn't prove it. And that's true here. It appears in other instances as well.
Right, and I think the phrase political bias or confirmation bias has been used a number of times. Is that a crime?
Confirmation bias is not a crime. It's part of our human condition, I suppose.
And so you may well have found, and it sounds like you did, troubling violations of law and policy, which perhaps would not lead to, and did not, of course, convictions, but it doesn't make it any less wrong when we have our law enforcement agencies engaging in this kind of conduct. And I think that's why you call it troubling. Do I have that right?
You have that right.
And the question, I suppose, is what can we do about this situation looking forward? If it's not a crime, but we know it's wrong, what should we be doing? And I think you made some suggestions. Can you recite those for us? And what you spent 4 years in this space, and there's obviously things going wrong that we can't convict people for, or at least it doesn't rise to the level that will warrant that approach. What should
I mean, the real, in my view, is trying to figure out how to hold people accountable for their conduct. And it's not a simple problem to solve. In the context of the FISA situation, for example, or maybe it would be the case in any instance in which there's what's referred to in the Bureau as a sensitive investigative matter, a SIM. That there are additional rules that apply there. Maybe it's come time where if an agent is going to sign a FISA application in a sensitive investigative matter, that they not only understand that they're signing under the penalties of perjury, but if the Bureau determines that they intentionally misstated anything, that their employment will be terminated. I mean, there's real teeth in when somebody signs an affidavit, swears to something before a judicial officer, there are consequences if that is untrue. There are criminal penalties, but there sure as heck ought to be other penalties as well. I mean, there are things like that. In these sensitive cases, I mean, this is not a normal case. This is a presidential election and it affected the nation. Maybe they ought to instill practice, for example, of red teaming, which we tried to do to an extent in our investigation, which is you have a group of people who take aside and make and try the weakness or where it needs to be developed. It may be that the Bureau would benefit, as I said in the report, from having something of an ombudsman who would look at FISA applications or look at the investigative effort being undertaken in these sensitive investigative matters, who looks at how the investigation is progressing and whether or not, in that person's estimation, the investigation is being done independently and in a disciplined way. There are those kinds of things, but ultimately, I don't know how you hold people responsible absent their integrity and that kind of overview or review of what the investigation.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Colorado. I thank the chairman. Mr. Durham, thank you for testifying today. Thank you for your service to
It's been a real pleasure.
Our country. Well, we appreciate your service to our country, to the Department of Justice. I've read your report, as I suspect most of the members of the committee have, and appreciated your work. I want to talk a bit about your interactions with Maine, with Attorney General Garland. Did Attorney General Garland permit your inquiry to proceed independently?
Yes.
Did Attorney General Garland interfere with your inquiry, your investigation in any way?
No.
Did Attorney General Garland attempt to prevent or stop you or your team from taking any investigative step that you deemed necessary?
He did not.
Did Attorney General Garland provide support to your efforts?
In terms of occasionally we would need some additional personnel. In a couple of instances, we had a person that was detailed from Maine Justice. Yes, so in that respect, yes.
Did Attorney General Garland decline to implement?
I don't know.
The letter, the report, I believe it's on page 3 of your report, you say, and I'll quote, after the inauguration of President Biden, Attorney General Garland met with the Office of Special Counsel. The office very much appreciates the support consistent with his testimony, referring to Attorney General Garland, during his confirmation hearings. The Attorney General to our department's witness to allow us to operate independently, end quote. You stand by that, I suspect.
I do.
Correct. Sounds like the Department of Justice and the Attorney General are supportive of your efforts, did not interfere in any way with the work that you did over the course of the last several years. There are some folks here in Congress, some colleagues of mine on the other side of the aisle, who have talked about or indicated their desire to defund the Department of Justice. Do you believe the Department of Justice should be defunded?
I don't believe these discussions about defunding the police make any sense at all for the security of the nation, and I don't think defunding cornerstone law enforcement entities make a whole lot of sense. Maybe more oversight, but defunding in our cities and streets and so forth, no, that doesn't make sense to me. But I've only been at this for 40 years.
Sure. Well, and as I said, I am grateful to your service and for your service rather, and I guess I just want to put a finer point on it because I guess I didn't hear that in your answer. You said the cornerstone of law enforcement. I take that you mean the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice obviously should not be defunded, right? You've committed your career to the Department of Justice. You were a former U.S. attorney, a former acting U.S. attorney, 35 years as an assistant U.S. attorney. You have a decorated record of service to the department. I'm hoping you're willing to say on the record clearly that you don't believe the department should be defunded.
I don't believe the Department of Justice or the FBI should be defunded. I think there ought to be some changes and the like, but defunded, no.
Thank you. And I appreciate your candor. And I agree with you. With respect to the Office of the Special Counsel, of course, you've concluded your service. As you know, there are different special counsels that are appointed from time to time. You've served in that capacity multiple times yourselves. There is discussion of defunding special counsels. Do you support more broadly the principle of funding the special counsel?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would have to know the particulars of what the discussion is, but I mean, the general notion that you had established special counsel office, the special counsel's doing an investigation, that you're going to defund it would not make sense to me.
I agree. And just to put a finer point on this, you served as special counsel for a period of years. During the course of your investigation, for the bulk of that time, Democrats were in control of the United States House of Representatives. There was no effort that I'm aware of to defund your office. And I assume that you would have construed that if someone had made an effort to defund the Office of Special Counsel, your office, as you were undertaking your investigation, as political interference, to the extent that that was being done to try to impair or impinge on your investigation. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, I mean, if it were our office, our team, I guess I'd have to know the basis of that to see if I thought it was, political or
let's say it's because people
spending too much money.
Sure. Let's say it's because people disagreed with the work that you were doing. They didn't like your investigation. They disagreed fundamentally with decisions you were making. I presume you would construe that as political interference.
Special counsel should operate independently. That's the whole purpose of special counsel. So,
I certainly agree. And again, I thank you for being here. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durham, I appreciate you being here today. Sobering, I think, is a pretty good word. I think that's a good description of what we're talking about. When I read your report and as we talk about it, when I'm in the district, very often one of the major concerns is the weaponization of investigations in the Department of Justice against certain people in our society. And so, yes or no, did the FBI place significant reliance on information given to them by President Trump's political opponents?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that one?
Did the FBI, did they place significant reliance on information given to them by President Trump's opponents?
The Crossfire hurricane investigation, the FISA in particular, the FISA and Carter Page, the Bureau had concluded itself, absent the dossier, they wouldn't have been able to establish probable cause.
Did the dossier come from President Trump's political opponents?
It was funded by the Clinton campaign and the DNC. So in that degree, yes, it came. That's how it was paid for.
Can you connect the dots between between the Clinton campaign and the investigation of the FBI?
we were investigating, did investigate, what was behind that investigation? How did it get started? Was it properly predicated as a full investigation by the FBI? And why did it then continue even after Director Mueller had found a lack of sufficient evidence concerning conspiracy or collusion?
Mr. Durham, is that what you call sobering? Would that be sobering to you?
What's sobering to me in connection with this investigation is the FBI, the people who were involved in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, ignoring exculpatory information, discarding information consistent with the investigative narrative, with using information, in this instance from the Steele dossier, to establish probable cause to electronically surveil a United States citizen who happened to be a Naval Academy graduate. Those things are sobering to me.
Oh, I would agree with that. Did the FBI ever fail to take or delay taking action in an investigation involving Hillary Clinton?
That wasn't, well, there's a portion of the report that relates to the disparate treatment. So did the FBI delay? There are 3 instances that are identified in the report where the FBI's investigative efforts were considered considerably more disciplined than was the case with respect to Mr. Trump.
More discipline, you mean bias, and let me move on, Mr. Durham, I don't want to run out of time. Did the FBI give the Clinton campaign a defensive briefing?
They gave, in a particular manner, the FBI gave Mrs. Clinton's legal representatives a debriefing of a defensive nature, yes.
Why wasn't the same done for the Trump campaign, for President Trump?
We explored that during the course of the investigation. What we learned is set out in the report that it would appear from at least what we were told that very little thought went into whether they should give anybody in the Trump campaign a defensive briefing, and they didn't do
A lot of thought went into giving Hillary Clinton's campaign a defensive briefing, apparently, but not President Trump.
In one instance, I think you're referring to the submission of a FISA application in that matter against the foreign interest was premised on them giving a defensive briefing to Mrs. Clinton and some other political...
Mr. Durham, is it safe to say that the Clinton campaign colluded with the Russians to accuse Donald Trump of colluding with the Russians?
I could not phrase it that way. I could say is that the Clinton campaign funded the information that showed up in the dossier. The Clinton campaign funded the information that was put together concerning an alleged secret communications channel between Trump and Alpha Bank, which was presented to the FBI through Mr. Sussman. So, yeah, there are those things that definitely occurred, and the evidence establishes that.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. I appreciate your service. I'll yield back to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Durham, Carter Page is an American citizen who, Naval Academy grad, served our country. Why not just talk to him before you spy on him?
In this instance, I mean, I don't know if people looked at this in the report. There was a particular piece of information that had been given to Michael Isikoff and appeared in a Yahoo News article on September 23rd, in which Mr. Isikoff lays out what he's obviously been told, and it's clearly the information from Steele. But it also included a statement that a senior law enforcement official confirmed that Carter Page was on the radar screen. That matter was never referred for investigation as to who leaked that. This is an investigation that's supposed to be closely held, confidential, sensitive investigative matter. And that's never referred to, nobody ever looked at. Who's the senior law enforcement officer who gave the information to Michael Isikoff that Carter Page was on their radar screen? That's not number
Do you think the time is required the witness could answer the question? You can't answer another one.
I appreciate the ranking member for pointing that back out.
Okay, I'm not sure. Am I supposed to answer or not? Am I done?
I'll let you answer.
Oh, okay. So then, with respect to Carter Page, within 2 days of that article, wrote a letter to Director Comey saying, I didn't do the things that are suggested. I didn't meet with these people. I'm willing to sit down and talk to the FBI, tell me when and where, essentially.
He offered to be interviewed. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me submit into the record an article dated 6/18/23. After years of political hype, the Durham inquiry failed to deliver. Ask unanimous consent. And then ask unanimous consent to place into the record this language from a letter directed to Mr. Durham on May 15, 2023. The Federal Bureau of Investigation appreciates the special counsel's independent review. We also appreciate your acknowledgement of the extensive cooperation the FBI provided to your team throughout the review, including production of nearly 7 million pages of documents, assignment of full-time FBI agents in your facts, and provision of FBI technical
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Special Counsel Durham, for being here today. As has been noted, it's been 4 years and $6.5 million of an investigation. And the Durham report makes no new recommendations to change FBI policy or procedure. It does not conclude that the Crossfire Hurricane investigation should not have been opened, and it even acknowledges that the Clinton campaign did nothing worthy of prosecution. Sadly, the Durham report dredges up allegations from unsuccessful prosecutions, including claims that have been rejected by the judge, and flaws of the process were troubling that states resigned in protest. I did Google and in fact read the news articles around the resignation of Nora Donahue, that it is reported that she resigned on you and the special counsel group to produce a report or an interim report prior to the presidential election. You can't comment on Nora Donahue's personnel matter. Were you ever encouraged, persuaded, pressured to issue an interim or report prior to the presidential election?
You see, without hesitation, I was not pressured into doing anything.
Was it suggested to you?
It was not suggested to me.
And yet it might have been suggested to someone who worked under you, separate from you.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Durham, would it have been a dereliction of duty if the FBI sat on its hands and did not investigate with the information they had in front of them? Isn't it true?
I'm sure the Bureau has an obligation to investigate. They should investigate information that they receive from the public or otherwise. And generally speaking, yeah, they have an obligation to look at and assess information.
And in this case, they had an affirmative duty to investigate. Would you agree?
They had an affirmative duty to assess the information they had gotten from the Australian diplomat.
Which would be an investigation. You were assigned to investigate that investigation. Mr. Durham, when did you first meet with Attorney General Barr about a potential investigation into the Mueller report, Mueller investigation?
You know, I was appointed in May of 2019. I had met Attorney General Barr after, not in connection with these matters, but I think I initially met the Attorney General when I became the U.S. Attorney for Connecticut.
Let me just put the calendar together. It was on March 22nd that the Mueller report was submitted to Attorney General Barr. Would you agree with that?
That's March 22nd.
And according to public records, you met with Attorney General Barr on March 25th, 3 days later.
Okay.
And on March 24th, Attorney General Barr released his so-called summary document of a 448-page report, which blatantly mischaracterized the findings in the Mueller report. Would you agree with that?
No.
Did you discuss the Mueller report during your meeting with Mr. Barr on March 25th?
I don't believe so. I think that
the timing was 3 days after he received the report, and you don't think in your meeting you talked about the Mueller report?
I don't think that was. I think it was when I was meeting the Attorney General because I become the U.S. Attorney in Connecticut in mid to late February.
Maybe you could search your memory and get back to us on that. It's troubling to me because it is clear you were brought in by Attorney General Barr, the same Mueller report in the day his misleading letter, which hung out there for 25 days before the public got our hands and our eyes on the redacted report. You were hired to investigate the investigators. 1 week after you met with Mr. Barr, on April 13th, Attorney General Barr's counselor, Seth DeCharm, emailed you offering assistance on behalf of Barr, saying, quote, John, the AG has made me aware of the redacted material you're working with him on, and he asked me to provide you with my support and assistance. Is that true?
I think that's correct. I
Okay.
don't remember the date, but that sounds right.
And that's only April. So I'm wondering if you weren't yet put into this field. Donald Trump was very vocal on Twitter, as he always has been, about his belief that the Mueller investigation should never have been taken. Are you aware of his tweets?
I know that the former president was a tweeter, yes.
He was a tweeter. Some Republicans on this committee believe that part of it was to exonerate Mr. Donald Trump. I want to take you back to your opening statement. It's at paragraph 4. As you know, Mr. Durham, you said this morning, if repeated or left unaddressed, these issues could result in significant national security risks and further erode public faith in our justice system. We now sit with a former president indicted 37 around the documents, the classified documents that he took, he held, he moved, he concealed, he lied about, he showed to other people, 37 counts. If repeated or left unaddressed, these issues could result in significant national security risks and further erode public faith in our justice system. I thank you for your service, for pointing out what really matters when we have a very dangerous former president and criminal indictments to come. A mess of Mr. Trump's own making. I am baffled by this committee's lifting up of a corrupt
The gentlelady
president.
has expired.
And I thank you for indulging me just as you indulged yourself. Thank you.
God bless you. That's right.
God bless
Full
you.
opportunity. Mr. Durham, if you can go one more round.
Do this every day?
Yeah. Well, this is relatively calm to some hearings that we have. If you can go one more, and then we'll give you a break, but we'll recognize the gentleman from California, and we'll give you a quick break, maybe 5-10 minutes, and we'll come back and finish. But the gentleman from California is recognized for 5.
Mr. Durham, several people today, including Ranking Member Madler and 3 representatives from California, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Swalwell, and Mr. Liu, have attacked you. Ranking Member Nadler called your report a political exercise with ethical ambiguity. Called you a partisan hack. However, it seems that they're taking issue not so much with the conclusions of your report as those of Mr. Mueller's report, which concluded that the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. That conclusion directly contradicted statements made on the record by those representatives. For example, Mr. Schiff in 2017-2018 made statements such as, the Russians offered help, the campaign accepted help, the Russians gave help, and the president made full use of that help, and that is pretty damning. He also said there's clear evidence on the issue of collusion. He said, I think there's plenty of evidence of collusion or conspiracy in plain sight. Mr. Durham,
The gentleman yield?
are those statements supported by the conclusions of the Mueller
The
report?
gentleman yield?
No. Mr. Durham, are those statements supported by the Mueller report?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Nadler stated, it's clear that the campaign concluded and there's a lot of evidence of that. The question is, was the president involved? Mr. Nadler also said there was obviously a lot of collusion. Mr. Durham, were those statements supported by the Mueller report?
I don't believe they're supported by the Mueller report.
Mr. Liu stated in a press release in March of 2017, the bombshell revelation that U.S. officials have information that suggests Trump associates may have colluded with the Russians means we must pause the entire Trump agenda. We may have an illegitimate president of the United States currently occupying the White House. Mr. Durham, did the Mueller report establish that we had an illegitimate president occupying the White House?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Swalwell stated in 2018, in our investigation, we saw strong evidence of collusion. Did the Mueller report support that there was strong evidence of collusion?
Not to my knowledge.
Even here today, we had Mr. Schiff raise questions about your public statement during the investigation, saying this somehow violated a DOJ policy. However, Mr. Mueller himself made a public statement in January of 2019. This is an article from CNN, headline, Mueller's office disputes BuzzFeed report that Trump directed Michael Cohen to lie to Congress. So whatever policy there might exist in the DOJ with respect to public statements of special counsels, it would seem that you and Mr. Mueller would be on equal footing with respect to it. Is that correct?
It seems so.
Mr. Nadler, Ranking Member Nadler also suggested that we're only here today because of the recent indictments of President Trump. However, you received your assignment as special counsel in 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct. 2020, special counsel, 2020.
In 2020. And was that before or after the events alleged in the recent indictments by the president?
That was before.
And is it customary for a special counsel to come testify in Congress upon the issuance of the report?
This is my first experience of this sort of thing. So I know that Director Mueller had occasion to testify before Congress, so I guess this is not unique.
So it's pretty likely you would have been here whether or not the president had been recently indicted.
Yes.
Contrary to Ranking Member Nadler's statement. I want to quote from you a part of your report where you say, there are reasons why, in examining politically charged and high-profile issues, the office must exercise and has exercised special care. One of those statements you said is that even when prosecutors believe that they can obtain a conviction, there are some instances in which it may not be advisable to expend government resources on a criminal prosecution, particularly where it could create the appearance, even if unfounded, that the government is seeking to criminalize the behavior of political opponents or punish the activities of a specific political party or campaign. Could you just expound on that a little bit, this idea that there are prudential considerations that may counsel against prosecution, even if there has been some technical violation of a statute?
Sure. The standard principles of federal prosecution include, kind of as a bedrock, that you ought not to bring a prosecution unless you believe in good faith that there's sufficient evidence to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, and the jury will convict, and that a conviction can be sustained on appeal. There may be those instances in which you're pretty well convinced that a crime was committed, and you can identify the person who committed it, but you can't in good faith say, the jury is likely to convict in this case. We believe that a jury will convict and that we can sustain it on appeal. Those are the principles that we try to apply here, that we followed here. They're the same principles I've followed for 40 years as a federal prosecutor.
What are you referring to when you say that there might be additional considerations involving the perception that you're criminalizing the behavior of political opponents?
Yeah, I mean, these are difficult things. For example, in this case, I think all the members of the committee have had access to, whether they took advantage or not, I don't know, but we filed a classified appendix here, right? So there are some prosecutions where it may very well be that it looks like, and you think you can prove the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, but because of the classified nature of much of your evidence, it's never going to see the light of day. So that might preclude a prosecution. Things of that sort that come up that are part of the prudential judgment that a prosecutor has to make in these matters.
I yield back. Thank you. The gentleman yields back. We'll take a short break, short recess. If we can come back in 10 minutes, so at 12:05, we'll come back. Give everyone a short break before we resume. Committee will come to order. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Durham. Mr. Durham, after Inspector General Horowitz found serious errors last year with one aspect of the Russia investigation, but found accusations of a politically motivated FBI plot to be baseless, Donald Trump said, quote, "I look forward to the Durham report, which is coming out in the not too distant future. It's got its own information, which is this information," meaning the Horowitz information, plus, plus, plus. Mr. Durham, do you consider your report to be the Horowitz report, plus, plus, plus? Can you turn your mic on? I'm sorry.
I suppose that's for other people to judge. The report speaks for itself, in my view.
Okay. Your one criminal conviction for doctoring an email about a surveillance warrant, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And who referred this individual for prosecution?
That matter was referred by the Inspector General's office.
Okay. And this individual pleaded guilty, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what his sentence was?
He was sentenced to 12 months probation.
That's right.
For fabricating a document which was used to get a surveillance order on an American citizen.
Did you charge any high-level FBI or intelligence officials with a crime?
No.
Right, you did not. In your report, you are highly critical of the FBI's Russia investigation. Is that fair to say?
Certain aspects of it, yes.
Okay. Did you recommend new charges as a result of those criticisms?
We weren't able to prove matters. I couldn't say under the guiding principles that we'd be able to prove matters beyond a reasonable because of lack of action, passage, timing, consistency. No.
Did you just and can change how future investigations be conducted?
And I guess it's for others to judge whether there are significant suggestions or not. I think that more disciplined approaches to these